Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clout, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. Put your soul, they don't take coming with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a cave, man. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Take the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and guns, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smoke all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch them bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave them watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch them bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back. And I know we are extremely late. But we are back for a short while. Saturday morning. Hopefully everybody's getting through their weekend. People in the South, particularly North Carolina, waking up to a blizzard. Yeah, yesterday was kind of crazy. What's up with it? Yeah, a few people coming in the chat. We went live yesterday, a couple of hours. Keep trying to build network. Some people wanted to build, others wanted to party. That link in the chat. Good time. Okay, we got the link in the chat. Okay, link in the chat. If you want to click it, cool. Don't know. But at least want to be on record for going live for a few minutes instead of not going live at all. I think we got, do we get all the days this week? Seems like we got all the days this week for the first time in a little bit since the holidays, I think. Try to coordinate the schedules. It's a busy time of the month, tax month. I know a lot of people got their W-2s in the mail yesterday, this past week. They're busy on H&R Block and Jackson Hewitt. Trying to factor in that income tax return for those in America, at least. I don't know, was this asking like this? Same as the other one. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Don Lemon thing yesterday. Yeah, looks like that's gonna be used as a political snowball effect.
Good morning, Deb. You staying warm?
Lena, what's up with it? Vyasa in the house. What's up? What's good? What's good?
I'm doing pretty good. So far, we avoiding that snowstorm. I just seen like dusting. I'm in the crest, so
Yeah, you got most of yours last night. I think we're not gonna have a blast like we did. This weekend mainly gonna be focused on North Carolina, Charlotte, Fayetteville, Greensboro, Raleigh.
right.
Everybody's gonna be below freezing. All the roads gonna be fucked up. It's gonna
Oh,
be a mess.
thank God. I hope you don't have no loads to go that way. I hope you don't have to travel east.
No, I'm not gonna be down there.
Thank God. Man, do you ever feel um like they're trying to draw black people out into they're like, where's the black people like at these protests, and why are black men, how come y'all not involved? And I'm like, we've been involved just on our rights and everybody else's rights. Like, we've been warned you, but now y'all want us involved. Y'all didn't want to involve us involved when we was protecting ourselves, but now y'all trying to draw us out. I feel like it's all like a trap, yeah, so they can shoot us. Like, no. What do you think, Dev?
What you talking about? Who you saying asking that question?
The protest, I be seeing white people on YouTube. I think Bill Maher said it. How come black people aren't out? Like, dude, how come you ain't out? You go ahead and
Mhm.
get shot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta see somebody saying it, see what they talking about. I ain't never seen no white person say that. Black people been addressing it. Law enforcement and the black community relationship is nothing new. So
I just mad that they sentiments about it. Like, I feel like, it's your choice if you want to protest or not. I believe in protests and stuff. Like, in my younger years, I would probably be out there with my dumb ass. I'm not gonna lie, I would be out there, but I have a kid. I don't want to get shot. I rather help in other ways. Don't believe that I'm just complacent with the stuff that is happening. So, I am definitely boycotting stuff. I am making my voice known. However, I'm not about to go on these streets and get shot. I got a kid. So, I'm not stupid. However, it's just I just think it's dumb. Like, can't stand how ICE is doing. They talked about how they wasn't passing like a lot of these officers. Their training stuff, they were failing, and they still made them ICE agents. That's why you see the mistakes and the things that you have on. You got people that's not trained, not professional, and yeah, that's why you saw the guy get shot. I saw that clear as day. They disarmed him. It don't take 8 people. He's not armed. He wasn't hitting, doing anything to anybody. He didn't say he was going to shoot. I feel like he was just trying to protect that girl that was falling or whatever, or what was going. That's what I saw. So, I feel like, yeah, that's what you get when you get bullies and people who's unprofessional and feel like you do what I say or I'm gonna shoot you. And that's crazy.
What is actually being protested?
They're protesting the ICE in Minnesota, the ICE uh they're protesting ICE being there and how they doing it. They telling them to go home. They got whistles, they point them out. Now
So
Chicago,
they're not protesting the shooting, the treatment, the harassment. They want them gone, like erased. Like we don't want them to act right or nothing. We just want them to fuck out of here. So that's what you're saying.
I believe they want ICE out of there. My thing is this:
But stop. What's up?
if you got illegals all the way in Minnesota, I mean, it's some. They don't need the high amount of ICE agents that they have there. You should put them closer to the border where they got like 2.1 million illegals in Texas. If I
Minnesota
was there,
is the border.
huh?
Minnesota is the border.
To Canada,
Yeah.
they ain't got high traffic coming from Canada.
Yes, they do.
And even still, even let's say the border, but I'm saying the border where there are more illegals. There are more illegals in Texas. There's 2.1 million, they say. And it's only 100 something thousand in Minnesota. So you think that they will put the ICE agents where the high concentration of illegals is there? You know why they're not doing it? Because Texas is a red state and they don't want to upset and harass them. I really feel like they weren't sent there to to get the illegals. I feel like they were sent there to harass. I really do. Hey, Mrs. Star A. Good morning, everyone in the chat. I say hi. Hey, peeps. Black Power to everybody. Happy Saturday. I don't know why this Saturday just brings back memories when it's all cold. I just remember like in the winter and stuff. Well, almost every Saturday morning, but especially when it's cold, because you ain't about to go out and get breakfast. Watch a Saturday morning cartoon with a big bowl of cereal. Saturday mornings cartoons was like nostalgia was top tier. Man, I couldn't wait till the Saturday mornings cartoons come on NBC and ABC. I used to be flipping between the two. I used to watch my Spider-Mans and Friends, Super Friends. Uh what else came on? Oh, what's that? Speed Racer. The
You had to wait for
Smurfs.
Saturday to watch Speed Racer?
Yeah. We used to have to wait on Saturday to watch Speed Racer. The new one came out in the 80s, remember?
No, I don't.
Oh, Speed Racer came out again in the 80s. It was Speed
I watch
Racer.
Speed Racer every day at my
You
auntie house on 72nd and King Drive in the summertime at 3 o'clock. Channel
72nd.
44.
That was the old ones. That I know what you're talking about. But yeah, oh my god, you was definitely not that far from me. I'm from
We had the
80.
Mark 5, goddamn.
Yes, that's right. My fat.
But nah, I probably wouldn't watch the shit if I had to wait till Saturday to see that.
The Snorks. uh, the Snorks, the Smurfs. What else did I used to watch? My Chi Chi Q. I used to watch all these crazy cartoons that used to come on Saturday morning. And I ain't gonna even lie, the commercials was lit. That's what Schoolhouse Rock commercials came in. Come on. Remember Schoolhouse Rock? Schoolhouse Rock. It used to come on Saturday between the cartoons. Like, look, now kids, now that we got your attention, we're gonna teach you during the break.
Can y'all see the red, black, and green bars in the chat on the screen?
Yes. Red black.
Oh, okay.
That gave me that we was talking about that last. I was like, oh wow, she even old enough. Like my cousin is like 6 years younger than me. and we was talking about how TV used to cut off on MASH. After you see MASH, you knew it was time to go to bed because kids didn't watch it. It was boring. And the color blocks came on. Remember, TV used to shut. I tell my daughter that. She's like, TV didn't shut off. She's like, you sound old, Mom. How could TV shut off at night? I was like, it did. I was like, there was no programs at night, not even infomercials. It used to be color blocks. And they would play music sometime, or sometimes you get slower noise, and then you knew TV was coming back on because you get the national anthem and that picture. That what was that? The soldier sculpture of them, putting the flag up, and they played the national anthem, and then TV would come back on. She was like, "You sound crazy, Mom." I was like, "It's true."
You turned the TV on before it came on?
Yeah, I have, because I used
Yeah.
to wake up early. Like sometimes I wake up at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Knowing there wasn't nothing on TV, but you turned the TV on anyway?
Man, I'll turn on. We waiting for my stuff to come on. Because when I was little,
Staring at the snow?
not the stove, the color blocks of the music. It played music. Remember, they play symphony music sometimes. Or
that shit cost money. We ain't had no damn music.
So I wait to
the broadcast bars.
Yeah. I will wait till it come on. I'm like, okay, any minute now. I check. Sometimes I turn it off, but I turn it because like shortly when I wake up, I give myself where about 5 o'clock it'll come on. I used to watch I Spy would come on, and then the Muppets would come on. I know I ain't crazy because that was the stuff. The Muppets. I was waiting for the Muppets. Oh, they said this is your brain on drugs. I remember that commercial. Gruff the crime dog had a commercial. Yes, I used to watch Fraggle Rock. Down to Fraggle Rock. Down to Fraggle Rock.
Don't nobody watch Don Lemon no more?
Oh, forever Don Lemon. That was a distraction because more stuff is leaking out what Trump did in the Epstein's trial. We all know. It's leaking. They putting it out. And they say you can't believe everything in the Epstein trial. Now everybody can't believe stuff in the Epstein trial. Epstein case. All the stuff that's leaking out. We can't believe it. But we supposed to believe everything y'all was saying about the Democrats and stuff. Yeah, okay. And this is what happened when you get somebody from a nursing home to be president. Like, hey, you want to be president? Sure. You took your meds? Yeah, okay. You could be president. I used to watch the little We Are the Littles. I used to love watching the little. And that guy used to be looking and searching for him. Like they exist.
Okay. Don Lemon replaced Nicki Minaj for celebrity headlines yesterday. Is she ever gonna come back in the news for anything?
Who? Nikki?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she cool number one. They need her.
Oh.
She's a court jester in a circus. Or they court.
She's just gonna keep popping back up. She's gonna keep popping back up in the news. It don't have nothing to do with rap.
Yes. Well, for black people, like send Nikki in. You know, black people need a distraction. Nikki, go ahead and coon. Kanye West, go ahead and coon. So you're gonna run for president. They all distractions. They know what they're doing. But then they tell the Democrats like, oh yeah, that was crazy. Y'all had a rapper. They know that's what they think of you. I was like, the Republicans think the same thing.
So when I turn on C-SPAN, I want to watch the results of the Senate vote for the $1.2 trillion government spending bill.
Mhm.
I don't want to see a rapper.
Mhm.
How
When
do I
I turn,
avoid that?
I don't know. When I turn on C-SPAN, I want to see him. I want to see Trump resign.
Oh yeah.
You know what? This isn't for me.
When you start watching C-SPAN,
I already watched this, but you know what was crazy? You know what I used to watch, and people was like, "This isn't healthy." That lets you know old people raised me. I used to watch CNN news when it first came out. I used to watch 24-hour news. I used to run in the background during Desert Storm because I was so scared. I thought they was gonna bomb my country when I was little. I was like, "They're gonna bomb my country.
oh yeah,
They're gonna do something to us." And I used to watch it and keep it on in the background. And then
that's what they send me to boot camp to go fight that war right there.
I'm so glad you safe and made it back. And I was scared that they was gonna. I used to root for OJ during the OJ trial. I was a little older then. I was in high school when I found out he was acquitted. I came out of class and everybody was cheering. OJ got acquitted. I just remember that we was all celebrating. We messed up the hallway.
I was on 83rd and Wood, 8324 South Marshfield, actually.
hmm
You know what I said?
I kind of do. Is Wood West?
No, I said Wood, but that's the exact address. 8324 South Marshfield.
Oh,
Second floor
Marshfield.
in the back.
Mm. Why do I know that?
Cause shit, that's where all the motherfucking shit was popping at. South Third?
I'm from 79th, so you know everything popping where I'm at. I'm from Chatham. I'm from basically Wabash, right there by Expressway on east. That was my stopping. I did go west of it a little bit, like over there by Jules and Docks and the CTA. You know where all that is, right? Where that used to be on 79. That was in the 80s and
I
90s.
told you I used to live on fucking 79th and Perry. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you lived on 79th and Prairie?
Yeah, them yellow brick
And
apartments
you
right
was
there
across
across
the
from
street
churches.
from you was right there by my school I went to. I went to Ruggles.
Oh, okay.
Literally, because
That was
Ruggles was
95,
7.
96.
Oh, I
When
moved by
Jordan
there.
came back. When Jordan came back.
Oh yeah, I moved by there. By there, I was out here for a little while. I moved out here in '92, but that's 78th and Prairie. It's Ruggles.
Yeah.
So you was right down the street.
Yeah.
It's my school. I love Ruggles. I need to go visit now. It's a STEM school, and they remodeled it. It looks so nice and different. I used to think my school had money because when I came out here, I was like, this school look. I went to Prairie Hills, to finish my 8th grade because moved when I was in 7th, and we had all our assemblies in the gym, and I was like, this is so ghetto because Ruggles had an auditorium with a balcony. Our school was the ish. You couldn't tell me anything.
Oh boy, I don't want to send a text message. Is Dr. Lamb in the chat?
Doctor Who?
Did
Doctor.
you got power? Who
Mm,
else
she
in
was.
South Carolina? Uh I know we hadn't been live. I was trying to see if we can get all North Carolina people in the chat. Corey, Ebony, Will,
Mark safe. If you're in the
KT,
Carolinas, let us know you're safe.
KT, Goat. Let's see.
Go Taz live in Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know they live in Carolina now. I thought they were in Vegas.
No, I said
Mhm.
KP, not Taz.
Oh, I thought you said goat. Okay.
Yeah, that dude got gold on his name before Taz. But
Mhm. But I know Taz used to live here at one point. I think Nyla from here. I said my suburbs. Skinny said my suburbs is going decline is going to hell. It do seem that way. It do. Somebody put on YouTube young white ends with hazel grass on YouTube, and they was clowning. And I was like, oh, they not in my part, but still, because I'm in part of Waterme, and they in like Highland, and they was clowning, and they was trying to gang bang and stuff, and they was just standing there just saying stuff. They wasn't doing anything, but it's just the fact that why are you out here in the suburbs? You clearly have enough money to at least be middle class or working class. You're not poor. You're not hurting like that. And they looked all nice, like some young kids. I'm looking. They got Jordans and decent clothes. I'm not saying that mean anything, but you don't look like you're in tattered rags or anything. So why are you gang banging in Hazelcrest of all places?
I want to see what adults do. Can't name one thing that kids and young people do that they have not seen a grown adult person do or say.
Name something that kids don't do that grown people don't do.
Yeah.
Pay bills.
Mm-mm. I'm talking about behavior. But that's an answer. And the reason why they don't pay bills, they don't have no goddamn fucking bills in their name. So, duh.
You'd be surprised. You spare for these things.
How you gonna tell me I'd be surprised? I was fucking 16 years old with the goddamn phone and gas bill in my goddamn name. Shit. What you talking about?
I've never done
I
that.
seen motherfucking 7-year-old babies with uh, finger hut accounts.
I
Ah, I forgot about that. Huh? You thought I was gonna say some Amazon or something.
I used to love Figure Hut.
Huh.
I ain't gonna lie, the hoodest thing I did like that is like when my grandma passed, I was like living in her house, right? It was a what you call it? What do you call it when people get older and the government take over? Uh it was in one of those, the government take over. As soon as they die, the government notified, the mortgage company that this person died or whatever. But anyway, the utilities was all in her name, right? So I just kept it in her name. So like when we had to move, I just like, okay. She deceased, so I just let her cut everything off. But it saved money though, so I can move. That was the hoodest thing I did when my grandma had passed. I kept it on like for 3 years. We was in there because we was trying to get our house, but it was the time period that kept us from buying us the house. What happened was she died 2010. That's during a housing market crisis. And what happened was they wouldn't give me the loan to pay out what was owed. You know, it was like the house was like, I think that it was like 200,000 or something like that, and the house wasn't worth that during that time. And they was like, nope, you can't get a loan for that. The house is like worth 180 or something like that. So they wouldn't give me the loan for it. It was too short of a notice for me to come up with like $20,000-$30,000 to pay the difference.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and then they do that intentionally so the government can pay the mortgage off. So when a person dies, the government pays it off or whatever. That pissed
Yeah.
me off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. In fact, we had service merchandise.
That was another one. You know what I miss? And I seen like a few years ago, I seen one still left in 2020. Remember those newspaper stands that they used to make shift? They used to make, they just go ahead and make their own newspaper stands on the corner. They
I'm
be
still waiting.
homemade. Huh?
I'm waiting on you to give me the name of the newspaper.
No, not the newspaper. It's a homemade newspaper stand. There used to be one on 79th Street on the corner of 79th and Prairie, actually. But they had tore it
Gas
down.
station?
Huh?
At the gas station?
No, what the gas station was a newspaper stand. You don't remember when they used to make their own homemade news station pen? They used to make
Oh,
homemade.
like a small security guard shack?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw one in 2019. It was over there. It was. I know it's near Hosted, like 112, somewhere over the hundreds over there. Because I used to take this girl home from work. And I was like, damn, that's an old newspaper stand they never tore down. I miss those. I remember we used to go and get newspapers and candy because I used to get the newspaper and read the comics. And I thought he'd sell candy and stuff from there. And he wouldn't sell a lot. He'd just sell gum, candy bars. That's it. Oh, that's a figure. Remember the cassette things used to have? Now, I did that on my own and got in trouble. Remember you buy the CD or cassette you want for 1 cent,
Mm-hmm.
and then they started charging you the real price for the rest of them because you got to buy 24 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, you can buy those for 1 cent, but you still got to buy these for 24." I'm like, "Damn." You know you're a fat mother effer when you can't wait for Portillo's open up. I was waiting for Portillo's to open up. Now it's open. My daughter wants a Portillo's. You already know. I wondered that when you go ahead and drive your truck and do your route, What's your favorite way to travel? East, west, north, south?
West.
West. Are you like west?
Hmm?
I said, oh, you like traveling west?
Yeah.
Why you like traveling west better?
Cause it ain't crowded.
Oh, so crowded. Makes
Yeah.
sense. I know Chicago crowded.
There's too many cars on the East Coast, east of the Mississippi River.
Hmm. As far as driving wise, the furthest I drove west is when I drove to Omaha, Nebraska. I took 80 straight through. Now that's the furthest west I've drove, but I've been west, southwest. I've been Texas. I flew.
Oh yeah.
I've never been to California or anywhere on the west coast, on the actual coast. No, I want to go though. I keep saying I want to see Cali and I want to see Seattle, but I haven't went yet. Now, of course, I drove east before. Well, I didn't drive it. I rode east. I was a kid. We went drove from Chicago to New York. I was a kid. The furthest I drove going east myself when was driving. I was new to driving. And I also went south. That was Georgia. I drove to Georgia before. Me and my grandma. I was second to her. She's like, yep, now you know how to drive. She's like, now you highway driving. I was like, yeah. I felt like I was doing it.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. I felt like I arrived to driving. I was like, yeah, I'm the stuff now. I can drive on the highway and go state to state. Yes, I ordered from Spiegel. Spiegel was the stuff. I used to order their clothes. Yeah, I still owe Clement. You want to know something I still owe? I owe them. They went out of business. Video Village. I owe them like
Man, that
oh,
cracked you the fuck up, didn't it? God damn.
yeah. I guess the shit's still in the
Messed up, man.
mail. And they went out of business before I could.
So the motherfuckers is gonna give me goddamn money. You ain't had no plan.
I owed them like $148. I couldn't turn it in because I was pregnant when I took the video. I needed something to watch while I was at home. I was like, okay. I was setting up the baby, the nursery. And so the TV didn't have cable. So I had a DVD player. I actually have the father of my child's Xbox or yeah, whatever it is. And I to play videos, DVDs or whatever. So I went and rented some stuff, and then I ended up going into labor. And at least I induced. Actually, I didn't go into labor. Induced, and I had came back with C-section. I just did not feel like taking the DVD back. And when I finally did, I took it back. And it was like, yeah, that would be $148. I was like, what? I was like, F that.
She got ready to ring you up.
Huh?
She was getting ready to ring you up.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, oh, I'll try to pay him off. I was like, yeah. Like, I won't be back. And they're like, yeah, you won't be back. We went out of business. Because the niggas like you. I felt so bad. I was really gonna pay him, but they actually went out of business by me because I couldn't pay him back. I had just had a baby. I wasn't working. I was like, I'm still on maternity leave.
Tell y'all heard it here first. Once Lena get your product and she got a balance, don't file for bankruptcy. Wait till she come back, then file. Nuts.
Okay, yes. Let me pay you back. I ain't put it on my credit or whatever. I was like, fuck it. We out of business. I ain't gonna ever get that money back. Uh, I'll be right back. We about to order some Patillos. Everybody wait for some Patillos this morning. That's bad hot dogs. These kids ain't like how we used to be. My daughter has never ate cold cereal. I think she's eaten like twice in her whole life because she was at a sleepover. She wanted it because the other kids. Since then, she's like, nah, I don't like cereal. And I think it was my fault because when she was a baby, she was so used to her food being warm, and she wouldn't eat cold cereal. Like I would have to come home and make real food for her every morning when I get off of work. I have to shower, hurry up, make some like eggs, some sausage, toast, bacon, and stuff like that, or some oatmeal, and cut up the fruit and stuff, and feed her. And I'm like, dude, can't you just eat some cereal during the week or a muffin? You don't want some food. It took her like 2, 3 years before she started eating at least like a muffin, a banana or something. Oh, we gotta let y'all go. This next shift, I gotta order some hot dogs.
My bad. Finally got up to how many degrees for last day of January? Well, that's a massive heat wave. For me, you talking about the weather, the cold weather ice is killing people. Yeah, boy, there wasn't nobody out here a minute ago. What's the other news story? And about talking about Iran, Russia, Gaza, Israel, China. Right? Gaza. Damn. How you think they had access to so many goddamn records? Oh, yeah. Motherfucker. My bad, y'all. Gotta be aware of my surroundings. I'm gonna come stand next to me pretending you fucking with your phone. Get out of here. What's up? What's up, Ty?
Hey, man.
What's up? Columbia Records, that's Lisa and Cult Jam. Do y'all know that label? Columbia Records. They had a whole bunch of acts. Go ahead, Wale. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had muted the mic when it sounded like you had something to do, so I just muted my mic.
Oh, go ahead. You up here now?
Oh yeah, I was up here a minute. Yeah, it's cool. I had, you know what I was just reminded of, that I had to learn patience. So that's what I'm exercising, patience. That's the translation of my oldest daughter's name, the owner of patience. And from that moment, I started practicing patience. So yeah, I'm not in a hurry, man. I just came up to you something about China and Iran and all them places, and I had thoughts about them. So I said, they're doing a soliloquy. It's easy to, it's not an argument and stuff like that, because, I don't want to get into contentious mood. I'd rather just we could be different, but we don't have to. We don't have to fight because we different. You know what I mean? Different perspective or whatever.
So the only reason you clicked the link because I said the word China.
Oh no, you said actually the word you said was Iran when I heard it, and then you
Iran, okay, Persia, Iran.
the first thing I heard talk
Yeah.
about Iran, then you said China, and I said, hey, I got to thought about all that stuff. You said a third place too. I forget what the third place. Maybe I stopped listening because I had to negotiate the mechanics of coming online, so I stopped listening to the third place. By the third place, to direct my attention somewhere else. But yeah, man, that's a beautiful thing that you have those kind of discussions. That had kind of topics.
No, I can't take credit for the title. Q made this title yesterday.
The title of that. Oh no, I was talking about the topic about Iran and China. I wasn't talking about Don Lemon and talking about that topic.
Yeah. Okay. But they used to go together. That name used to report news like Iran. But Iran is in the middle of falling right now. War talks. Miss Camille. Don't never come up too much.
Hello, neighbor.
Good morning. I came up because I actually wanted to say hey to Wale. I haven't actually said anything to you, and I wanted to actually say hi to you after you came back on the channel after the hurricane. So I hope everything is doing well with you, Wale.
Oh yes, and that's for real. Everything
And good
is
morning,
going well.
Devastating.
Thank you for coming on and stuff.
Of course.
I
interrupted your thing, so I don't even know what I came in on, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, we look to the North Carolina route. You got Corey in the house. North Carolina is under a blizzard watch. The entire state, including South Carolina.
Nothing to apologize.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying I appreciate her sentiment and thank you very much. I like the flower too.
Me too. It's not my favorite flower, but I like that flower. Some kind of clip art online. So thanks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I took a photograph
the camellia
of a
flower.
What state are you living in? Are you living in the States?
I'm in the States. Yeah, I'm in the South. I give very few information about me. It's just like, but yeah, I'm in the South. It snowed here, and it is a snow day. So I'm upset that I can't get my nails done because I didn't get it done last week because of the snow. But yeah, it's snowing here. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, that was snow and ice. This time it's just straight snow, and it feels like a cozy snow day for real this time.
All right. The straight snow is better.
Yes, it's just fluffy, and hopefully it'll disappear when the sun comes back out. You can just blow that off.
It's not as dangerous, all that stuff.
Yeah, the ice is crazy.
That's beautiful. You sound good. The first time I recall hearing your voice, you sound good.
I spoke to you, I don't know. I've really come up. I like to come up when when it's slow. I usually like to come up after the recorded time. But this time I figured everyone was doing other things and it wasn't going to be there wasn't going to be too many people here. So I was like, let me come up. And I saw you up here and I wanted to actually speak to you. That's primarily why I came up here also.
Oh, it's beautiful.
How was Jamaica after the storm for you?
I think people are more bonded. That's how I see it, right? I mean, in a thought, as soon as you asked, that's what came to my mind. People feel
it's interesting that you say bonded. You mean just community and just looking out for each other? That's just really it, just because of a coming together to help each other out after a storm, after a disaster? Is that really it?
That, and they on a natural day, I mean, if they're not bothered with a lot of problems, like bills and stuff like that, people are usually very cool with one another. But I am definitely talking about the camaraderie of helping each other out, and of respecting each other's losses and stuff like that. Uh, I see more of that, and it seemed to be tighter. Yeah, I see that among the people. Like we've been through something, and that bonded the people to have went through something, all to have went through the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
Like you
It's
survive an airplane crash, you're gonna feel kind of bond with all the other survivors.
I get what you say. I get what you're saying. Yeah, no. I have family in Jamaica, so I know about the whole. I know how everything is when I talk to them after the hurricane. So I get what you're saying.
Beautiful, beautiful. What part of the island they at?
That's another thing I hate saying. From the North Coast.
That's on the North
North
Coast. So
St. Anne, St. Mary, that area, St. Anne, St. Mary's area, the North Coast.
oh yeah,
So
that's nice.
Jamaica's a small island. If they know who one person is, then they know your whole entire family. They know what district, what parish your family come from. So you know how tiny that island is.
You're right about that. You are so correct.
I could never say who any of my family is and it's not because they're anyone notable, but it's just such a small island.
That's right. Hey, you're correct about that. Out of 100 people, somebody gonna know them.
Absolutely. When I went down there when I used to visit a lot more often, from where my family's from, I would just be walking in town and they would recognize me. I don't even know any of these people, but because my face is my mother and my father's face, they're just gonna say, "Hey, so and so daughter," and I'm just like, "Who is that?" And they said, "Tell your father I said hi." And I would talk to my father and I said, "So and so said hi." I said, "I've never seen that person a day in their life." He's like, "It's okay, they know me. That's all that matters." And I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
You just walk down there, they're going to know you. You're just walking down there, you don't know who is watching you, who sees you. That's why you're always on your best behavior and you're walking on the streets in Jamaica, even at my big age. Because someone's going to know you and report back to your family what you did, that they saw you, something.
That's so beautiful. I think that's beautiful. Like when I was a youth, no matter who saw us when we were children, if we were doing something, any adult could chastise us. Any adult. And then when we got home, our parents already knew about the chastisement because they didn't phone forward or something, let them know, yeah, your children were down here, la-di-da. So I like it when it's a community thing, watching out for each other and making sure each other, stay in a certain social acceptance.
Yeah, it's true. It's definitely true. I remember I tell people, I said, from where my family is from, there are two, of course, where my mother's from, where my father's from, two different places. One is country, one is more town. And I tell them, if you go to either of those places, if you leave a rock on a post and you come back 20 years later, that rock will be on that same post. And I always joke about that's just how it is when you go to certain places like that.
That is so beautiful. So you've been in the country and the city?
Not Kingston. Closest I've been to Kingston was
Not, I forgot that's what people call the city. No, I didn't mean that. I mean like even Montego Bay, whatever them other places, Savlamar. I guess they still those are towns, right? But I see them as cities because they have a
more concentrated population. Mm-hmm.
No, it got nothing to do with population, as far as I know.
Well, to me, it does. What do you mean? Sorry.
A city must have a cathedral.
Okay.
That's how cities are known, by having. I have never been to a city that didn't have one, a cathedral, a Catholic church, because that's what they're talking about when they city. City is from the sea. That's what they call the Catholic Church, the sea. I don't know if you know about that, all that kind of stuff. but that's what the Catholic Church is called the sea. That's why they do a lot of mercantile laws, mercantile, what they call it. The laws, a lot of the laws they use are laws of the sea, you know, because that's what they deal with, the sea. They even told people that, you know, the Catholic Church wrote that thing about something about discovery. If you find it, you can take it, and they ain't Christians, take their stuff, enslave them, and all that. You heard of that before?
No.
You never heard of the doctrine of discovery? That's what it's referred to
Oh,
sometimes.
okay.
It's also referred to as it's got another name too, but people mostly just
Finders,
refer.
keepers, losers, weepers. That's what it's referred to as well. I'm joking. I'm joking.
They wrote it's a whole paper, and they read it around the earth. As they still reading it today. They say if you're not Christian, they got a right to take your stuff. That's what Trump is on. He's on that. He's on that same doctrine. You ain't Christian, I'll take your stuff. He said he's gonna take their stuff. They communists, we taking their stuff. They Muslims, we taking their stuff. We got the might wins. But you know, I can go through their history like, I mean, but not like they purport it, but like I see it. They went through a historical thing with might. You know, that's who Zeus is, might, the god of might. You know about Zeus?
Yes.
You know, you know about Jesus?
Yes. The prophet, the
No,
Christian, or
yeah, Jesus.
Hades. Okay. Okay. Jesus,
No,
not Hades. Yes.
you were saying the right one,
Okay.
the so redeemer of the Hebrew people type of attitude. They were looking for a Messiah. That's what his word called, Messiah, right? That's
Yeah.
Jesus. And they follow in their line. As you follow their line, they go from Zeus to Jesus, because they weren't really Hebrews. You know, Donald Trump did. They're Gentiles, but they believe in the Redeemer. So the Redeemer, you know, Christianity is an adoptive religion. Anybody can be adopted. They adopt Chinese, anybody, little cross-eyed people, anybody can just believe they're a Christian, go to church, and they will adopt them. You know what I mean? Yeah, now you're a Christian, because that's an adoptive religion, a way of life. So all you got to do is believe. You ain't really got to be you. All you got to do is believe. So with a lot of the other ones, you come through your lineage. You know, your lineage bring you in. So I'm just saying, at that point, now that we know who they are Gentiles. They were working with the concept of Zeus, and now they made the concept of Jesus, as they call him in English, to try to throw you off, but it's still Jesus, the son of Zeus. That's what Jesus means, son of Zeus. And so the son of the might, you know the story of Zeus and how his father tried to kill him and all that stuff like that. It's similar to.
I want to hear this. I want to hear the story from your point of view. What's the story?
Jesus, his father, you know about Zeus and his father trying to kill him and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he had his father killed his father. His father killed his father. Zeus's grandfather. He killed his own father. So he said, shoot, I know what a son would do. So every time his wife had a son, he would eat it. Like that, you know. They were like that. Anyway, so one time she had a son, his wife, and he asked for the baby so he could eat it, and she gave him something other than the baby. He ate it down because he just threw it down his throat. And she hid the baby till the baby grew up, and the baby came and killed him, of course, because that's how they do. The same thing about the Adam and Eve thing. If you look at it, it's very in the same line. What now? This time we ain't talking about Zeus and his father. We're talking about his brother, Jesus. One of them boys killed the other one right out of the chute. That was the first babies they had. You know what I mean? Are you following me? In their creation story. In their creation story, there was Adam and Eve, created Adam and Eve. So it was nobody else in that garden. It was other people, but they weren't in that garden. You recognize that too, right? I mean, because when we were little children, We thought they were talking about the whole world. They were just talking about that garden, just like they say, the Garden of Eden. They weren't talking about the whole world because they kicked them when they evicted Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve went out amongst the people who were already there. So they didn't invent all the people, just Adam and Eve. So the thing is, but on their first shot, their first generation, Adam and Eve being the first ones, you know, the Genesis, their first regeneration, you know how you have a baby, your baby looks like you and all that kind of stuff. You're talented, your baby is talented. You know what I mean? It follows through generation, yes? Okay, so now Adam had him and this Eve, I guess, had children, and the first thing they do is kill each other. So what I'm saying is it's a continuation of the Zeus story. They eat their own children. They eat each other. It's not personal. That's just how they flow. It's their story. It's, you know what I mean? It's what they do. We're not involved in that until they started spreading out and eating other people. Well, it's not they eating us and they eat whoever, you know. They came out among the people now. And they're spreading that story. Yeah. Beautiful.
Sorry about that. I'm assuming you're referring to all of this eating of the children and the people as in a metaphorical way, correct?
In a sense, yeah, because I'm talking about their generations. I'm not talking about just one person. I'm talking, and everything starts with one person. I mean, you did have a great grandfather, didn't you?
I assume I did. Yeah, I hope I did.
You probably had 4 of them, but you at least had one.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. And so I'm going on to say that's called lineage. You're following a line of how they go. And that's what they're doing. They're following their lineage. It's not just one person. It's their lineage, how they line and how it go.
Yeah, it's I understand the progression of your story. I don't understand the connection between Zeus and Jesus. I understand the different religions just following the other religion as far as a blueprint and just inserting their version of whoever the Father, the Son, or whoever is based on that specific region. So I get that aspect of it, but I don't really get the straight line from Zeus to Jesus. And I guess I'm not a Bible person like that, or a theologist. I don't study religion like that to actually get it. So
I could dig it. Well, I had to study world religion in order to know my own religion as far as religion goes. So I know a lot of different religions as a result. And then I was able to compile it. Had you known the name Jesus as a baby, it would be more connected to you. You would be able to connect it better. Had you, since you were a child, you've been using the word Jesus. And of course, you see no connection, right?
No,
that means
the connection to Zeus is what I don't see. It's always interesting to hear different religions' story. So it's always interesting, and I respect all religions to a certain point, but it's folklore-ish. And so that's the part of it that I like, is the folklore appeal of religion.
Oh, I love folklore. So we on tap with that. That was the first thing I learned to read was folklore. I read a lot of folklore when I was a child.
Folklore is allegory, all of that.
It's all kind of stuff. It's a story. Folklore, I took it as, like you said, I guess allegory is the word. I'm not sure.
Lesson in the story, yep. There's always a lesson to be taught.
Because we used to read what's called Aesop's Fables. Are you familiar with Aesop?
Aesop's Fable, Anansi's Story, love all of those.
Yeah, so that's what I grew up in. Before even I knew Anansi, I knew Aesop, because my grandmother was deep in the Aesop's
My people are from the island, so I knew Anansi before I knew Aesop. You
Wale,
got to keep that African
that's your
connection.
link.
The African connection. That's why that's always going to be there, because those are African folklores more than anything else.
That's your link. You put up an hour ago, Wale, to his channel. Let's see.
Say that again.
The link in the chat is your fail video.
A video I just put up.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. That's beautiful. Yeah, yeah. You say fail video, and I took me a minute to catch. You were just using one word.
Yeah.
Okay. That's beautiful, man. Thank you. That is lovely. I have to remind myself to turn the volume up, though. I keep forgetting the volume be low. I have to make a special effort to keep the volume higher. But thank you. I appreciate that. The idea, what I was saying about the Jesus, is that had you learned that as a terminology as a child, you would have a different understanding of even Jesus as a story. By just changing that one word, I mean, now maybe you don't see that, but by following the word Jesus, it would have come out by now, because, aren't you over 30?
Way over 30.
Yeah, well, you would have.
Well, y'all heard that, right?
I'm way over 30. I'm midlife. I'm past midlife. No, it's always interesting when people come up here and they're 35 years old and they call themselves young. I'm like, you're younger, but you're that's midlife. But yeah, I'm over 30.
Yeah, I'm just saying my experience has shown me that almost everyone over the age of 30, 33 years old has already encountered the things that I be saying, but they're not fitting into the program that has been in our people have been indoctrinated into. But they have encountered it, and then they transfer it or they translate it, the encounter, based up on the cultural indoctrination that they have been given, instead of translating it directly through their own system. People have a tendency to translate through someone else's, through a taught system. That's why I was saying earlier, I tried to anyway, we were not, when I was going to school, I went to a fully colored institution. Everybody was colored. We didn't have no white people even live in our neighborhood, much less taught at our school. That was an abomination. Teaching our children, you done lost your mind. That's how people was. I mean, you go to, once we teach them and get them graduated from like high school or something, then they can go to college, because now they have a basis for themselves to interact with the rest of the world. But 3 and 4 and 5, 7, 18-year-old children going to a crack. I mean, excuse me, I don't like to be rude, but that's how I see it. Going to a cracker to learn is just stupid, because they can't teach the child's lineage. Like, for instance, my lineage taught me how to read before I even went to what they call it, kindergarten. They thought I had already learned how to read. It's nothing but phonics. It's 26 letters. You can learn that in a few months. You don't take no years. You understand? But we were teaching through our own system, not through the curriculum they tell people to teach through now. And then they also taught us something in school when I went to like regular school after kindergarten, I think it is. They taught us, and the teachers would say it often, they don't care if you know what they're telling you about this history, that history, this and that. They want you to learn how to think. That's what a teacher is there for, to teach you how to think. You can learn from anything. You can learn from a cat, a dog, a tree, the wind. You can, when a person know how to think, they can learn from anything. Don't need no one person. I'm like, oh, that's my teacher. A teacher teaches you how to think. and then you can move forward on your own through life. But if you just memorizing data, that to me that's stupid. But that's what most of our people do. I'm educated because I didn't memorize a whole lot of data, but they can't think. And so I'm just saying, the idea though at that time was to teach children to think, not just can you pass the test, memorize all this stuff, and at the end of the day we're gonna give you a test. That's just stupid. That's indoctrination. Everybody knows that to be indoctrination, not teaching.
No, everybody don't know why.
Oh, okay.
That's a live shot. North Carolina, same exact temperature as me in Illinois, same temperature. They have more snow than me down there in North Carolina. So we're gonna be taking a look at a couple North Carolina snow cams. You can go ahead. What's up, Aaron?
I just was talking with Camille. Oh, Camille, I got a picture of a flower I'd like for you to see.
Sure.
It's a flower called the morning glory. You know morning glory?
I've heard of it, but I can't picture what it looks like.
Oh, they're different kinds, but the one I took the photograph of is blue. It's a blue morning glory.
Are you going to show it now?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go and see if I have it available. I'll be back.
Wale.
Yeah, you gotta be ready, Wale. You can't be fucking rattling off shit and come out, oh, I ain't got it. And I don't agree with that patience theory. Yeah, maybe if you younger, in your early 20s and early 30s, yeah, you got time. I don't know. You got that much time? I ain't got that much time. I just told you, my patience way shorter than it was when I was in my damn 20s and 30s. I used to be able to put up with a lot of bullshit, but now I go all the way around the back.
I'm trying to think if I was more patient then, or I'm more patient now than I was then.
Now?
Yeah. Now I don't suffer the fool because now I guess now I do suffer the fool. So it's the opposite. Back then, it would be immediate. I don't call people dumb, don't call people idiots in real life to their face, but it's an immediate dismissal. And I would curse people out immediately for anything. Now, I will walk away from the situation. So I am more patient now. And I'm slower to tell them to their face that they're an idiot. I'll just sit there and look at them and just wait for them to just spew foolishness and nonsense. So I'm more patient now with people. I'm more patient now in general. Back then, I would just be very dismissive and just walk away.
Oh,
you got it?
Oh, I thought y'all were looking at it.
No, do you share your screen? Oh.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna.
Is that you or Deb?
I found 3 of the photographs I have of that particular.
I know I was being funny.
Type of flower.
I think this is,
and people really can't tell my humor. I think people really can't tell. I guess I am very sarcastic, but
okay.
This is
where did it go?
Is that Hampton Beach, North Carolina? Hamilton.
Where is that?
Something Beach, North Carolina. I'm trying to read that. It's a long life. You're on the east side.
Where are you looking? Oh, it's on your. Is it on a separate screen where you're trying to see the name of the location?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's been in different towns. Let's see. What time is
I
it?
don't know, Wrightsville Beach, Carolina Beach. I don't know.
Can you see the water tower up at the top left? You on
Oh,
your
that's what
phone?
you're looking.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
mean, I'm looking
gosh.
there too. I see it there
Devastating
too,
for
but
you. Who is going to see that? Oh, absolutely not. I'm not even going to attempt
no. He
to
got
try to
a
make that out.
no. He got a page. He got a page. He got a page with a location, but it's different.
Yeah,
It's different towns. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to
yeah,
write down. Yeah, if he in a town and he's driving, he ain't gonna be able to put it in the system.
yeah. I see the water. I see the little waves on the building, so I guess that indicates that it's a beach town,
Yeah,
a shop.
look how bad that traffic light swings back and forth. Yeah, normally on Saturdays that would be packed because that's the mall.
Can he slow down? Oh my gosh. Reverse
Yeah,
and see what
he
that
hauling
sign
that.
said.
Yeah.
That can't be a beach town. Well, obviously it is, the palm trees and so forth. Is that South Carolina with those palmetto palms?
I do.
I, I thought it was North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know, South
they
Carolina's a
don't have those
palmetto
over there.
state.
Okay. There it is.
It's going to bring us back to reality. Yes,
Hey,
yeah.
say back to reality. I like a good snowstorm.
Not on the beach, though, Wale.
That's a morning glory.
I can't see it yet. Oh yeah, I've
Okay.
seen those.
I had a
What's the
different one, but
significance of those? What's so special about them?
Hmm?
It's a nice
only
Photoshop.
that the inside lights up like that. It's like a little flashlight, and I have other shots of it from different angles, and you can see. I'm not really good at this yet, as far as putting on, because I had got them all on some screen, but it required that I pick them out one at a time.
No, but
Maybe
that's actually a good shot if you took it yourself.
of course. The oh, they are morning glories. You know, they are like LSD almost.
I figured there was going to be some sort of medicinal something else to them other than that. That's kind of where I was hinting, but didn't want to assume.
They have a name. I don't know if people use them, but the name. But they have a name, and they they're hallucinogenic. The seeds. Morning glory. It's a vine. It grows on a vine, and it usually lasts for like 2 or 3 hours a day, because it, like, if you get out there just before sunrise, that's when it opens, and by the time the sun hits it for a few minutes, it'll either close or it'll die. It don't last. That's why they call them morning glories. They only come up in the mornings.
Okay. Do you know the name of
There's
the
a
flowers that when you touch them they close up? I don't know if it's flower or plant, but as
oh,
soon as
that's
you touch
mimosa.
it, what is it?
That's mimosa. They
Oh,
got
okay.
different names. There are different names for it, but the official, like, the botanical name is mimosa. A sensitive plant. It got a matter of fact. I'm gonna just Google mimosa and show you. So you touch it and all the little leaves will fold up like it's. Some people call it prayer plant.
That's what I heard.
You know,
That's the name I've heard.
yeah, it's got different names, but Mimosa the plant. Here it is. There it is. Okay, I have to redo this whole thing for you. We'll look at Wikipedia. They have a couple of photographs. And there's the big photograph. Oh, she got stuff in it. Anyway, how do you do this again? I'm going to share it on the front. I have to get rid of the one that's up here first. And then bring up the next something. Okay. Share screen. Okay. There it is. This is getting better every time. I'm getting quicker at it. You see it? Anybody?
Not yet.
How about now?
Yes. Yeah. Is that yeah, that's the one that folds up. Yes.
All those little leaves will fold up onto each other toward the center simply by touching it. And its name is hold on a minute, I'll show you. Because I'm in Wikipedia looking at it. Yeah, Mimosa tenuiflora. Mimosa. That's the actual name. Some people, like I say, call it sensitive plant, all kind of names they get. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong, huh? It's even psychedelic. It jumped out on me. It's got DMT in it. I didn't see that regular. I'm trying to make sure this is the one you're talking about, and I don't see nothing that says it is yet.
I think that's the one. I usually see them in a blanket spread across, well, not across, but it's usually in a blanket in some sort of flower bed.
Yeah, yeah. But usually I find a thing that would say when you touch, mention the fact that that it moves to the touch.
Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see nothing that confirms it. I was just looking for confirmation, I could be mistaken.
Yeah, it's usually blanketed across flower beds. But it's interesting that most of the plants have some sort of, well, not most, but the ones that you mentioned or that I looked up have some sort of psychedelic, I don't know, what is it, ingredient component to it.
Okay. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that.
But Deb, I do want to talk to the title of the video with the not the Nicki Minaj stuff, that's pure foolery, but with the Don Lemon name in the title. And I think the other person's name was Georgia Fort.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Georgia Fort before. But I think it's interesting when I read people's comments and hear people's comments where they make it seem like it's justifiable that the journalists were arrested. And it's interesting that people don't see that, as not everyone, obviously, but the people who are commenting and saying that, you know what, they shouldn't have been there. And it's weird that people are using the phrase that they stormed the church. It's interesting that that's the sentiment of some of the people who are making comments online, because those people would think that the people who stormed the Capitol, they would call that peaceful protest. But it's interesting that they would put that label on actual journalists, but they would not say the same thing about the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
So they got videotape of Don saying, "I'm not with them."
But he's a journalist. So he would be, it's almost like any journalist who would be there in a battleground country. If there was war, there would be journalists right there in the middle of the war. If there's a protest in any city, in any country, you would expect to find a journalist in the middle of the chaos. They're not there with the protesters, regardless of whether or not they agree with the mission of the protesters. They're not there with the protesters. There's still a separation. He's a journalist. If he was there in Charlottesville, he would just be reporting on what he was seeing. So it's interesting that that some people are not separating the two journalists from the other people. I think they said there was about, I don't know, 20 to 40 people whose purpose in going to the church was to protest. I don't know if they stormed the church or not. I guess they made it in the church. I don't know if they consider that storming if you open the door and walk in. I guess that's considered storming the church. If you just walk in, I don't know if they ran in. I don't know if they rammed the door of the church, but it's interesting that they're placing Don Lemon and Georgia Ford in the same category as the protesters.
What's the president? Where have we seen that before?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that people, and then the other part. Go ahead, Wale.
Oh no, I was saying I agree. They're trying to accuse them of being protesters and not journalists.
And then I hear people who say that I guess they're constitutionalists. They believe in the Constitution wholeheartedly, that the Constitution is going to protect Americans from every wrongdoing of any politician or anyone in power. I wonder what the constitutionalists are saying now about the Constitution, when almost all of the Constitution, all of your constitutional rights are being violated now. So whoever's in office doesn't care about the Constitution. So I don't really know how the Constitution is holding up.
Okay, I just found the mimosa that you and I were talking about. I put it up there for the share screen, and I'm sure once you see it, you'll recognize this is the one. But okay. This is, yeah, that's sensitive plant right there, and it confirms it on Wikipedia where they be talking about stuff. It says right there, it's still mimosa, but it's called sensitive plant. That's the one that curls.
Yeah, you see, they kind of look the same. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, they both mimosa, but this is the one, the mimosa, because some mimosa don't move. This one here moves. The one with the flower, with the pink flower. That's the one they call touch me not, humble plant, sleepy plant, shame a lady. You know shame a lady, right?
Well, I'm looking at the title on the screen.
Yeah, because it'll close up. It's called shy plant. The other one we were looking at was it was a mimosa, but you saw it had similar type leaves and stuff. Mm-hmm. as far as that, but it don't have all the same characteristics. It's like the difference between sweet sop and mountain sop and sour sop. They all sops, but they all look different. You know what I mean? And they have different, to some degree, qualities. But they're
Yeah,
all
and
sops. Mhm.
this one looks more like it because when I said that it grows in a blanket across the ground, and this one looks like it's more like what I would be talking about. So yeah, I see the difference.
This one don't get over a foot high. That other one does. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Okay, so this is the
I had to,
species. Yeah. Okay.
I had to go look at my book to see what the second name, because I know mimosa. I said, that's mimosa. Why they ain't say sensitive plant? So I went and looked at my book to find out the second word is mimosa pudica. I have to remember both words, I guess. I just normally remember mimosa. And you know, a drink is called mimosa as well. There's a drink that people drink called mimosa, right? You've heard of that drink, mimosa?
Yes, well, I have.
Oh, I was checking, maybe, because oh, you don't want to admit that you imbibe.
Oh, that I know about alcoholic stuff.
This
Not
is
on the
this is
internet. Anything I say can and will be used against me.
okay. But you have to. I don't know if they call me on WhatsApp. Anyway, the idea is that mimosa was used in the drink. This mimosa was used. The herb, the herb was used in the drink because you see they are psychedelic to some degree. Yes, you mentioned that yourself.
Wale.
Hello.
Wale. That's weird. This is where you lose me. You don't know that you lose me, but this is where you lose me. The connections that you make to things simply because there's some commonality of the spelling, the sound of the name to something else. That's where you lose me. I can't draw a connection to everything just because there's a common something, spelling, name, sound.
I get
I'm
you.
not saying that there's not the origin may not be correct. It's probably I don't know the origin of the mimosa plant to the mimosa drink.
Right.
How is it connected?
Huh?
How is it connected?
Oh, okay. Mimosa, as you know, is not an English word. It's from the
Okay.
island. It's a word from the islands. The tree itself is not a what do you call it? A Western tree. It's from the islands. Just like cocaine. You can say, oh, well, how you know that comes from the coca plant? Yeah. Come on, I ain't got to go, do we?
Yeah.
Okay, cocaine comes from the plant
Not
called
that. No. I'm talking about, to go through the connection between mimosa plant and how this led up to the drink being called mimosa.
and I'm saying, oh, there's another drink too. Damn, what is that one? I'm gonna think of it too. Got a name like that, and it's from the plant. I'm gonna think of the name of it. I can't. Right now, I'm not thinking well, so it'll come to me though, as far as remembering the name of the plant. Because you do have some interesting questions. That's beautiful. I appreciate your questions. I appreciate your thought. You know how you think about it and stuff. Don't feel like you have to apologize because you say, "Hey, I don't see that." Because that's how I put it. I don't see that. And that to me, that's what you say. Hey, I don't see that connection. And I'm saying, okay, I can dig it. And then I thought, what's the name of that thing? I wish I could think of the name of that other one. You probably know that one too. It's a different drink. Oh. Matter of fact, it might be illegal now. I remember when it went out of, almost thought of the name. Anyway, it'll come to me. They always do.
Well, that's a live shot. Greenville, North Carolina.
North Carolina. North Kakalaki.
It doesn't look like they have had any snow there.
Yeah, it's not sticking. It's You can't see the flex? They're going from right to left. Yeah, they're not gonna get much in the north part. That other highway camera, that was South Carolina. '85. Rocky Hill. Yeah. Yeah, that camera right there. The police is at the top, but they hadn't got to the. That's part of the second one down at the bottom too.
Are those shots live? Because it looks like the truck hasn't moved. It looks like everyone's at a standstill.
Yeah, you should be able to see the time over to the right. Yeah, so they're at different angles on 85. Looks like they're going north, or they was trying to. Yeah, that one truck is holding everybody up. Fucked up.
Okay, so these are two different roads. Okay, one is 85 and no, they're both I-85.
Yeah, they're looking in the same, and they're at different points on the highway. One is
Okay.
further down, and then mile marker 81, mile marker 80,
Yeah.
like
I
that.
think 85 will take you from the Carolinas to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you can take the 85 straight shot to Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Straight to Atlanta, yeah.
I would be in such distress if I was sitting in that traffic.
Somebody doesn't have enough gas.
That is that's always my fear.
That Honda,
How do electric cars fare in this type of weather? Are they just as
we're gonna,
good
yeah,
as
we're gonna
gas
find out.
cars?
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Uh, that charge is not gonna last.
Because does the cold deplete the charge? It makes it
Yeah, they're gonna be blasting the heat.
okay.
Gotta find a way to get off.
Those
Kind of
vehicles
hard to
are not
tell.
moving. And you can't
Yeah,
even cut across to go over and turn around at that point.
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I don't think you can. Yeah. So, did anybody from Atlanta check in? I don't know if Atlanta got hit. It's supposed to be on the outer edge of it. So, like the police is trying to move that truck front. They can get the highway back open.
If it was in Atlanta and something major happened, you'd have seen it on the news already. Because you know people in Atlanta love to take out their phone and show stuff on social media.
Yeah, it's always an accident on one of them 75, 275.
I think some of the funniest videos I saw, I don't know if it was last year or what, but when there was a snowstorm and the people were driving on the back of the truck, dashing, throwing the salt on the road with their hands. I thought that was the funniest thing I've seen in my life.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing those videos?
Yeah, I do. Y'all got snow down there in College Park? Not south is Macon.
Okay. Hey, Camille, is it? Camille, I put up
Yes, Wale.
the mimosa that the guy say he named the drink after. It's a different mimosa altogether, one I've never seen before. But I put it up on the share screen. It has yellow flowers, and it grows in canes. Cannes. I think that's Paris or something like, France or something. But anyway, he
Can
said
France.
that
Yeah.
that the guy say he named it in respect to the mimosa tree that grows there.
Yeah. That's
The,
orange tree. Yeah. That's what I know mimosa is also orange. Yeah. An orange or orange blossom, yeah.
an orange blossom is a mimosa? I never
Not
heard
an
of that.
orange blossom, but I liken it more to an actual orange, more of a citrus than a vine. So that's why I was a little confused. I was like, I don't know, I don't know what you know. So that's why I was trying to make the connection to the vines to a citrus. But yeah, that makes more sense to me. I didn't know
They,
it started because, well, you know what, that makes sense because I guess it's mixed with champagne, and I guess champagne is primarily in France, so I guess it makes sense that it would come from there or originate from there. So I can make that connection.
yeah, they say that particular tree is also a mimosa. And the sensitive, the one that folds up is a vine, or it's kind of like a vine, I think. No, the sensitive plant, that may not be a vine. That may
No, I
just be
think
a
it's
plant.
a plant.
It may not be a vine. It may just be a short plant. The sensitive one, the one that folds up. I don't have it in my yard. That's why I'm guessing. I have something that looks like it in my yard. That's a vine. Well, the guy said that's where he got it from. This plant here with the yellow flowers.
Okay.
That's beautiful. I'm glad I looked it up. I never had even heard of that mimosa before.
I didn't know that's what the plant's name was.
He said he made the drink in the 1920s. He came up with it and named it after the tree mimosa. That's according to Wikipedia, of course.
Wikipedia is not always wrong.
I can dig it. But I do want to make sure you know where I'm getting it from.
I
I'm
know
not
because you're so
like
used to everyone telling you the source of. So Wale's like, you guys are not going to tell me the source of. I'll show you the source. Wale, do you think some of the things you say are outlandish?
uh,
You don't never tell where the other cities you talking about come
of
from.
course, without
Okay, okay, that's fair. That is so fair. Okay,
what is fair?
that you recognize
What do you
that
mean?
what you say comes across as outlandish to other people.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, without a doubt. I like that terminology too, outlandish.
And I'm glad you're not offended by the term.
Hmm. Oh no, that's actually one of the most accurate terms I've heard used. Check out some of them videos. You check out any of them videos I put out. Dev say he put the one up in the chat, the link anyway.
Are the videos on your channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go on your channel and look.
Oh, there's a bunch of them on there. Just pick, yeah. The last one I did, some, la-di-da. But it explains, I'm trying to explain my outlandish perspective because I know it's outlandish. Not every day. I got that. It's not conformative. I get that. I did a book of medicinal herbs, and so I'm getting it set up as an ebook. The guy sent me a draft last night of it as an ebook, and so we're readying that up for distribution.
Okay, how many herbs are in the book?
Too many. It's over 300. I told him we got to take out about 25 to 50 of them herbs. Just take them out, man.
Why?
That's just many. It's just too many.
But does it matter? If it's an ebook, does it matter?
Some of them are kind of redundant because you see what's happened with mimosa. Mimosa could be 3, 4, 5 different things. And the same thing with a lot of other herbs. It can be 3, 4. They go by different names, and you can like you know about dandelion, right?
Yes.
Which dandelion do you know?
I know dandelion root that people will boil, and then I don't know if that's really the same as the dandelion flower that grow as weed.
Right. You saying the root? Where you get that from? From the island or the dandelion?
Remember,
root?
I told you from the island. Yes. Well, if I need to know a cure to something, all I need to do is pick up the phone and call somebody. I'm joking, but yeah.
But it's basically true. The idea goes like this. There's a dandelion that grows in the States. It's a weed. It grows in a little bowl shape, and it's a weed. And most of all the herbicide that's sold in the country is sold to kill that weed. People don't want it in their yard. So when people want to have their yard look pristine, they kill that because that weed will grow. Dandelion, right? And it has that flower you can blow the tops off and they fly in the air and stuff when the seeds are right. You know what I mean? Have you seen that one yet? Anyway, it's a little weed.
Yes, it grows wild in the spring. Yes.
Yeah. The dandelion that grows on the island is a tree. It's not a big tree, but it's a tree. It's not a weed. It's not a, how do you say? It's not a plant or something. It's not.
Is it a bush or an actual tree?
It's an actual, I would go more with bush.
Okay.
Because it gets up to about 6 feet tall. I haven't seen one taller than 6 feet yet. Maybe I have, but usually by 6 feet, they're already breeding and doing whatever they're doing. That particular tree is also called dandelion. And that's just names for them. The botanical names are completely different. The botanical names, but the use names in the island, they call that bush is called dandelion. And in the States, they call that weed, they call it dandelion. But tell you what, that dandelion that grows in the States is more nutritious than spinach, more nutritious than cabbage, more nutritious than almost any green you can name. Per pound, more nutrition than dandelion. And dandelion got iron. it has one of the highest cases of iron, that edible iron, from mineral iron, from the bio iron. Is called bio iron. Usually the iron they try to get people to take is mineral iron. That's from dirt, grass, dirt. Bio iron comes from trees and plants. And what's his name? Dandelion is one of the highest sources of bio iron. That means your body readily digests the iron, is able to use the iron right away because it's bio. It's like you bio, it's bio. Y'all can work together. I'm just saying. And
yeah, I can't remember if I've seen people put it in salad or not. But they do put flowers in salad, and I can't remember if dandelion is one of those flowers that they will put in salads.
What's the best store around you? When I was in Jersey, the best store was trying to think of it, this Hebrew type store. Everything was so, and then they had the Whole Foods. You have Whole Foods, stuff like that, places like that in your area or wherever you at.
Yeah, we have Whole Foods. Yeah, we still have those.
Yeah,
we have Whole Foods, Publix, Trader Joe's. You have Sprouts. You have all of those grocery stores.
Yeah, Trader Joe's. Whole Foods the best store.
No, I'm just trying to think.
In the past, yeah, it was more organic. You know how it was more organic, or it had more organic options than other stores. And now I don't really see a difference, but yeah.
You go into the more organic stores like that, and I didn't even know Trader Joe had a store per se, but those places have they have it in their vegetable thing there. I was surprised because I went to the one in Jersey there, in that city they talk about. Drawing a blank on that, on Route 70. 38 over. I'm just thinking of Florida now. I keep thinking Carroll City, but it's not Carroll City. It's wow, where Muhammad Ali used to live. You know where he used to live in Jersey?
Atlantic City. I don't know where. I don't know anything about those states.
No, it's closer to Philly.
Devastating. Do you know?
Cherry Hill. That's the name of it. Yeah, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's one of the highlighted places in New Jersey, Cherry Hill, in that area of New Jersey, excuse me. And they have the more up
Woodbury.
Huh?
Woodbury.
Berry? What berry?
Woodbury.
Woodbury. Oh, Woodbury is down a little more south of Cherry Hill, yeah. I found a lot of Underground Railroad in Woodbury. They have a whole family down there, the Smith family. You know about the Smith family? Well, anyway, they used to run with some people back in the early late 1800, early 1900. Dr. Smith was, I think that's what his name was, Smith. If it's not, it'll come to me as actual name. He used to run with them abolitionists back in the day, but his family still lives in Woodbury. That's where I actually met them, and then they sent me to the rest of them up by Morristown, and I went up there and met them up there, the elders, because the elders lived up by Morristown.
And were they black or white? Were they abolitionists, or what was this?
They all colored
into the Underground Railroad.
They all colored people, and they all most of them.
Those are the slaves that fled from the South.
Well, you say slaves, but people who fled.
Well, sorry, the people, the black. Well, I know the color thing is so weird. How everyone, I don't know, because I know you don't like to use the term black, but the colored people who use the Underground Railroad to escape to the South. I have to be so careful how I say stuff because.
Because the
colored people who escaped to the South, it was they're the Smiths, correct?
He was a doctor there when the people came in. You heard about the guy that came in a box one time or something like that?
Wait. Before you move on, so the Smiths, are those the people who accepted and took in the escaped slaves? Are the Smiths like they're like the abolitionists up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. I didn't know if it was a slave who started some sort of, I don't know, town. Okay, those are the people who actually took in the slaves. Okay. No, I never heard of the person in the box. I may have, but just can't recollect. So what happened with that?
A guy was shipped in a box, and he stayed in that box 3 or 4 days doing the shipment. A little box too, and he came out of the box. Steele, that's his name. What name did I tell you? Smith. His name is Steele, Dr. Steele. Yeah, that's his name, Steele. I knew that Smith wasn't working for me. His name was Steele, Dr. Steele, and you could look him up in the Google and shit on Dr. Steele. And then they did a lot of, they did books of the time. He wrote his autobiography, and they were selling shirts and T-shirts and family merchandise. When I went through there back in the 90s, they were doing that. I bought the doggone railroad because they had a map of the railroad, how it went through. And the reason I say, you'd say slaves and I said people, is because of this. Not only that, my uncle escaped from the South to the North, right? My uncle, I was about 10 years old when he had to leave, and he escaped from the South because the South, he couldn't play this game no more. And I don't know if he killed the man or something like that. He killed the cracker or something, but the cracker had got on his nerve, and he wasn't taking it no more. And so he had to leave, right? And he left. Because if they'd have caught him, they would have just murdered him right off the top. You know how that goes. So he left. So he wasn't no slave. He just, he couldn't live in that environment that the cracker tried to make called slavery.
And where did he leave from? What southern state did he leave from?
Oh, Florida.
Oh, okay.
Florida has the biggest reputation for warriors. I don't know if you know that.
What type of warriors?
People who just won't take that slavery garbage.
Those type of warriors. Got it.
Mm-hmm. I read a thing. I read 2 things actually so far, and saw one on the doggone YouTube. I was surprised to see. They say that Indian War 1812 or something like that, the Seminole War, they said that was more a war. That should just be called a Negro War, because that's who was fighting.
Wale, I cannot with you. You already know I'd be talking mess if I was in the chat.
Yeah.
Seriously, Wale?
You don't know? You haven't heard that rendition?
I've heard of, yes, the War of 1812. Yes, I have heard of that. But so you're juxtapositioning this as a Black warriors versus who?
The crackers trying to enslave people.
So where do the Indians, Native Americans fit into this?
They were fighting with the niggas.
So was it a larger ratio of Indians or a larger ratio of Blacks?
I can't answer that question.
Or colored people. Sorry, I know you don't like the word Black. Or colored people.
You won't say niggas because that's what they call it.
I don't look. I curse, but I don't use certain words. I don't use certain slurs in general.
That's not a slur. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's not. I guess it's not. It's just I just never use the word. There's just a handful of words I just don't use. Not that I would never, but it's not part of. I guess everything is cultural, so it's not part of me culturally. Since I'm going to personalize it. But yeah.
Because I was listening to somebody didn't go through, certain cycles. But the cycle when they say, oh, you're African, that used to be insulting to people.
It's still insulting to a lot of people.
It meant to be insulting because it was saying it was denigrating it was derogatory. However, being an African is not derogatory. It's just in and of itself, is it? Not really. The same about nigger. And I said before, if you even go to Wikipedia, they'll tell you that the United States just abolished the use of the word nigger in 1971. I think that was during Bill Clinton. One of them presidents in there. And they stopped, they took it off because there used to be a nigger river, nigger road, nigger bank. Hey, man, nigger was all over this country. And Canada. They just pulled one off of Canada since you've been born. All these names have stopped being called nigger this, nigger that, nigger hill, nigger valley, all of them places. They just removed that word altogether. So they want to remove the idea. Huh? From their from the signs. Like Trump just changed the name of America, the Gulf of America from the Gulf of Mexico. All of that kind of stuff. They changed all of that stuff in different states. And it's in Wikipedia still, because that's where I was finding most of it was in Wikipedia. Just look up all the places used to be called nigger, and there was all the way from Canada all the way through Mexico. Places were called nigger. In Mexico, they didn't use that terminology because they used Spanish. They used a different word for the most part, but in America and Canada, all of them places were called nigger creek, nigger bridge. I mean, all of them places, it's a bunch. It was over 100 places like that. Nigger river. Yeah, that's what got
what's the funniest thing, Wale, is when the Niger River, when you call it the nigger river, that is disrespectful. I don't know why you keep calling it the Nigger River. Wale, why can't you just say Niger River?
I'm not talking about the river, West Africa.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking all them places I just mentioned, the bank, the river, the swamp, all of that places in America.
I understand, and I wouldn't disagree with you. I wouldn't disagree with you because you seem to just stay focused on the original title, the original meaning, the original etymology of a word. And I think there is always a push and pull over here with you because you won't go to or acquiesce to the new word, the new word, the evolved meaning of a word. And the word may have not been offensive back then, but the word has become offensive to people now. And so that's why people stop using it. And you're not worried about the offense. You're just worried about the origination of the word. You want to stay to the authentic word, authentic meaning. And sometimes there's an evolution that has to happen. If someone says something is offensive, or enough people say it's offensive and it warrants it being changed, then I don't think there's anything wrong with going with the word that is less offensive to the masses.
Okay, it's like this. First of all, most of that stuff that you call the masses was indoctrinated. That's the indoctrinated masses. You say I am outlandish because I do not represent the I do not represent myself as part of the indoctrinated masses. I say some of the indoctrinated masses identify with what I am, but I don't identify with indoctrinated masses. I'm not going to do that. That's like stupid to me, for me to do that. I would rather identify with my own lineage and what we got going on. And because they set the pace with all of this stuff, even down to religion, where they done told people what their religion should be and all that, and they got all the different evil and good based on that people be going by and stuff. Is stupid stuff, but they still go by it. I'm not going to join them. That's called the theory of stupid. When you know people are saying something wrong or incorrect, and then you just join them so you can fit in. That's how more people get to be stupid, because people will see me fit in, and then they say, oh, I guess it must be all right to fit in. Wally's fitting in. And then they got a whole nother group coming in based on that stupid group that just came in based upon me joining the stupid group. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't even listen to Louis Farrakhan. I won't never go to none of his events or nothing that got him at. If he's there, I won't go, because I don't want nobody seeing me there and say, well, see, Wale, he endorses Louis. No. I'm not going through that. And so that's how I stand. And so, no, I'm not just going to acquiesce because everybody jump off everybody jump off the hill. The old folks used to say, everybody jump off the bridge. You're going to jump off too? Just
No,
because
I can.
everybody, come on.
I can see what you're saying, and yes, I can agree to some of what you're saying, but sometimes it's not revolutionary just because you're on the outskirts and you're part of the few. That doesn't always make you a revolutionary.
I'm not attempting to be anything other than what I am. Revolutionary titles, all them kind of titles and stuff like that. I don't play in that game. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just respecting my ancestors and following my ancestral line. If that seems revolutionary in any degree, that's up to the person that's viewing it, not to me. I'm not looking to be I'm not into revolutionary. Matter of fact, I'm anti-war and stuff like that. I don't see no need for it. Because even the book of war, the art of war tells you the one that's really good at war never fights a war. That's what the book is about, how never to have to fight one.
But Wale, what do you call the person who has I haven't experienced some of these people in my lifetime. I've only heard about them as I've gotten older, like Louis Farrakhan. But what do you call the person who's there, who's still able to operate within the masses and still be able to reject people like Louis Farrakhan and all these other people who are in the conscious community? Because I would call it stupid that you couldn't see the play before it happened. You couldn't see that this person was not authentic. You couldn't see that this person may have been harmful. Why couldn't you see it back then? To me, and you had to be woken up out of your sleep to see that this person was not the best leader for the Black community, I guess. But I could listen to this person and see that they were full of nonsense. Why couldn't you see it then?
That's an assumption.
So what you said that you no longer, that means that there's an assumption that you did ascribe to the teachings of Louis Farrakhan or these people back in the past. I could listen to them and see that they were full of it. So if I could see that and still be a part of the masses and not rail against the system and still continue to live without saying, "Oh, I'm awakened, I'm enlightened," I don't see you as being revolutionary because you were woken up out of your sleep and saw that these people were harmful. I guess some people don't think they're harmful, but it seems like a lot of people are saying they're more harmful now than they did in the past. I saw a problem with them, even though I wasn't a part of the Louis Farrakhan era. I heard about him after the fact, but I saw that some of these people were harmful even beforehand. So that means that you were easily influenced and I wasn't. But I wouldn't say that you were stupid because you were easily influenced and you couldn't see the grift from jump.
I said that what you derived was a heavy assumption because I never was into Louis Farrakhan. As a matter of fact, before Louis Farrakhan came up, right, I was already up in Elijah's behind. So none of that shit worked for me ever. I'm just saying I know people who it worked for and I had to deal with them at the time. Because you say at the time, I'm talking about in the 60s when they were coming up with this noise. Because that's when I first saw Malcolm was in the 50s, 60s. I forget what year it was. But that's what I'm saying. Now, if you want to say, I make all them assumptions about I fell for it and stuff, all that is assumption.
I'm just using words, Wale. Come on now.
I'm just saying all of that stuff is your assumptions, and I understand that you assume all of these things, but none of that stuff is actually accurate. So I was just going on to say that as far as Louis, I was never in their corner, and I never dealt with them like that. I was exposed to them for about 2 years, and under the exposure, because I was in that game too. I don't know if you even know it, but I had a store across the street from their store. So that's how I actually even know about them and stuff. And they would try to do their thing and I would do my thing. That's how I see it.
So what was your thought about them? What was your thought about them back then when you first encountered them?
My thought about them is, why would anybody associate with a group of people who are indubitably, uncontroversially enslavers of our people? They're doing it today. I've seen them online bragging and laughing about how they take niggas and make them slaves in their countries. They have them come over. They tell them they're going to give them a job and shit. They were bragging online. So how long that's been? And they showed the people, and they showed how they were beating them up and training them to be slaves. And they took their passports, but they got them over in their country now, talking about, come over, we'll give you a job and shit. And so people go. And so people go. And
did you see it firsthand? Did you? Because you.
Yeah, that exists. That's happening right now.
No. I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing slavery that's occurred now. I'm actually just trying to get his experience when he encountered them. I think he said back in the 70s. So that's really just me, just getting information and knowledge from Wale. That's all it is. I'm not contesting anything. I'm just asking additional questions, just because I'm curious.
I ran into the concept of Islam in the 60s. However, I was talking about right now, where Islamists, that religion, which is perpetrated by those people, and what they're doing today. And I was saying, how could the niggas on
don't nobody know what people you talking about, man?
Oh, the Arabs. So I was saying, how could people across the street from me, other niggas, pick up their religion and carry it around and try to get me up in that religion? So yeah, I was cussing them out back in the day. I mean,
okay,
it hasn't changed.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you were railing against the machine back then.
The machine, baby.
The machine, the system, the man. Yes, the machine.
Hey,
I think a lot of people believed in Farrakhan because of the leadership he came from. Malcolm, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because they actually produced change. Their leadership caused change in the Black community, positive change, and they spoke directly to power and against power. Maybe not Elijah Muhammad, but definitely Malcolm X. So people thinking that he came from that particular vein of leadership. Then, but we see that the Nation of Islam has very little impact on American society in regards to how Black people are able to move and prosper. They haven't really done anything in the last 40 years or more. So as far as I'm talking about producing results, I think that's why people fell out of commitment to the Nation of Islam, because they have no fruit, they have no results. I'm with whoever says they don't like that, the use of that word, the NIGGA word, because I don't use it unless I get really, 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 really pissed off. But typically I don't use that word because I think it's derogatory. And a lot of people who have kind of matriculated society here in the United States, white supremacy, whether it be in corporate America, military, whatever. A lot of people that see us do that, and we don't like that word, they think it's because we've been somehow assimilated into the environment, but they don't realize that every single step, every single progression that we make in our individual lives has been opposed by that same system that we operate in. We're actually at war. We're at war with the system every day, matriculating through it. So my opinion is, if you want to talk about someone who's fighting the system, it's us who are actually functioning in it every day, because we have to prove that we're that much better. We have to get that much more qualification. We ain't sitting on our ass getting high and drinking and talking shit. We're out here actually fighting against this system and moving in a way that we're not really accepted to move. We're outside of the stereotypes. So those of us who actually do that, I think we're more sensitive to the word, We don't like it because it's derogatory and it fights against everything we do from a day-to-day basis.
I just have one thing to say about your statement, because of course I recognize your position and perspective, but I'm not using the word Nigga. I'm using the word Nigger, just to make sure you understand me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, are you using it in any different context though? What's the context you're using it on that's different from the typical person that says that word?
Oh, because mostly the typical person that says that word has your perspective on it. I listen to how it's being used by especially, these people that I hear like yourself on these internet stations, because I never really bothered too much with this kind of thing for a while. And I hear how they use it when they want to be, as you put it, derogatory. It's the same as you. The same. Look, man, look. My people are niggas. Your people are not. I'm satisfied. That's how I use it. You understand? If I bestow that name upon you, it's an honor. If you don't see it as an honor, I can dig it. I won't bestow that name upon you. I keep it to myself and say me and my people. But there's no other thing I can do except stay within my lineage, which bids me to always speak the truth. And to me, even coffee without cream is never black.
All right. So when you look at the etymology of the word, though, how would you describe it in using Western society? And I don't know if you live I think you live in the United States. You said something about being in New York. So given the
that was New Jersey. I lived in New Jersey, man, not New York.
Okay.
I couldn't do New York.
Okay. So given the context of the United States, how would you describe that word? I mean, the historical context, the etymology of that word, how would you define that?
Oh, I would say that's what they used to call us when they got here. They used to call us niggas, because I just described all the different landmarks and stuff around the lakes, the creeks, the valleys, the low highs, all kind of bridges and everything were called the nigger this and the nigger that, because that was where we were and where we did. And most of that stuff was set up before they got there. Meanwhile, I don't know how you look at it. You look at it from some kind of thing you learned. Look at it from some kind of thing I've lived. If you want to go with that, man. I'm just going by what I'm going by. It's my life. I have to count on that. I can't count on no book to tell me what I lived. If you don't, like some people say, I don't believe you. That's cool. That's why I say go to Wikipedia and look up all the things and see what Wikipedia will tell you. All the way through to Canada, they had nigger this and nigger that and nigger that, talking about different locations and places and all of that, up until 1970 something, when they decided to change the whole thing because they're trying to erase us from this landmass.
Yeah,
they've been trying to do that before I was born.
Right. So again, I'm saying the origin of that word in the context of Western domination in North America and really in the world, but specifically in North America where we've been held captives for hundreds of years. How would you define that word given that context? I mean, the context has been used by the dominant society that's ruled in North America, which we've been captives in for the last almost 500 years. So
okay, now go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how would you describe that word in that context?
Oh, beautiful. You didn't change. Okay, so what I would do is describe it the way it was described to me by my elders. My elders said, because I got a story from my elders, that's how I know our story. They taught us. They said when the cracker when he was doing all this control and domination type attitude, he would burst into our private quarters wherever we meet, because we used to meet and hang out and stuff like that, to the point that they made a law that says 5 of us without together without a permit from a cracker can be arrested, need to be arrested. You know, those laws still on the books. Anyway, so what they would do is burst in the room. This is how the elder described it to us, the most, putting it all together the way I recall it. He said they burst in the room and say, "Any niggas in here?" And everybody would say, not everybody, but some would say, no, boss, ain't no niggas in here. That mean they had converted. They gonna, because you dropped, being a nigga meant you weren't going to conform. And niggas weren't conforming. Even now today, you'll find niggas, they just ain't gonna conform, because that's the real niggas. I'm just telling you how you asked me. What's my
now when I say when you say don't conform, do you mean complacency?
No, I mean assimilation. Okay, watch me now. My grandmother's name.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you if you mean conforming is assimilation. I'm not asking that. I'm asking if you, when you say not conforming, when you don't conform, does that mean complacency?
Not necessarily.
Materialize when you say someone doesn't conform, or you saying that materializes in the reality or the behavior of complacency?
No, I don't know where that comes from. I don't see that logic.
Okay,
what does complacency?
What does not conforming look like? I mean, as far as action, does it have direct action against the system? Does it have direct action? If it does, how does that look? Okay,
when we do our own thing, I heard a very guy that talks about revolution. Fela. I'm gonna use his. You know Fela?
No.
You've heard of Fela? Have you heard of Fela?
No.
Fela. Well, you can look him up. Fela is the spelling of his name. Fela. He's in, he's Googleable. Fela Nicolas Pokuti said the most revolutionary thing anyone can do is follow in the footpaths of their ancestors. So yeah, I see it as revolutionary. What I'm doing, I'm following in the footsteps of my ancestors, not somebody else's, not conforming to what they say and what they say, and what they didn't pull out of their buttholes and call laws, because they make them laws up out of their buttholes. I go by the laws of nature, the immutable laws.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, you didn't ask another one. Maybe you ask me.
I want to ask another one here real quick. Do you think that when you deal with a system that is offensive, it's aggressive, with the intent, as you mentioned, to annihilate you from the face of the earth, do you feel like a passive response is something that will be effective and derail their plans and their ultimate goal of making you extinct? You think a passive response is something that is effective to combat that, or to derail that effort?
Well, you use another word like passive response. I don't know what you mean by that. Passive. That other word you use, I didn't know what you meant by that. Where did that come from? I'm wondering where passive comes from. I don't understand your use of the word, why you would use it. The logic ain't adding up to me, so I'm asking you about it now.
Because when you talk about, okay, I'm just going to be honest with you. When you talk about the nonconformance, what I see that as, and I could be wrong, help me out if I'm wrong, but what I see that as is a sense of complacency, where you're really outside on the fringes, or have nothing to do with you think you have nothing to do with the society, but the bottom line of you're living in Western society, and you're subject to the laws the rules, the norms, the mores of this society, which are inherently, which tend to be inherently racist and marginalizing of Black people, specifically African American people in the country. So, but I would say that I consider when you say nonconformance, that is that's lived out through complacency.
You know, there used to be a show called Hogan's Heroes. Have you ever watched that?
Yeah, I
Hogan's
saw that.
Heroes.
Oh,
you did. You've seen Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah.
So, Hogan's Heroes. I took that as really a blueprint. Hogan's Heroes. Well, in prison the whole time of the show, right?
Yep.
Yet they ran the prison because they played on the people's thought that they were running the prison, to the point that he was whipping that right back around and running the prison himself to a degree. Of course, he couldn't just walk out and stay forever, but to a degree. What he did was maintain his sovereignty. When you conform, you acquiesce your sovereignty. You give it away and
that
say,
no sense.
To a
I see where he's coming from. I see what he's trying to say. I don't agree with it, but I don't think it's a one-to-one.
Watch what I'm gonna say about this. Watch what I'm gonna say also about this, because I wrote it out as a thing. A slave will conform and assimilate. A prisoner of war will never conform and assimilate. They both can occupy the same cell. You understand that?
Yeah, but the difference is, in my opinion, when you see yourself as a POW, just like Hogan's Heroes, like you mentioned, they give the impression or the image that they've conformed, but the entire time they're fighting against the system, trying to figure out ways to bring it down, or to at least experience some level of freedom within the context of that system, which grants them none. By design, which grants them none by design. Within that context of that system, they're trying to experience some degree of freedom, and that's through opposition to it. So, I would say when you're talking about Black people that are I think it's lived out in complacency. Basically,
I understand that's how you see it, but it's not truly. I wish you would explain that, because you said complacency and then you said passive, and I don't understand your logic for using any of that.
I'm getting ready to say something. I mean, if it's some hurt dogs out here by this rock I'm getting ready to throw, I'm gonna hear some barking over this, because I'm getting ready to throw some real stones. And if there's some hurt dogs out there, they're definitely gonna yelp. They're gonna bark. But what I'm talking about is Black people that are not actively engaged in intellectual, financial, spiritual, physical development, with the primary goal of overcoming the oppressive system that we live in. We're not actively engaged in that. In the sense that you're cool with the EBT, you cool whatever public assistance programs that are out there, just so you got enough to have some little menial. But they're changing all that now, where that's not even going to be available anymore. But the bottom line is, you're cool with having just enough to get by, and not really impacting the system in a way that forces it to change, that shows publicly and in the sectors in which you operate that system is an absolute lie when it comes to the concept and the propaganda of white supremacy and Black inferiority. If you're not actively engaged in that to deliver blows to the philosophies of that system that allow ICE to run around with a Nazi at the head, wearing Nazi uniforms, and posing as border patrol, but then harassing people of color and killing, white folks that are out, and then they're trafficking and everything. They're all wearing masks. What I'm saying is that's all something that a stage has been set for, because there's so much complacency amongst marginalized communities, specifically Black folks, where we have settled for the EBT, the public assistance, just enough to get by, have something to drink, have something to smoke, and get high and zone out, instead of actively engaging your mind, clear spirit, clear body, clear intellectual development and pursuit, with the primary goal of overcoming this system and improving that it is a lie, that it is the lie that is obviously been since it's set foot in this country in the Western Hemisphere. So I just, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about complacency, where people are just cool with the bare minimum, laying up in the hood,
Okay, I want to give a little pushback to what you're saying, because
It's all pushback. Most Black people are not on food stamps, and most Black people do not just lay around. And
I didn't say that.
But see, that's what it comes off as. That's the generalization. You're generalizing it, and it sounds very stereotypical. It sounds like in a negative way. That's how it comes off.
There's gonna be some yelping. That's why I said before.
I'm gonna yelp, Michael. I'm gonna yelp at that one, because it sounds like you're generalizing. You're not putting it into context and saying that it's. We understand it's some, not all. We understand that, but the way you explain it and express yourself about how you feel about the Black community and people not doing things the way you want them to do it.
I see way
make it
more
seem like
white
they're
people
being
doing
lazy all the
that
time.
shit
That's how
than
it
Black
comes
folks.
across.
Yeah, but way
more white drug addicts than.
But I'm not worried about what they're
seen.
doing, man. I'm not worried about what they're doing, because you know what?
I never.
You are worried about what they're doing,
that's
because
ran by white people.
You have
though.
resentment.
That's what I'm saying. We ran in a country that's ran by white folks, though.
I'm not worried about what they're doing, because all they got to do is just clean up, put on a nice suit.
Most of the stuff that we references,
and they'll come
go
on your
by
job,
what they say is right,
and they'll come on your job and
paying attention to white media,
and they'll come on your job and be the boss in 6 months.
The job that you had ran by white folks.
I'm not really concerned about what they're doing. They've got all the opportunities.
All white people ain't bad.
They've got the opportunities. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, of course, I know good white folks that are not like this. I'm talking about, at the end of the day, the people who are running the country right now they have that type of disposition. And, and it's been a cultural thing in the United States for hundreds of years. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We and I'm not saying all Black people are like that. So you guys are generalizing the heck out of this. What I'm saying is,
I'm going to generalize what you're saying, because you are blanking it you're blanking it over a majority. That's how I'm telling you, that's how it comes across. I know that may not, I don't know, but that may not be, bear with me one moment, Michael. That may not be your intent, but that's how it comes across. And if you keep running into the same roadblock with most people you talk to, then you have to, you have to audit what you're saying. If this is the impression that a lot of people are getting from you, you have to self-reflect. If people are saying that this is how it comes across, then that's how it comes across.
This is what I'm going to say. Okay. At the end of the day, this is not a generalization. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. You understand what I'm saying? Don't wear the shoe if it don't fit you.
Do that apply to you? Do that apply to you as well? Do that apply to you?
For those who it does fit.
I'm saying, do it apply to you though?
Of course it applies to me.
Oh.
If I am not applying myself, hold on. If I'm not applying myself, pushing myself to do the things that just by my existence and my functionality in this society prove the system of white supremacy, racism, and oppression of Black people wrong on a daily basis, then I'm not doing my job.
How many white friends do you have, Michael?
Why?
I'm just asking. This is a question.
Why?
Do you have more than one?
Friends? I got associates. I really don't have any friends, you want to be honest.
There you go.
My woman and my kids. That's it. I don't have no friends. I got associates. Now, what else you need? Black or white? Black or white?
Black or white?
Yeah. I got people that I associate with, and I've got friendly
relationships. You need to hang with more black people.
What's that?
I said you need to hang with more black people, man. We're doing a lot of work out here. You know?
Now, see, there you go, generalizing again. Where you think I'm from? Chocolate City, man. I mean, when I grew up, my high school had 1,400 students and one white person, and I think one Asian. So I grew up. That's where. But I left that environment and I went into the military, and then of course I got exposed to a different world.
You got up with in Chocolate City, and you got a white woman?
And I got a white woman. Is that what you said?
Well, that's what I thought you said.
Man, you crazy. I don't have no white woman. What you talking about?
Okay. At least
you're talking crazy, bro. Yeah, no. I mean, no. I don't roll like that.
But yeah, man, you can't talk down on the people in the hood, because the people in the hood are there because they're marginalized. That's just the way it is.
What I'm trying to tell you is, brother, I'm saying if you are in that marginalized state, which we all are marginalized, it don't give it, whether you're in the hood or not. If you have brown skin in America, you're going to be marginalized to one extent or another. Now, you just are, because you don't fit the demographic for which the society operates and functions for. You really don't. So you're going to be marginalized in one way or the other. But what I'm going to say is that for the people who are marginalized, and what they do is they take on a passive lifestyle in the midst of a war, in the midst of a very aggressive offensive system that's not only looking to oppress, but looking to that's my dad calling me. I don't know why he's calling me, but I'm gonna have to take a break, see what he wants. You guys go ahead.
Yeah,
oh, that's beautiful. I thought Mike was talking about, admonishing me personally when he came up with whatever y'all jumped on him about. Oh, the way he responded. Yeah, no, there's a complacency, because I didn't see where passive and complacency have to do with anything. When I'm looking at different people who are throwing down real hard, he may not know about, and so maybe
we're the
that's
only ones that threw down like that. If we want to be honest, you know what I'm saying?
He may not have been entrenched enough to know that. I was going to ask him about the wife thing too, but I realized I already knew the answer. But I mean, the friends. And I realized I already knew the answer, and he moved that over to another word that like I did about complacency. If you study that word, you'd be like, wait a minute, isn't that the same thing? But it doesn't. The way I'm looking at it is like this. Maybe there's some angles or some ideas that he is simply not familiar with, and that's why he has that particular perspective. It's not Mike himself is a bad. Mike's a very intelligent dude, man. He's logical, all that stuff. That's why I even talk with him, because he can be reasonable. And then when we get into reasoning and being reasonable, then we could talk about something, like he allowed me to say what I was saying. Then he said, well, I still see it this way. And I say, I understand that. However, looking at stuff with complacency and passiveness, I didn't see where that came in. Because I just said, we're not going to never give up or assimilate. I see assimilation and conformity as passiveness. And what was complacency? That's what I actually see. That's what I wanted to say before I got off of that subject, is that the complacency and passivity is actually with the ones who assimilate And what's that other thing? Conform. Yeah.
I think it's so interesting how both of you frame it, because I can agree with both of your points, but I don't necessarily think that in opposition of what Mike is saying, I don't necessarily think that just because a person opts out or decides not to act in the way that he deems right,
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
doesn't mean
saying.
that
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, because it's like
Let her finish whatever she was saying. I don't even know what she was saying, man. You didn't already cut her off, and I don't know what she even
No, I
said.
lost my
It was
train
like,
of thought. He can continue. He can continue with that.
hey,
no,
I
I
just,
understand what she was saying. She was trying to say like
yeah, cousin. I'm
just
saying no.
because we're not
It,
fighting back the way he wants to fight back, we all have different skills and opinions and views on it, you know. But ultimately, we're all fighting for the same thing, which is justice, equality, and to eradicate the system of white supremacy. So even if
I
there's
don't
people in the
think we're
hood that,
all fighting for the same thing. I think I would hope that everyone wants that, but I don't think everyone's. I guess that's where the active and passive actions come into play. But when it comes to someone, just because a person chooses not to do what everyone else is doing, sometimes maybe that's them fighting back, is to not opt into the system, while the rest of us who are going to work every day doing whatever, they may view us as the fools because we're participating. That leads to Wale's point. We're the fools who are keeping the system going, and they're like, I'm not going to do anything because I want the system to fall apart. So I guess it just depends on each person, but I don't necessarily think that just because someone decides not to participate in a system, that means that they're lazy.
or
yeah,
not participating in the system doesn't mean not to do anything. However, I
Correct.
can recognize that to be advantageous too, not to do anything. But not participating in the system is not synonymous to not doing anything, because not participating in the system gives one
we
an
all
opportunity.
participate one way or the other. You know what
Oh
I mean?
God!
So,
Will you let a person finish something? Okay, I'm gonna finish this. Not participating in the system, as it were, gives a person the opportunity to participate in their own system and to build up their own system. Like, okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm not just not doing nothing, complacent and passive. This nigga out of his mind. I mean, Negro. But the thing I'm
You
saying
don't want
is,
him come back up here and tell him do not call you. Don't call him that. You better get it right, Wale.
yeah, I don't
Wally,
mean to
Wally.
offend him. I don't mean, hey, I don't mean to offend anyone' sensibilities. So yeah, that's why I pulled it back on that tip, because what I'm saying is that the elders told me when I was a child that they're trying to say we're from Africa. We weren't here. The elders told me we were here, and they started showing me all the different things that proves it. Like we were talking about all them signs and stuff, they changed the names of them places. They admitted in Wikipedia, they admitted in a lot of their books. But I, in my lifetime, have witnessed over 5,000 books being burnt by the system. They get rid of thoughts, ideas, histories, philosophies. They burned the books in the 70s, and they burned the books in the 60s that I actually witnessed. My elders say they were burning books from the 20s, 30s, 40s. They were just finding stuff and burning it. They had to destroy the stories so that they can come in with a new indoctrination. And they sent that indoctrination worldwide through the library system. They called it the American Library System, where they took the story that they want the whole world to believe, and they put it in different libraries in different countries for free. They set them up in those countries for free. The countries didn't have to pay for it. They set it up themselves because they want that story to be the implant story of the people. When they get here, they'll say, oh, yeah, I know these niggas because they got it from them books. So that's what I was taught when I was a little boy. And I teach the same thing. I mean, I don't teach, I repeat the same thing And that's how I know it, since I watched it and see how it goes. I've seen them destroy over 5,000, probably more books in my own lifetime that were contrary to their version of reality. And they issue forth a version of reality which most people accept because you don't have your own version. If you ain't got your own version, you got to have some kind of version.
When you say your own version seems to be very much your own specific version. And it seems like you say that a lot of people, they may be stupid for going along with the masses. That's how I'm summarizing what I get from what you say. But you want people to get on, and you're going to say, no, that's not true. But it seems like you want people to get on your timeline.
What I'm saying is simply get on your own timeline. Check with your own ancestors. See what they tell you and follow that. That's your timeline. Your timeline and mine are not the same. I got that. Your whatever line, your lineage. I'm saying follow your lineage. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying follow me, nigga. Don't follow me. The stuff I've done and will do, you can't. You ain't built like this. Follow your own line.
Yeah, man.
Wale,
Yes.
it seems like you push against universally accepted beliefs of history.
You're funny. Universally accepted. Name one that you know of so we can look at this so-called universal.
Y'all been here?
Huh?
The whole y'all been here theory.
Oh, you say
AKA, what do
universal.
y'all? I don't like to use. That's like with certain words like abo. I think some people find it offensive, some people don't. But that whole theory that you were here before anybody else.
Go ahead.
That's a big thing.
The term I find offensive is ab.
Why?
We just original. We don't have to be ab, but
See what I
nothing. We don't
mean?
need no prefix. We're ab. Like man, I'm a man. I don't need to be a human. I don't need no prefix. That's something else when you put a prefix on man. I'm man, they human. Okay, fine. I don't want to be human. I'm not human. I don't need a prefix. I'm original.
I never understood the whole I'm not human thing, and I just didn't even want to think deeply about what that meant. I'm sure it is such a simple reason for you saying that, but why do you say you're not human? I just want to know why you say that specifically and not to assume.
Because I looked up the derivation of the word human. And human comes from the two words, it's a compound word, of course, man and hue. The hue comes from the word HEW, which implies half. You know about hue? Hue means to cut.
Okay.
And in half is the assumed part of it, to cut in half. That's what hue implies, is to cut it in half, but hue means to cut. Like sometimes you hear somebody say, oh, it's hewn wood, because they mostly use it these days, if they use it at all, as HEWNED, as though it was done in the past tense or some kind of crafting. And so human means half man. And then when I looked up the word lately, since I've been on the internet here in the past, whatever it's been, I've been on these internet streets, YouTube streets. I looked it up again I think it was etymology.com or something, some place like that. And it said the same thing, human, half man. It actually was created as a slave. And that's where I say, oh, that's where the Yakub, that concept of Yakub, which is actually the concept of Yahweh, who is like Yakub. He created man and human and the woman. Because there were already people, as I mentioned earlier in our conversation, who were outside of the Garden of Eden, But Yahweh, whatever how they say them letters or whatever they want to call it, he created a human in the garden, like in his workshop. But they weren't people. The people were outside of the garden. And when he made them, the first thing they did was start murdering each other. They have a propensity to kill. And it's being shown every day by them, every day, that they have a propensity to kill. It don't matter whether they're killing animals, dogs, cats.
Also means color and shade, you know?
Huh?
Hue also means color.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. What there's just like two, TOO, TWO, and TO. They all sound the same, but they are different words. The hue of human comes from HEW. That's its lexicography. The hue that you're talking about is HUE. That's a color. It's a not even a color itself. It's a I forget how. It's an impression of a color. That's what that is. And so, like my man putting up here now, the opinions and stuff like that, because I know damn well my thoughts are.
That's funny. That's hilarious. All right.
My shit is for sure outlandish.
Wale, okay, I've heard you say you weren't human so many times since I've been on this channel. That's why I had to get it from what do you call yourself? The being?
Man.
I had to get it from your mouth directly. Why you always say I'm not human? I would never have guessed, because I'm not looking up any etymology for the word human. I'm not doing that. I figured you would be able to explain it better than I would understand it if I read it. But I never thought that you don't call yourself human because you think that it means half of a man. I would never have guessed that.
That's I'm going by the lexicography.
You actually means to chop or to cut.
Yeah.
What's the other half?
Man. The other half is animal. They tell you that. There's a book they wrote.
Which animal?
Okay, I'm going into that. I'm going into that. If you check with Louis Farrakhan and them, they'll tell you it was a pig, a dog, and a horse, or something like that, because they got that story in their folklore, as you put it. So they'll tell you them different animals. However, when you look it up, the etymology yourself, you will see for yourself. But there's a book. This is the book The Naked Ape. Did you see the thing called The Planet of the Apes?
Yes.
Okay. Before The Planet of the Apes, there was a book called The Naked Ape. And that's what they call humans, the naked ape. So when you ask me what animal they come through, I say the ape. And they say the ape.
Okay.
Now you've heard them say that.
So you're basically rejecting human beings being compared to apes and monkeys.
Not at all.
And you draw the connection.
Darling.
I'm
saying that's what they say their connection is. You ask me
and that's what you're rejecting.
And not rejecting. I'm saying that's not me. That's them. They can keep it. That's their story. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not rejecting nothing. I'm just not accepting it. I'm not assimilating myself in it. I'm not conforming myself to fit in that story, like other people do.
I missed a lot of that. I just had another phone call come in.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Mike. How are you doing, man? It's been a while since I even spoke with you. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Yeah, that's my old man. My dad just called me. He's dad just called me. He's 81.
Oh, wow.
And he don't look it either. He don't look. You're right. He don't look. He looks like he's in his late 60s. But anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So anyway, he actually raised me. He raised me. So I was going to tell Camille and any other the women that listen, when you guys hear me talk, you see a you probably hear like an absence of how about a kinder, gentler approach to life. And the reason why is because I was raised by a man, and then I wasn't raised by my mother. I was raised by my father. And then on top of that, I went right into the military right after I left my old man's house. So I'm not one of those things. I'm not one of those men who believe in making excuses. There is no excuse, right? So I guess some of the maternal characteristics that a lot of brothers grow up with now, where they got a bunch of excuses, emotional, haven't really developed themselves from a logical standpoint in order to strategically navigate this environment that we're in. I don't come from that. So from the way I was raised, there is no excuses. Don't make excuses. Make it happen.
That's so beautiful. Tell me, were you an only child?
No, it was me and my brother. Me and my brother. Yeah,
Your brother, he older than you?
Yeah. Well, he's deceased now. He died in the streets.
Was he older than you?
Yeah.
You saying yes? Oh, okay, beautiful.
Yeah, but he's deceased. Yeah.
Oh, please. Was he much older than you?
Just a couple years older.
Oh, okay.
Couple years older. Yeah, but yeah.
That's beautiful. Okay. I can dig it. I can dig it. I see where you're at.
Yeah. So my old man raised two boys. And I learned from the mistakes. I can't say I learned much from my brother in regards to the right thing to do. But I learned from him what not to do, because he made a lot of bad decisions. He was a good guy. But he made a lot of bad decisions, and he died in the streets. So basically,
I see your resentment for the hood.
What's that?
I kind of see a little resentment for the.
I don't have resentment for the hood. I got resentment for complacency. I got resentment for bullshit. And you got grown black men that are basically, if we're not actively engaging in dealing with this system in our individual lives, right? Because if you're not doing it individually, you can't provide anything collectively. You gotta walk this thing individually, and I mean engage in this system in order to bring down the things that are directly opposed to black people's existence and humanity. If you're not actively engaged in the development of yourself to strategically navigate this system as a black man, then you're not doing your job. You're not doing your job. And just like I said, there are no excuses. Don't make excuses. Make it happen.
That's your charge, and you should charge right at it, man. Other people have different charges, As a matter of fact, let's get on this thing first. I noticed that your whole aspiration is pinned upon the system. I know that thing you said before you got the call from your dad, and everybody responded to you, like you said about the dog and the horse and rocks and shit. I didn't respond to you because I felt like that was you were talking to me in a sense very personally at that moment. They took it as a general statement, and I didn't want to get caught up in their reaction with you about what they took it as. I'm just, and you meant it as a pointed statement to me, and I understood that.
I did not.
You did.
Okay,
go ahead.
I did not mean it as a pointed statement to you.
So why did you bring up the terminology passive and complacency to me when I said I'm not doing the system thing? We don't conform and we don't.
Yeah, okay. So when I talked about throwing a rock and dogs actually yelping, that was a general statement. But I just, like I said before, like when you tell me about you not, and I know you're an older gentleman. So it's not. This doesn't really apply to you as much. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people, because you're retirement age, so and I'm heading there too. I'm heading there, right? So I in a few years I'll be at the age where I should be sitting it down as far as going to work every day. So, but I'm saying you're already there, and you're already there. So when I say that your approach, when you say you're not conforming, I think it is a passivity element to that. It's a passiveness element to that. But given your, the place you are in life right now, your age, my comments don't really apply to you as much as they would to working class African American men.
Working age.
Working age or working age African American men. They apply.
Now,
applies
let
to
me
us.
let me handle that before you go forth with the same thing I would handle it with anything you do at this moment. All of that is an assumption on your part. I have two active businesses right now, and a third out out at the publishers because I'm publishing a book. I don't know what you mean by retirement. I'm a hustler. I've been hustling since probably before you were born. If your dad ain't but 81, I've probably been hustling. It ain't but 81. I've been hustling since before you were born, and I hustle. A hustler never retires. They don't know what you're thinking about. We run a whole nother game. We out of the system, and we hustle in the system because I did different things and held different positions within, as you call, the system. And I did what I needed to do within the system, but I was never part of the system as far as acquiescing and conforming. They always knew, no, this nigga is not one of us.
Right.
We always kept that. Definitely. I didn't cuss nobody out. I didn't none of that because I don't do that. I don't fight. You talking about fighting. I don't bother with fighting. To me, and I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying the concept of fighting is stupid.
Right.
Not you. The concept itself is stupid. So I don't fight.
Mm-hmm.
I either kill it or I get along with it some kind of way. But just to be around fighting, that's stupid to me. I'd rather, get this over with and be done. I ain't got time for fighting. So the thing I'm looking at is this. I never will retire. And I got another business, like I said, coming out now from the publisher, because now I'm publishing 2-3 books right quick. Because I'm doing stuff, and I got the papers, I'm doing this and that. I got so many things I'm doing, man, and this is right.
You muted yourself. You muted yourself so we can't hear you.
Not to mention all the stuff I did when I was in the military for 5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I went there on purpose because I do everything on purpose. Right. No one will think about, I ain't got nothing else to do. My main general reason for going in the military was this. I realized I didn't have any discipline. I just told them since I came on here until my first child was born, I didn't have no patience either.
Right.
But I developed those things in my life through direct attention to those things. I went in the military for discipline. So I could discipline myself. I said, okay, I know what I'm going. I know what I'm walking into. I have 4 or 5 older brothers. I forget how many. And they're all much older than me. So my dad, who is he? I mean, I had to deal with them little niggas first. And they were much older than me because they're the ones that actually raised me. You know what I'm saying? Right. When they're that older than me, they changed my diapers.
Yeah.
So these people here, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
they went to the military also. All I'm saying, cousin, is you might be assuming a lot of stuff that's not real in order to position a person, especially myself, in a mind thought or a thought of your own mind that I'm not occupying. That's in your.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. Right? I'm not. If it doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply to you. Right? But there are people that it applies to. However, but specifically in regards to you, all the stuff you're doing. If you would have told, I didn't know you were doing all that stuff, so I thought you were just retired. So excuse me for my assumption. I apologize if I offended you in that regard. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to hear that you're still doing your thing. You're still doing your thing, and you're still engaged in whatever exploits that you want to get involved in, and hopefully those things are geared towards either directly or indirectly negatively impacting the system of racism and white supremacy.
Okay, that's where you went off. That's where you went off. No, I'm not dealing with no negative, nothing. I'm positive in our people. That's my move is to positive our people. That's what I say. If I got time to fight and energy to fight, I got time and energy to help my people. Because my logic goes like this. A people, like a chain, is only as strong as its weakest link.
Mm-hmm.
All the other links can be strong as they want, but the weakest link is the strength of that chain. So I'm up here, I'm bringing my people up as a chain, not just one. I got one here, I got one there. Sometimes I do that when I'm, people come and ask for something. But on the whole, I got businesses going that I'm attempting to employ 5 people here, 20 people there, because I want everybody to come up, make our own stuff so we don't have to go to someplace else to buy, so we can be self-employed and turn it over within our own community, our own sustenance.
Hey, and let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop on this.
Oh,
when I talk about the system of racism and white supremacy, obviously it impacts directly. It impacts African Americans, Black people, specifically African Americans in this country the most. However, and historically, it's done that outside of Native Americans. But it is the imminent enemy of all people, of all working class people. And what I mean by that is it's a system that's put in place to justify predatory capitalism, where the top oligarchs, banks, corporations own all the wealth and resources. And it pits the working class Americans and people on the planet against one another through that is the method or the methodology that they profess and they put out in front of the people to accept in order to ultimately gain control of the distribution of wealth, where it's all concentrated at the higher elite levels of society, the oligarchs, the corporations, billionaires, and where the working class people are just hating one another and fighting over crumbs. It's not just Black people that are dealing with $8 for a loaf of bread that actually molds. Because if you're not paying $8 for your bread, you're not eating bread. You're eating something that does not mold. It's full of chemicals. It will eventually make you sick if you continue to eat that. In order to get a loaf of bread that actually molds, real bread, it's $8 to $10 a loaf. So what I'm saying is that everyone's exposed to that reality. Everyone's exposed to the reality of housing being in the condition that it's in. And it's all that wealth is being stolen from working class people. It's going to the oligarchs, the corporations, the billionaires. And it's all in the name of racism. That's why when you see these guys that are running around with a mask, calling themselves ICE, at the end of the day, they've got a leader, the Border Patrol, wearing a Nazi uniform. So those people are being used as tools for the oligarchs, the corporations, to take complete control of all the wealth and resources of this nation. And it's not just Black wealth, Black resources, right? It's working class, mainstream Americans are going to suffer the same end. So that's it.
That's beautiful, man. That's a beautiful concept, a thought, or whatever you call it. That's beautiful. Yes, it is.
But I think at this point,
yeah, they fired that guy that was wearing that Nazi uniform. So he's not the leader of Border Patrol no more, Greg Davino. But that's not accurate. Yeah, we got fired last Monday.
Yeah, he didn't get fired for that.
It's not up to date.
Oh, he's not the leader now.
Yeah, he didn't.
that's
Okay, yeah, he's not the leader. He's not the leader anymore. But he didn't get
Potato
fired
Head
for wearing that Nazi uniform.
right.
Yeah, he might not have got fired for that, but he's not there no more.
Right, right.
But dude, he just following his lineage. Trump himself is Bolivian. You know, his father came from Bolivia, and I got a whole rundown on it. It's in you could YouTube. I mean, Wikipedia this stuff, Google this stuff. Fred's father, Trump's grandfather, came from Bolivia. He was dodging the war, and he went to America, and he stayed there. And when he had his son Fred, he tried to go back, and the king of Bolivia told him, "Don't bring your little nasty ass back here. You ran from war. You're what they call it, deserter. You stay where you at." And Trump did the same thing. He ran from war. He's a deserter. That's his lineage. It ain't nothing new. It's his lineage. That's how he was just following his lineage, baby.
What Camille wanted to say something. What was she saying?
I lose my train of thought, so y'all can continue.
Why you keep messing all these trains? Girl, get you a ticket. Write you a ticket. So you get on the train. Yeah.
No, it's sometimes because the thought it just passed, so just continue with whatever the flow of the conversation is. That's all.
Yeah, I was talking about how that whole philosophy of racism and white supremacy is something that goes against all American people, because it's a vehicle by which the billionaire, oligarch class, corporations separate the masses. And as a result, you know, they're able to take and concentrate the wealth and the resources of the nation within their sector. You know, and the average American working class person, whether you're white, black, brown, whatever, we're all experiencing, you know, the food prices, the price gouging, you know, all the different stuff that we're going through. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I was little, when I was a real small kid, we could climb trees. We had a pear tree in our backyard. We had a grapevine at the end of the fence. We had an apple tree, you know. But you look at the corporate greed now, the predatory capitalism, these chemtrails that they're spraying, they've gotten rid of all the female trees, or either they're dead or they don't bear fruit. They're inept. So you're not going to be able to walk around the neighborhood anymore and grab a pear off the tree if you're hungry. You have to go buy fruit and vegetables from them, from the corporate giants. That's all by design. What I'm just trying to say is that they are actually seizing control of the nation at a accelerated pace right now. It's almost a hyperbolic function by which they're seizing control of the money, the wealth and natural resources of the country, and they're using this whole Nazi fascist racism paradigm in order to split the country up, and it allows them to do the things that they're doing which we're doing. They're doing right in front of our faces.
Okay, thank you for repeating what you said. So I guess when you were saying that, the only thing that came to my mind primarily was your idea of passivity. And I still have the same mind frame. And I probably a few years ago, I would have probably agreed with you. But at this point in time, my thing is sometimes a person refusing not to be a part of the system is not being lazy, is not being complacent, because they decided that they're not going to feed into the system. They're not going to be I guess I'm not going to use that word. They're not going to be the workforce that continues to drive the system that everyone complains about. And that's all I kept thinking about when you kept on saying corporate capitalism. I can't remember the phrase that you used when you started. You used a specific phrase, and to me, it reminded me of just capitalism, not oligarch. But there was another phrase.
Predatory capitalism?
Predatory capitalism.
Yeah.
Yes. That's all I kept thinking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
No,
going to
no,
say that's
no.
funny because capitalism itself is predatory.
Exactly.
It is, let me say this, it is from a fundamental standpoint, but there is a system of checks and balances that is supposed to stop certain things that we see happening now that's made it almost like a hyper predatory type of capitalism. And those are, those laws against monopolies, open market competition, all those different things that are, but they've already went in and infiltrated Congress, and the congressional members are allowing these things to happen, things that were illegal 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So, I mean, those checks and balances from a legal standpoint, but also, they're supposed to be. I'm not an economist or anything like that, but I a while back I did get an MBA. It was a long time ago, But one of the things that I remember when you study macroeconomics is Adam Smith's invisible hand, where the laws of supply and demand are supposed to correct the market when it's out of whack the way it is. But when you have the rise of monopolies, there is no inherent correction. There's no inherent correction. You have, because then there's the price gouging, there's things like that won't be corrected by market competition in the laws of supply and demand. So those things. Why did I say that? I said that just to say that that predatory capitalism is more real now than it's ever been in American history.
I disagree, said W.E.B.
Okay,
He's gone.
we got a request in chat for Titan. He's in need of a graphic designer. We have any connections, referrals for a graphic designer? I'm not sure what the project is.
I got a dude that does that. Hold on. I'll give you his number. He's in business, so he would want me to recommend it to people. You know what I mean? I have to free up some space. Huh?
Only graphic designs I see on a regular basis.
Okay.
But Camille, did you finish your point? I mean, or what were you saying? Are you done?
I was going to give them the name of the guy's info so they can give him the.
Were you done, Camille, for what you were saying?
Yeah, I want to hear what Wally has to say about W.E.B. Du Bois. But
okay. Well, he's looking up a number now.
Oh, that's what you were going about. Oh, in
the finish what you're saying.
in the debate between Washington and Du Bois,
yeah.
that
Booker T.
In that debate, there was a poem done, and in the poem, that was one of the lines of the poem. Mm-hmm. I don't forget who actually did the poem, but that was part because they were going back and forth. They say one would say this and the other one would say that, and then he said, at the point that I quoted, he said he listened to Washington, and then he said, "I disagree," said W.E.B.
Oh, okay.
Some reason that stuff.
I thought you was going to give a justification for the disagreement.
Okay. Oh, I could tell you the justification for the disagreement. Yeah, of course.
What is it? I think that's what she's been waiting on too. She's been waiting.
Oh, okay.
Justification for the disagreement.
Okay, yeah. Somehow this number ain't just showing up for some reason. I'll find it in another source. The idea, though, is this. I understand your position, and not just like, but sort of like what she said. A few years ago, a few decades ago, all them kind of things, maybe I entertained that thought for a little while until I saw it differently over time and space. And, because I learn things. I'm constantly learning things. I've studied 3-4 languages so far and different things about different things in depth because I'm curious about everything. So I've seen a lot of stuff, and I've seen different perspectives and realized that the perspective that you're at right now is a perspective that I can only speak to. I cannot actually entertain it for real because it's not based on full knowledge. There's a lot about what is happening right now around you that you are not truly aware of, and it's in.
Okay.
It's like this. I look at it like this.
Yeah.
This is the best way to. This is the only thing that came to my mind. When somebody throws a punch at me, I rarely block it. And when you say fighting and defense and against the system, you reminded me of a block. I'm not gonna block nobody. If they throw something at me, I'm not blocking that. If I got to listen to what I'm saying, I got time to block it, which means I got the time to move out. I asked you before if you play chess, which means I got the time to move out of the way, which means I got the time to, as they are moving, to do what I'm doing, not blocking what they're doing, but to make my own movement. And that's what I do. I'm not reactionary. I respond, but I don't react.
Okay.
Because it sounds like to me you're talking about reactionary. I got so many licenses and businesses, cousin. Come on, I've been up. I know how the system works. You approach it as an insider, like they enslaved your people, and now you guys. You don't approach it from that attitude. Approach it from the attitude that you just woke up and you're ready to throw down. That's how I approached it.
Yeah.
And then stuff move out of your way.
So what truth are you saying? What truth or reality are you saying I'm not privy to? That's I heard you say something.
You were talking about racism, and I was wondering if you realize how racism came into play in the United States. Are you familiar with that story? How racism came into effect and involves enslavement and stuff. All of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm familiar. I don't know if I'm familiar with the same story you are.
Okay, let me go through it.
About the classification of race?
No, I'm gonna say let me go through it in like 30 seconds or something. It's only gonna take that long. Before slavery was everybody. Anybody could be enslaved. You recognize what I'm talking about? Yes?
Indentured servitude.
Okay.
Yes.
No, slavery, cousin. I ain't playing.
Nah.
Don't play with me. I'm saying slavery.
There was no chattel slavery of Europeans.
You don't realize that there was a time when slavery was slavery and anybody was fair game.
No.
Then I have to see where you're talking about. Huh?
Europeans have never been under chattel slavery in the United States. Indentured servitude.
Oh, you're talking about, see, now you didn't classify what kind of slavery and all. See, that's what I mean about.
I'm not talking about
making this a long story, cousin.
Chattel slavery is completely different.
Yeah, cousin, I even reached that point yet. I started, but you started with, no, come on, stop that. You asked me to tell it to you. Now I'm telling it to you. You interrupt me and stop me from telling it to you.
Well, because you said something that's not true.
I did not. I said something that is true.
Everybody was not subject to slavery. That's not true.
Cousin, that is true.
Not chattel slavery. No.
Now you didn't put a prefix in front of it. Leave the prefix off. I didn't bring it. Why are you bringing it?
Because it's two different things.
Thank you. So I ain't talking about that. I ain't talking about that. Why are you? I didn't say that.
Do you know the difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude?
Cousin, I did. Where this indentured servitude shit come from? I said slavery, and you said no. And then I said, what? You say, well, not chattel slavery. I ain't never say nothing about no chattel. Nothing. I said slavery.
The fact that you're not willing to make the distinction. The fact that you're not willing to make the distinction. The fact that you're not willing to make the distinction, it lets me know that you're not really privy to the difference. It was completely different. Chattel slavery is not like any other slavery known in the history of mankind or indentured servitude. It's completely different. Completely different. And it deserves a distinction.
Give me 30 seconds to explain to you what I mean.
Go ahead. I'm just letting you know what you said about everyone being in slavery. That's not true.
Yes, it is. You can Google this, man.
Okay.
Slavery
Go
was any man's game
That motherfucker said,
and
Google.
every man's game. Matter of
Well,
fact, it started with the Slavs. So you just that's what I mean about there's certain things maybe you are not aware of. And I'm trying to tell you these little things, and you be arguing about stupid stuff right now. Because I
okay.
never
Go ahead.
mentioned Apple at the moment. I
I'm gonna go
said,
ahead and let you finish, but then I want to comment on it. But go ahead. Go ahead.
"Oh yeah, write a note to yourself or something, man. You researcher, educated, good
That was
behavior.
funny as fuck.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
The
Go
thing
ahead.
is, you got a slavery. Okay, slavery went through a metamorphosis because there was slavery, and then there was chattel slavery. But slavery was anybody's game. Chattel slavery came in as a distinguishable thing, and it was race, which is easy, was distinguishable by easy manipulation of identity. If you bring into a situation a Caucasian slave, where he can mix with the red Caucasians, it's very hard to keep them. But when you bring in a colored slave, it's easy because you can see him a mile down the road. And so they made the whole thing a racial slavery equivalency and built the society up on that. So it's easy to do. What had happened is, I forget how early it was, but the guys like 1700 guys, before the 1776, them guys, before that, they were a lot of rich niggas around. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And they were wealthy, and they were doing business with other wealthy people, crackers mostly, and they were doing, and Indians, and they were building up communities and trying and getting stuff done. However, this thing that we're referring to it right now as racism was just melted. It was also melting in. It took about 40 years for all of that to sink in about every Negro, every colored person, every Indian is a slave in this state. They start claiming statehood, this state. Virginia, I read the law from. And then other states picked up the same attitude. They got it all from Bermuda, because Bermuda taught them how to run the, all of them use Bermuda as a training ground. And then they went into what you're calling chattel slavery. That became law in those years I'm talking about, where everything, nobody ever comes out of the enslavement. The issuance of every enslaved belonged to the owner of the enslaved. Any issuance, if they made something, if they had a child, if they found something, it belonged to the owner of the enslaved. And they made that law. They pulled that out of their butt cheeks and enforced it as a law in their community. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they got started as far as racism and slavery and the chattel slavery being instituted and codified. They call it codified as law. You recognize what I just said, yes? I'll mute so you can answer.
Yeah, I recognize what you said. I mean, I can't say I recognize what you said. I think you missed the critical point that I was trying to make. But yeah, I think, and I also think that there's an aspect of that dynamic that happened at the particular time that I guess solidified and legalized the racism and slavery along the lines of race, and hence chattel slavery. I think there's an aspect of that you lost, because what I would say is that I agree with you. Initially, people came over, they didn't really call them slaves, they call them indentured servants. So they had a certain amount of time that they would come over, black and white, that they would come over and they would serve as indentured servants for a certain amount of time. I think typically was a few years, or maybe even as far as up to 7 years. But even in the in that type of institution, how long that lasted, I have to do the research on that. But early 1600s, late 1500s, is when you had the introduction of chattel slavery, I believe. The exact date I have to research that, but that indentured servitude was still not an institution that made you void of all human rights. Your humanity was not reduced to something less than cattle, than livestock. You still had certain inalienable rights that were given to human beings in that system of indentured servitude. With chattel slavery, we legally became not human, where even there were no laws, no protections to our lives, our bodies, anything, just like you mentioned. Everything that we produced, everything that we were, belonged to the individuals who, quote unquote, owned our people. So ultimately, we had less protections and rights under the law than cattle, than livestock. So that was a completely different, and then the horrors that our people experienced in that environment, in that legal environment, they're unimaginable, and you really can't put human words to properly describe what our people experienced for over 300 years. So, I mean, centuries, right? So, yeah, I think that to not make that distinction it definitely minimizes what our people went through. But then the other side of it is that indentured servitude still existed among whites. They were still white people. When we were in chattel slavery, they were still indentured servitude. You had indentured service where you had whites that were out picking cotton right next to, and blacks in some cases. But obviously, if they didn't meet their quota for the day, they weren't raped or beaten half to death, that type of thing. But the bottom line is that they, and so the dynamic that I think you're missing when you talk about that invent of racism and slavery in the United States, it was definitely for, like you mentioned, to make the distinction between who was going to actually a real slave and not an indentured servant, but an actual slave under chattel slavery, to make that along racial lines. But then it also provided an environment where the wealthy Protestant white male that owned the land and owned multiple people who had been thrust into chattel slavery and indentured servitude, them owning all the large amount of wealth and resources in the land, they still had some type of tie to the working class individual, where at least that working class individual felt like, even just from a ethnic or genetic standpoint, that they have something in common with the people who were actually owned all the wealth. That's kind of what's going on right now. If for nothing else, we've got the same demographic. We have the same genetic code, the same. We've got the same ethnicity, and as a result of that, then we have that in common. A lot more in common than I do this African person or this African American person I'm picking cotton right next to. So I always have the hope that I can actually get to a point where I'm in your position, especially if I still believe in some of the things that you believe in as far as racism and all that stuff. But everyone in that working class, they still were taken advantage of. It's kind of the same thing as we see now. I mean, these guys that are in ICE, they feel like they have so much more in common with the people who own all the wealth, Donald Trump and all these people who have this Nazi racist mindset, because they share the racist mindset and they share ethnicity, but they don't really understand that they've got a lot more in common with working class African American, working class working class Hispanics, working class Asians than they do with the oligarchs, the corporations. You know, they've got more in common with the common man than they do with the people who are manipulating them to to kind of work on the behalf of racism and fascism. But I mean, it's kind of the same paradigm. Just it's different from when the countries first started.
Michael, I missed some of it. Who did you say have more in common with the working class man or woman?
Whites that actually have committed themselves to racism, fascism, and the mistreatment of others, the mistreatment and marginalization of others based on race. Based on race, those people actually have more in common with the people that they hate, with African American working class, Asian working class. But they seem to sometimes feel like they may have more in common with the Asians because Asians are looked at as being highly intelligent. But even Hispanics, they've got more in common with working class people of different ethnicities than they do with the oligarchs, with the billionaires, with the corporate giants. And those are the ones who are pushing the culture of racism, white supremacy, and the mistreatment and marginalization of others. They push that as part of the media, as part of they've been doing that from the very beginning because they understand that they can't have all of the working class against them. They're only a few people. They're only a handful of people that own 90, relatively speaking. There are a handful of people that own 95% of the wealth in this country. And they have to have some type of allegiance from the masses of people. They do that along the racial lines. I mean, where there's a shared quote unquote ethnicity, but that shared ethnicity and those policies of racism and fascism, even though they share those, they still have less in common with the upper echelon, the oligarchs, the corporations that push this racist paradigm than they do with working class people. Because at the end of the day, they've got to go to the same grocery stores we go to. They've got to deal with the same budget concerns we have to deal. They have to deal with the same housing crisis that we're dealing with. They're not above that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you to a certain extent, but this is where when you introduce the whole socioeconomic concepts, that's when I have to break apart the words as far as their social stand-in and their economic stand-in. Yes, economically, they may be on the same level as us as far as middle class, working class, I don't know, middle class, lower class, I guess it is, and then higher class. They may be on the same level if you were to just look at it in black and white, but socially, because white people are hierarchically on top, whether it's population wise, whether it's power wise, they relate to them. And so that's where they're going to say they are not like us because they're following the majority who are in charge. They're going to fall under that umbrella. They are going to cover themselves under that umbrella. And that's where the poorest white person is always going to feel that they are better than, because they're just going to hide within that.
Yeah, and that's where the system works. That's where the system works. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that is where the system works, and that's where it's always worked since the beginning. Even when we were in chattel slavery, and they were just a step above picking cotton right next to us in some cases. They weren't chattel slaves, but they were in that indentured servitude state. Yeah, but it worked, right?
Picking cotton next to us.
What the 1619 project and all of that.
But it worked. I'm saying that there's instances of that. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that there was just as many white people picking cotton as it was black. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are instances where there were white people picking cotton right next to black people, but they were not the same horrors that black people who were thrust into chattel slavery were, because they were not chattel slaves. They were indentured servants. They had a indentured servant status. So what I'm trying to say is that system, even though the poorest of the poor still relate to billionaires, they still relate to corporate
because
giants.
Of their race.
Yeah, they still relate to that because that's why the system works. That's why
for them.
That's why it works. It does not work for them. And the reason it does not work for them is because they're in the same, a lot of them are in the same economic position as many of us are. So does it really work? And really, when you and really at the end of the day, when you get down to it, when you look at what happened in Minnesota here over the last few weeks, I mean, even that this particular regime that's in power right now, they're saying that, hey, if you go against us, even that.
Well, then we got to ask the question: does economic systems
even that privilege that you thought you had, that was based on your ethnicity, it does not exist if you go against what we're trying to do.
Who is we and what are we trying to do?
Okay, well, I said the two, rest in peace to these people, but the two white people that got murdered, and but it was a brother that got murdered in Chicago. He didn't get any publicity, but the bottom by ICE.
But outside of ICE, just outside of ICE, because this is all temporary right now. So outside
okay,
of ICE.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know this is not America's?
Okay, let's assume it is temporary. Let's work within that time frame or that premise.
Present and future. We're working the time frame of right now. The time frame of right now is the time frame of what happening
the next 4 years. That's the time frame.
The time frame of what's happening right now is that these agents have murdered in cold blood 2 white people, masked and not prosecuted, immediately exonerated by the administration that's in charge right now. So that is a message that, hey, we're all good with your white privilege, as long as you don't try to use that to come against us. Because at the moment that you do that, then your white privilege doesn't exist anymore. That's the message.
White privilege is always going to exist, no matter if they kill their own or not. That's just white sacrifice.
You saying stuff just to be counteractive, man. If my
no, I don't think I agree with what he said. I agree. I don't disagree with what he said.
If my intelligence offends you or makes you insecure, I can't do anything about that. But as far as you coming back and just saying things just to say something to oppose what I'm saying,
But why do you assume he's opposing what you're saying? Okay. You know what? I'm not going to fight anyone's battle up here. But anyways,
it's,
too late, Miss Camille. You already dragged into this shit that you had nothing to do with.
Yeah, she's been coming everybody's defense against me. Come on.
No, I say I agree with a lot of what you're saying, because I look at it, it seems like you're taking a lot of things personally. I think that's where I think we can all discuss it and we can pick a side and we can argue from that side. But it seems like you are genuinely attached to some of the positions that you hold.
Yeah, they're my positions. Yeah. Well, wouldn't it? I mean, that's the definition of having a position, right? You had better be attached to it, because if you're not, you can't defend it.
Well, logic will often make you see alternative views too.
You have to see other perspectives. Otherwise, just start.
I do. And some of them I agree with, but some of them I don't.
But I mean that you seem personally offended. You seem personally hurt by what you're seeing. Yes, there's outrage. Yes, so you can sit there, us in the chat, you're either for against ICE, not against ICE, and we will argue back and forth and type vehemently about the issue. But I don't think anyone is really crying about it. It's just, it is what it is. And you just kind of have to write it out. Because it's going to get better eventually. This is just a process based on the times we're in, and there's not a lot many of us can do about it. But you seem to be personally upset
I am.
by it.
Yeah, I am, and that's because I am different. I am different, and the reason
you're not. Well, I'm joking, Michael.
I am different, and the reason why is because there's a couple reasons why I'm different. Why I'm actually involved and attached to this, and it does affect me emotionally. One is I spent 20 something years in the military under the premise that I was going to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And the Constitution of the United States provides certain inalienable rights to all citizens of this country. And when I see those things being violated by the government, by a government agency itself, that bothers me. And it's a very personal thing to me, because I didn't get paid a lot of money being in the military on those damn submarines, putting up with all that bull crap. I went through a lot of racism on those, but I believed in something higher than that. I wanted to do something. I thought that I was doing something that'll make not, our people that are in this country and the country itself and the world a better place. So I made those sacrifices outside of the needs to prepare to provide for my family. So
you had a humanistic view of your stay or your tour in the services, Michael, and your humanism actually was rejected by those racist humans that you were encountering. But that still didn't make you less human. Your humanism is what you were looking for. You were looking for other people to be human. Fuck looking at your skin. Look at me as a human being. That's what Martin Luther King meant when he said the content of my character, not the color of my skin. Look at me as a human being, as a man or woman first. Judge me off those actions and what I do, not because of what history has told you about people with dark skin.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't get into all that stuff. I don't get into it in regards to like how I treat people that I know. I mean, we can't deny that racism is pretty much in the veins of the country. Has always been here for centuries, but you do meet people who have tried to not live that way. I'm talking about Caucasian people who have tried not to live that way. They try not to raise their children that way. So you can't just make a blanket statement that everyone has that type of mentality, So, yeah, but as far as me taking it personally, yeah, I do take it personally because the sacrifices I've made.
Racism is personal, Michael. There's no way you cannot take racism as personal.
Not the idea of racism. It's almost like he didn't realize America was racist. That's kind of, and I'm not saying that that's what it is, but that's what it seems like.
Nah.
And I'm not saying that, I just realized it. I'm sure as a Black man, you've experienced some form of racism or discrimination in your life. You've talked about it, but that's what it seems like. You're coming into an awakening that you're seeing the system, you're seeing the American dream for what it really isn't. That's what it seems like.
Can I explain something to you?
Sure.
I'm going to explain something to you real quick, okay?
Okay.
Whew, man. I'm gonna go ahead and explain this. Mm-hmm. All right. So when I was in the military, I was on submarines. I did five tours on them, 5 different submarines over a 20-year period. And the most I've served with 2 other Black naval officers that were on submarines that whole time that I was on. Just two. And both of those were junior officers. They didn't, I outranked them. Okay. That was extremely racist environment, right? Because
I'm sure. And I just, Michael,
basically they didn't want, there was a lot of people, not everyone, but there were a lot of people, and you meet decent people even in that environment. But for the most part, it seems like the worst people in the environment have the most influence. It's unfortunate, but that even exists here in the United States. The worst people in the country seems like they have the most influence because they tend to be the most aggressive in pushing that darkness, right? Same thing in the military and the submarine force. But I thought that was bad, right? I got out, I was a commander when I got out, naval nuclear engineer, multiple degrees, all that. Went to go work for a commercial nuclear reactor.
Then called the nigga.
Work for a commercial nuclear reactor. Only thing I'm telling you this for is so you can see that just based on the environment that I work in, I've experienced racism on a whole nother level.
Mike.
when I
Mike,
got, let me finish real
Mike.
quick. Let me finish. So
What all you're doing is preaching to the choir. Everybody you're talking to
she asked me
has
a question.
experienced different. Trust me, I've experienced racism
Correct.
on levels that you wouldn't even believe. I've seen white
don't
people.
disagree, man.
I've seen white people with peckerwood and Nazi tattooed on their neck and forehead, and then walk up on you and call you a nigger in your face.
And they still had their teeth?
Not after they were bleeding after they fucked with me. They probably did have their teeth, but yeah, they had a bloody eye, a swollen eye, a busted lip, bloody nose.
That's one thing I will tell you. That's one thing I will tell you. I've never had one of them come up to me and say that to me.
Oh, I have.
I've had to, nah, bro, because they already know. I mean, just
because
by the way I carry myself.
California peckerwoods is some different type of peckerwood.
I lived in California. I went to USC. I got my doctorate from USC. So yeah, I lived in California. I didn't have never one of them come up and talk to me like that.
You're lucky you didn't run into the Nazi skinhead. Nah. Did you ever run into any Nazi skinheads? Any white powers? Any Armenian pride? Have you run into any Armenian power? Any Armenian pride?
Come up. I've run into white folks all over the world. I've never had a white man come up to me and say that to me in my face.
Where you're lucky.
No, I think it's about my presence, because they understand if they say something like that, they put themselves in a position to kill or be killed.
It's not about your.
But anyway, man, I'm not getting into that. What I'm saying
is that I was also a teenager at that time when this happened. I wasn't a grown man, so I was also a teenager when this happened to me in Pasadena, California.
Makes sense. Because most of them won't come up to grown men. If your presence is a grown man's presence, they're not gonna come up to you one-on-one with that foolishness. Oh, it's not gonna happen. Not unless they're insane a little bit and willing.
Well, you know, white supremacy is cowardly. You know, that's how.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But they pick on women, elderly people, and children. When it's a one-on-one thing, yeah, because obviously it's wrong, right? It's wrong to mistreat people, marginalize people based on the color they're based on that. And really, the truth is, I look at our skin. Our skin is beautiful. It's made for the sun. Right? Most of us, got chocolate, golden brown skin. Our skin is beautiful, man. Just because you don't have melanin in your skin, if you got a problem with that, that's your problem. I don't have anything to do with that. I don't have any issues with the way with my skin color. I love it.
I'm finna try to post an article there, but I think we should be.
You think it's all about?
What I was trying to tell you.
Honestly, would you think it's all about skin color? You think it's really all about skin color? It's not about culture. It's not about behavior. It's not about nothing else. It's just about skin color. You think this whole thing, racism, is just about skin color?
It's the primary identifier. Yeah.
Yeah. I know identifier. That's why I say they used it to build their societal totem pole.
No, it's not just about that. It's not just about
that. I'm saying that's why they use the color as to build their sociological totem pole. Is to do that was to keep. They wanted to move away from the concept of slavery, and you yourself they moved into the concept of citizenship. And then they had second-class citizenship, which is not slavery, but it's still not first-class citizenship. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So you were moved into an economic slavery system rather than a chattel, which still is a chattel, but the government. Listen to what I'm about to say, cousin. Just hang on. That's why I say it might be a few things you're not aware of. Yeah. The government bought all the slaves in that transaction they made. I forget the name of the transaction, but it happened in the 1880 something. They said they freed the slaves or something like that.
Emancipation Proclamation.
Okay, that was just a proclamation. That's not the actual congressional paperwork that was done.
Yeah. There was a point where they paid all the slavers for their loss of property. they got
Oh,
reparations.
the property you're talking about, the
Us.
bonds, the bonds. Wait a
No,
minute, because
our ancestors. When our
I'm saying,
ancestors were freed, when the I don't know if you're from this country or not, but I'm talking about.
you should kind of be relaxed enough to listen, cousin, because
Okay,
I listened to you for 2 straight minutes without even saying nothing.
Go ahead, sir.
So I'm just saying the bonds, because it was a lot of niggas bought their bonds. That's why I say maybe you don't know about that. They bought their own bonds. They tell their own story and they bought their own bonds. And then after they bought their own bond, they bought the bonds of their wives and their children, because all them things are bonded. Slavery was a bonded thing. It was based on bonds. So that's how when somebody paid them off, you say the government paid them off, they paid off the bonds, they bought the bonds. Those bonds that today, according to some of the what do they call it? Conspirators, you know, the people who come up with conspiracy theories, they say those bonds are worth millions of dollars, just those same bonds. So the thing I'm saying is the United States bought those bonds, and right now today, any issuance that you issue, whether you make something, invent something, or have a child, that child belongs to the United States. And in 1971, they said you come up, you know about the secrecy law? I think that's the name they call it. In 1970, okay, it's about inventions. You come up with an invention, all inventions go to the patents office or are scrutinized by a whole commission called the secrecy people. You know, the secrecy law people, the people who enforce the secrecy law. Sure. They all go through there. If they see anything, if they see any invention that it could be used by the United States government in any capacity, especially military, they flag those inventions. Mm-hmm. And if they run no through, and they send it to the, you know, whoever the next line of prevention is, they send those inventions over. And if they deem that those inventions could be utilized against America as it's too big or the country not ready for it, they can not only seize the invention and all the paperwork legally, they can also seize the inventor legally. Okay. So if you made a teleportation machine in your basement and you send in you're all excited and you send the patent in to the patents office like, oh man, I'm finna get blow up. I got to get my patent so I can, and you send that in and they see that thing and they send it to the scientific department and they say, hold on, wait a minute, this shit might work. Oh, they coming for you. That's a known fact. They didn't disappear people already. And they'll tell you the people they disappeared. Go Google the information. That's what I did. I said, who didn't disappear? They tell at least 2 or 3 people of who they disappeared already.
Right.
And that's all I know. 1971, I think, was when that paper went into effect, the Secrecy Act. And it has to do with patents and the patents office. And so I looked it up to see if it's still enforced. They say not only is it enforced, it's been modified so it is more secure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying, a lot of things that you may not be aware of, because they morphed the whole thing. You see, they sending all that. Why is it? You know what they said even in the 15th Amendment? They're gonna get rid of the servitude unless the person is guilty of some kind of crime. That's what they say in the 14th. Yeah, I mean, but hold on. And then when you go to the 14th, when you go to the jailhouse amendment. Okay, man. Thank you. Okay, you're beautiful with that. Thank you so much. I'll correct myself on that. And I mean, thank you for correcting me, and I will correct my, statements. The thing is, though, most of the places you go, we are in our numbers don't match up our population in percentages. And you could say, oh, that's because of this. And most people would tell you right away after the freedom niggas law you mentioned, Emancipation Proclamation, then they came up with what they call Jim Crow laws. So the Jim Crow law was like this. Niggas smoke weed, right? So what did they do? Make weed illegal. Niggas have a pot lottery. That's how we were moving financial money within our communities through pot lottery. What did they do? Made pot lottery illegal. Now, what is this? Almost 100 years later, they come back around and they make it legal, and they're the ones getting paid like paid ain't then ran out of style for what? Weed and lottery. The lottery in there around you in your state is billions of dollars. That's because that's our lottery. That's how we used to make community money. That's how we was able to build our communities up. Every university, even one in the U.S., has done a research that there's pot lottery and is the best and the quickest way to raise any community economically. And that was our culture. And so I'm telling you, maybe it's just different things you're unfamiliar with. And so you have these positions that you've taken, and you've taken a lot of those positions, as you say, when you were a child, when you left your daddy's house. And now those positions are ingrained in you instead of you looking back, and I'm suggesting just now, only for just back and say, hey, man, let me look at that decision again. Under what I know today, I've grown to a new perspective. Like when I was 5, I couldn't see above the fridge. But by the time I could see above the fridge. I had a different perspective. So I'm saying now that you're 15 years old, look at them perspectives and decisions that you made back in the day and see if they still pertain to your perspective of today. Is it still, you can't see above the fridge? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm constantly upgrading my perspectives. Constantly. The perspectives I have now have changed from the ones I had last year this time. Just based on the acquisition of new knowledge, right? So yeah, I'm not stagnant in my perspectives. No. I always build on and they change and evolve based on my life experiences and acquisition of knowledge. Yeah. So yeah, my perspectives right now reflect my current reality based on the knowledge and skills and abilities that I have right now, my experiences.
I'm looking for that boy Terrence Howard, because he's eligible to be disappeared. That theory he was working on is out of sight. I took it to through a couple of mutations.
Now, Wale.
Huh? What?
Wale. I'm so sorry. I had to do that. I had to. As soon as you mentioned Terrence Howard, I'm sorry. You can continue.
His thing is far. That thing he came up with is far out. It's far out. Just Terrence. So I've been looking to see if he got disappeared as well, because I ain't heard from him.
Who is it far out to though?
So everybody,
one plus
no, that's not true. It's not far out to everybody.
But those are the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the reviews and positions of Q Butter and any other panelists.
All right. So it's time for because I've been hearing people talking about they like updating their perspectives and things like that. So I have a paper. And this is a very interesting paper. I've been doing my best to post it in the back chat and things like that. I think I'm gonna have to go to the site where I got it from and just post the whole link. But this paper says natural selection and evolution, evolving concepts. And in the abstract, one of the main things they're talking about, I read the whole paper. It's 4 pages long. It's not that long. What they're talking about mainly is natural selection, and the professors, Crouch and one other person, I can't remember his co-author's name off the top of my head, but what they're putting forth is that natural selection should be a biological law. Why? Because we can see the outcomes of natural selection in real time. So it should be a law. such as Mendelian's law or Newton's laws or some of the mathematical laws. And I was wondering because I do want to read this paper, maybe the conclusion and a couple of points that they highlighted to let y'all, and maybe the abstract, to let y'all get a better understanding of why they're saying the things that they're saying as biological scientists or evolutionary scientists.
Go ahead, I'm curious.
All right, so here's the abstract. Many recent studies in evolutionary biology have expanded and refined definitions of biological evolution and natural selection. Current evolutionary models incorporate different adaptive and non-adaptive processes based on molecular genetic changes and how DNA is modified over time in unicellular species and in germline versus somatic cells or in metazoan species. Cogent arguments can be raised for the view that natural selection should be considered a biological law consistent with quantitative mathematical equations that describe the fitness of individuals as well as variations within and among populations. Evolution is an overarching framework that incorporates the laws of natural selection and clarifies why phenotypic variation can increase in prevalence and result in species adaptations. The conceptual framework for biological evolution incorporates many cohesive principles that collectively have a predictive value. This framework will continue to evolve with improvements in high-resolution technologies that enables us to examine both adaptive and non-adaptive changes that drive biological phenotypes. Excuse me. All right, now that's the abstract. I'm gonna go down to the conclusion. Conclusions. Natural selection as a law is not the same as evolution as a concept.
I don't know if you're looking for a response, but
from a molecular. Chill out.
No, your mic went out. Your mic went out, so it was silent for a minute, for a few seconds.
The phylogenomic analysis of non-coding DNA shows that DNA evolves independently of natural selection. The vast majority of DNA is non-coding. These are the points y'all need to pay attention to. Hence, at the molecular level, there is a neutral evolution of DNA sequences, and therefore biological evolution of DNA is not equivalent to natural selection. Crouch and Bodmer, that's his partner, Bodmer, conclude rather firmly that adaptive evolution by natural selection is a scientific law. An alternative conclusion would be that biological evolution is a fundamentally sound concept that encompasses both adaptive and non-adaptive processes, while natural selection is a quantitative mathematical law that clarifies adaptive evolution. The thoughts and conclusions expressed by many investigators indicate that evolutionary biology remains a dynamic field that continues to refine mechanistic models by which adaptive evolution drives species innovation in parallel to non-adaptive evolutionary processes that generate variation that is not of immediate utility. All right, so basically, as I was stating, because we can see the processes of natural selection through the species, humanity, and whatever else on this planet, these doctors, these scientists are saying that natural selection should all this nonsense and make it a scientific law. Now, my question is, do y'all agree or disagree, and why? because I agree with him.
Obviously, I'm a layperson when it comes to that specific topic, but I was curious. You said something in the conclusion. So to your question, I don't, when you say a law, a scientific law, I guess, I don't know how that's, let me not go there because that might sound completely ignorant. But was when you mentioned, you said something about qualitative, or what do you say, quantitative?
Yeah, I think they wrote quantitative.
What are those quantitative factors?
So when they're talking about natural selection,
Yeah.
they're talking about the genes that are given to certain species that will allow them to adapt and survive. Things like that. That's why I said the non-coding parts were really important to the conversation, because when you're talking about evolution and things like that, and phenotypes and genotypes, then you don't want to really look at the phenotype, because phenotypes, what you look like, doesn't help you survive. It's the genotypes, it's the genes inside. So that's what they're focusing on.
And does epigenetics tie into that in any way?
Yes,
and then
it does.
how is that?
Yes, because they mentioned epigenetics throughout the article. They were mentioning epigenetics, excuse me, throughout the article. That's why I actually wanted to read it all, but I didn't want to bore y'all. But yeah, they're mentioning epigenetics throughout the article.
Then why wouldn't that tie into the study of epigenetics and whatever theories there are regarding epigenetics? Why does it have to be a separate? I'm trying to figure out what would differentiate it, or what's the additional factor that would make it. I guess your question is, should this be a scientific or biological, what did you say, law?
Yeah.
What would make this special? Why it wouldn't just be a arm of epigenetic studies?
They're taking the epigenetics into the study, and they're allowing, and they're using, and that's why I should have read it all.
No, you shouldn't say, Bio. Nope, because it's gonna be, you already know it's gonna be long and drawn out. I think that would be great for you. Well, let me not say that, but because the way I think the summary, when you read and read and read and don't summarize it, and I think this time you did a great job of summarizing it at the end, so I could follow along with what you're saying and not doze off.
I appreciate it. That's why I didn't want to read it all, because I wasn't trying to bore the audience and things like that, because I know they don't like reading.
We're a microwave generation.
Right, microwave, right. So the epigenetics is part of the conversation, and why they say natural selection should be considered a law. Because the epigenetics part is part of the DNA that is not phenotypic, that's genotypic. So when you look at the genotype and the thing that actually makes an organism fit for its environment, the phenotype is only what it looks like, but it's the genes on the inside that gives it the actual fitness. So that's why epigenetics is part of the whole conversation. So that's why when I read it, I was like, this is interesting. I need to look more into it. But this is what I was able to come across, and this is just something that was sent to me about 3 days ago, maybe 4 days ago, and I read it 2 days ago. So
I understand what you're saying, but some of the factors that they say contribute to epigenetic evolution, isn't that those factors and traits, environmental, so forth, isn't that what actually plays into the evolution or changing of your genes anyways, because of those environmental factors and so forth?
So that's another reason why they say it should be considered a law, because once these things become part of us, or part of the organism, the lion, the hyena, then that's what they have to do in order to survive. If they don't, then they won't survive.
Okay, well then I don't disagree with you that I guess it should be a law, but I guess people who are more familiar with how scientific theories become law, could definitely provide a better conversation
Hey, Camille,
about
what
that.
do you do for, if you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living? What field are you in?
I don't tell anything about myself on here personally, but I'm not in
Oh,
any
you don't?
kind of STEM field at all.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there a reason for that? You just afraid to be?
It's the internet. I don't trust nothing.
Oh, okay.
I barely like coming up here, but
Okay.
I came
Okay.
up here to say hello to Wale.
Okay.
What do you think, Michael? What do you
Huh?
think, Michael, for what I just read? You've been a
I,
scientist.
I'm trying
What
to
do you
figure out. I was in and out because I had a phone call come in, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly are you. What exactly are you? What's the? What are you trying to arrive at as a result of the findings
it's
there?
not, it's not me. I'm not trying to arrive at anything.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
just reading art. I'm just reading what the scholars in evolutionary biology presented,
mhm.
and what they
What do you think that
presented.
they're? What
Hey,
do you think?
chill.
What do you?
I don't need you to question me. I'm going to tell you what they're saying
Okay.
because
All
I
right.
read it and not what I think. I'm going to tell you what I read that they said.
Okay.
They said that natural selection should be considered a biological law because we can actually see natural selection at work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So how does that affect human reality?
Um, I asked you a question first. I answered one of your questions. You don't get to ask me another question and then answer the question I asked you. You're not that
I'll be
smart.
honest with you, man.
It's not
I
that
didn't.
smart.
Some of it I didn't follow.
Can you?
Hold on a minute.
No, I need you to answer the question I asked you. Do you
Yeah.
think, and that Camille just was speaking on, do you think natural selection should be considered a law? Then we can go on to what you're trying to ramble off and run off to. It's not gonna work like that. You're not that quick, dog.
Do I think that natural selection should be considered a law?
As a scientist, because that's what I asked you. Nuclear engineer.
Yeah, but I'm not a biologist or anything like that.
You're a scientist and you use the scientific process, the scientific method. Stop playing with me, bro. You're not going to dance away from this.
I think when you look at the natural evolutionary process, I think that's the case. But I don't think you can apply that to human existence because there's other factors that go into that.
What other factors goes into human existence? Can you explain those other than evolution? Because I haven't seen any other factors.
Yeah, when you look at,
I'm almost done. Don't interrupt me, because I won't.
You asked me a question.
Oh, I'm almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
So, while you're explaining, because I haven't seen any other factors that goes into our existence on this planet. So, can you please explain to us what those factors are, concisely?
Yeah, I haven't thought about it enough to be concise about it. I haven't thought about it enough to be concise about it, but I would just say that, you got we're not as human beings, we're not just exposed to phenomenon like natural selection, because we're not just how can I say this? We have an element that in our existence that goes along the path of free will, and a elevated intelligence that allows us to make choices, and we're not instinctive purely. We're not instinctive purely. We're not just subject to our instinct, but we have a higher intelligence that allows us to make choices based on an intelligence level and gives us an element of free will. So I don't think you can apply that, even though it applies to the part of nature that is pretty objective and is based on inherent characteristics and instinct, not so much on choices. It may apply there, but it doesn't apply completely to us because we have an element of existence that's a little bit higher than that, based on our
So
intelligence.
cool. I hear you. I don't know if I agree with you on much of what you said. But the one thing that it sounds like you're talking about that we have that separates us from animals is this thing we call consciousness and the ability to take our abstract thoughts and make them concrete.
Sure. Yeah.
So hey, that's all animals are conscious though. Why? Because animals have feelings, emotions, and they speak in their own languages. I think you need to study animals a little bit more. Hey, chill out though.
Yeah.
Chill out.
They also have dreams.
They also have dreams, Wale. I wasn't gonna go there though. I didn't want to go there because he's a scientist. These things he should look into as a scientist.
That's not the type of science I'm into, man.
Chill out.
Yeah.
So as I was trying to get to, you did a lot of pontificating about us having this thing called free will.
Mm-hmm.
Is it someone's free will to go and rape somebody? A 52-year-old man, is this his free will to go and rape a 6-year-old girl?
I don't really want to answer that question. I don't want to answer that question.
It's free will. We're talking about this concept of free will.
But yeah, pick another example.
Another example, okay. Yeah. Was it the free will of Darrell Edward Brooks? Was it his free will on November 22nd, 2021 to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, kill 6 people, injure 76 others? Was it his free will?
Sure.
Oh, so in that instance, it's his free will. But when it comes to a 52-year-old man,
oh yeah, I don't even want to comment on that. Obviously, the answer to that question is yeah.
You're such an apologist. Yeah. You're such an apologist. It shows. It's so sad because a Christian pastor standing up on a pulpit lying to his congregation on Sunday, and he just slept with his deacon's wife.
Mm-hmm.
It was his free will. But you know what he gonna do on Sunday? You know what he gonna do on Sunday? He gonna lie to y'all and act like the God that you believe in is finna forgive.
Okay, so now we're getting back to where you normally land.
Michael, can I ask a question? I apologize for cutting you off. Who are you calling an apologist?
No, he called me an apologist. I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't say that. He called me apologist. So get on him like you just going to get on me.
No. That's why I thought that was unfair for him to do that. That the correlation was crazy. But anyways.
Yeah, go ahead and finish up. Get on him like you was about to get on him.
Sabio, that was crazy to call him an apologist when he didn't even make a direct comment on your example.
Excuse this.
No, that was crazy, Sabio. That is so unfair. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyways, that was unfair in my opinion, personal opinion. But anyways, sorry to interrupt you, Michael.
You good. I wasn't saying anything anyway. Anyway, yeah. So I was just, what I would say, like I kind of understand where you're going, Sabio, and I'm not going to debate back and forth with you, brother. I think that, whatever you choose to believe in, You're a grown man. You believe in what you want to believe in. Whatever life has dealt you, your life experiences and your knowledge, skills, and abilities have brought you whatever point it's brought you to. Hey, that's between you and yourself, right? I don't wish you any ill gain or any harm or anything like that. I wish you the best in life and all that good stuff, But at the same time, I can't say I agree with you when you say there is no God. I don't agree with you.
Okay, so that 3-letter word, God, that's not a name of anything. That's a title. So I'm going to ask you, as I ask any person who says there's a God, which God are you talking about?
Can you really define if well, let me I'm going to answer this by saying this. Have you looked at I don't think that any one person can define who God is. I don't think it's humanly possible.
Hold on.
I don't think any one person can define who God is. I don't think it's humanly possible. But let me say this though, real quick, man. Have you ever seen like Neil deGrasse his explanation of the universe? He talks about how big our universe is, and then how long it would take for a person to travel to the edge of the universe if they were traveling at the speed of light. You gotta look that video up. And
I just watched. I love Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I watched a lot of his videos, and in any of them, none of them does he ever mention a deity out there.
Yeah. I'm not talking about whether he mentions that or not. I'm just saying the if you just look at the vastness of the universe, and I'm not a astrophysicist, or I don't deal with any of that stuff. But what he talks about, how long it would take man to travel, if we were traveling at the speed of light, how long it would take to reach just the edge of our universe. Yeah, I think I basically, for me, I've seen too much in my lifetime. Like being out on those oceans at night. At night, you surface that submarine and you look up and you see that dome of celestial bodies, stars, planets, and you look at the wonders of that ocean. Yeah, man, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you.
So is Poseidon the god that you worship, the god of the oceans?
Nah. Now you're being stupid. I mean,
no, I'm not. I'm being because you said, no, I'm not being. You said the word God, and you never named a God.
Yeah, I don't need to name him. And the bottom line is,
yes, you do.
I don't think that there's a human being.
Hey, bro. I was talking. Now you're being rude. So the reason you do have to introduce the name of the God, and so I won't say things like Poseidon, so you can call me stupid, punk.
Well, if you think that what I said was saying that I believed in a Poseidon God, then yeah, that was stupid.
Again, you never mentioned the God that you're talking about, idiot. Come on, you want to start throwing insults? I didn't throw no insults. I threw no insults. I just asked you the name of the God. Name the God. And I said a God of the oceans. Yes, you did. You said that was stupid because so you're calling what I said.
What you
so
said
that's a direct insult to me because what I said about Poseidon, meaning you don't believe in Poseidon, is stupid. Meaning I was being stupid or I'm stupid because I said Poseidon. Just name the God, punk, and quit being stupid and scary.
Now that's when we're getting ready to leave the conversation. All right. So what I said was what you said was stupid. I did not call you stupid. What you said was stupid. All right. From what I mentioned, and I already told you, and that's the last punk I'm gonna take from you. I already told you that I don't think it's humanly possible to name. I don't think it's humanly possible.
Are you going to mention the God that you believe in, or are you just going to?
I don't think it's humanly possible to name who God is. I don't think any human being can really do that.
So you just believe it. So you just believe in a fairy that's sitting outside of the universe that just did some shit. The elephant god. The
I'm done with the
elephant god.
conversation, brother.
Ganesha. You believe in Ganesha. You believe in Ganesha.
Yeah, I'm done with the conversation. You gotta find somebody else to discuss that with. I'm done.
That's all, folks.
Shots fired. Made him run. He don't want to talk. All I did was ask him a question, though. We was talking about evolution. He brought God up, not me.
It's all good. Are you guys boxing fans? They got that fight
No.
tonight. Shakur Stevenson is fighting that guy Teofimo Lopez. That's Terrence Crawford's understudy. They're gonna be fighting tonight.
Teofimo.
Okay.
Yes.
I do want to say I agree with Sabio's question. It wasn't a stupid question. It was actually right on point, since the quality
I
of
want to argue about God that bad. Damn.
city of Poseidon was brought up as far as the background, and so it's logical to think, okay, he's talking about the god Poseidon, maybe. And it wasn't stupid. It might not have been along the line that you were thinking of, but when Sabio has a broader perspective, he knows more than just one God, and so he was offering you some names, and not in a way to be stupid.
You gonna make him talk about it?
No, I'm talking.
He said he didn't want to talk about it.
Cousin, I'm talking to Sabio. There you go.
Hey man, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
All right, fellas. I don't know what lady, I don't know what.
Yeah, we done. We done talking about God, man.
I am too.
He was reading the evolution paper. He was
it's,
reading an evolution paper, and it came up. So that's what it do.
He brought up God. There, he brought up God.
Yeah, I heard everything.
With what evolution about with the paper? So I asked. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't need a recap. I think everybody heard everything.
But I will ask you a question about the paper, Sabio, if you don't mind. Yeah, I mean, if Dev doesn't mind. Because I had a thought about the paper as you delivered it, and I was waiting patiently to see, what other people's response was. And I had not yet a chance to even speak directly to the paper. But this topic had come up about being stupid, and I didn't think it was a stupid question. So I'm saying, though, about the paper, about evolution, it came to my attention, the definition of the word evolute. It's a verb, and it's used outside of the concept of the theory of evolution, like that, biological evolution. It's used outside of that confinement in other terminologies and other spectrums. So I was just wondering if, and in that term, they say the verb means to come out or to unfold. I think it was more toward to unfold. To sprout. Evolution is to, you know what I mean, in that sense of to sprout or to unfold. Are you aware of that kind of concept, and what are they calling that, if you are? Oh, Sabio left the stage. Oh, I'm talking to Sabio.
No, I'm right here. So yeah. I don't want to speak for the author, because that'll be disingenuous to me. You feel me? All I can
I was asking you yourself about the word evolute, the verb and the term evolute.
Well, to evolve, to change.
I'm saying evolute is a verb, and it means to uh, to come out, to a spout, to come out of, like a sprout. Damn, I got to look it up to get you the exact words, but hold on. Like evolve is a verbal noun from the verb evolute.
But yeah, what are you asking?
Had you? It say it comes from the Latin word evoluvo, which means to unroll or to come out. I was looking for the small definition. Oh, here it is. The act or process of unfolding. And it comes from the verb evolute. Which means to unroll. Evolution means the act or process of unfolding. Coming from that root word, root verb, anyway. And I was wondering what you thought of that as far as unfolding, in that concept of unfolding, evolution.
So what does evolve mean?
What does he call who?
Evolve.
Huh? To evolve? Hold on a second. I just saw that too. I gotta look it up again.
You gotta look it up. God damn it!
I'm looking it up now, man. Because I had, the Bible. Okay, here we go. Evolve. It evolved is the past tense of evolve. It's also a verb, to unfold or to expand. Hence, to work out, develop. But they all go to unfold because they all come from the first word, evolute. EVOLUT, which means to unroll. So they kind of still hanging on to the original terminology. And I was wondering how you felt about that as a concept versus what, I mean, not necessarily versus, but along with what you already have as a concept of evolution. That in the actual word is meaning to unfold.
Yeah.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? The definition for educate, right? You know what I'm saying, Sabio? Oh, maybe Sabio out. That's good.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out what's the word of what do you think evolution entails, and why did they give it that definition?
Because I think that's exactly what it appears to do is unfold. And so I'm saying the same thing about educate. Where education means to draw it out, versus the concept of what the common concept of what educate means. But we both, you and I think, agree that educate means to draw out. So the genius is already inside the student, and the educator, being that's what they are, actually, will attempt to draw that genius out because it's in there. It's in the student right away. It's born. It's inborn. It's unalienable. But you know you can ignore it, discourage it, and stuff like that, and so the genius won't come out. But to educate me, so I'm saying evolution is seem to be saying that the genius is already in, and the rest of it is just a matter of unfolding. That's what it seemed like to me. Since you did ask me how I understood it, yes. So that's what I was getting at. How I understood the definition of evolve and
I'm waiting on Sergio to respond. So you keep asking me questions.
And you're not answering the question that I'm asking you.
What's
So,
the question? I thought that was it.
what do you think evolution entails? And can adaptation evolve?
I think evolution entails the unfolding. And in its unfolding, it might adapt to the environment.
What do
Because
you
I just
what do you mean by unfolding? 'Cause that word is very vague.
that's why I said sprouting.
Huh?
Because that's why I use the term sprouting.
No.
Because
Evolution does not mean evolving into another species.
Oh, I ain't saying evolving into another species. I didn't say that.
Like from being a human.
Huh? It sounds like you're breaking up, cousin. That's why I keep saying what and
I'm not going to grow wings. I am not going to grow wings at any time.
Okay, so you're not going to grow apples either. Neither is that orange tree because it has a different seed. It's a different seed. So the seed sprouts and grows, but the
different fruit.
Huh?
So they evolved. The apple tree evolved to grow apple trees. The orange tree evolved to grow oranges. And humans evolved to be humans.
Okay, if that's how you want to put it, sure. But I'm saying that the thing is, still the unfolding of what was already there, and now it's just simply unfolding.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about unfolding. What the concept of unfolding, cousin?
What's unfolding?
The biology of everything. The universe is unfolding. It's not just people. It's not limited to people.
If someone gets you a gym membership for a year, that's not a good present? I'm just asking.
I don't see it as a good present. I see it kind of like as a low down insult. An insult on the late. What they call a backhand slap, whatever. Give me a gym membership for my birthday. You're trying to say I need the gym, this and that. See, it's a backhand insult. Give me the money. I'll go buy some Krispy Kreme. You want?
So we done talking about folding now? We ain't got to worry about that.
Hey, Sabio, stop inputting, and I can't carry that by myself.
Because it just sounds like you're just going from topic to topic and not really nailing down what you're trying to say.
Hey, something came up, man. So I had
FDA got a recall out for some of these nutritional supplements. A lot of people that go to Whole Foods and people that got hooked up in these vegan groups. Put the link in there earlier. Y'all can look it up. Salmonella outbreak across 28 states in the United States. Most of us come on this platform, live in these areas. Wisconsin seems to be the mostly Midwest, some California.
Just
But
blanket.
basically, this product here, if y'all know somebody, Live It Up is the name of the new name brand.
I see. I realized you had it on the screen. That's beautiful, man. That is beautiful.
People try to take, and a lot of people try to take these magic pills, moringa.
Moringa is in there?
From this brand called Why Not Natural. That's the name of that.
Oh, why not?
I think they own both brands. So if you see this, you got the exact numbers on the bottom. See lot number A25G051 with an expiration date of July 2028. And that particular bottle.
It's a powder or capsules?
Capsule.
Capsules?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably has powder in it.
Yeah, I could dig it.
What about the ashwagandha? The lion's mane.
The what?
You got other supplements too.
Yeah, these are the supplements that have been traced to salmonella, though, in the United States.
Cool. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Those are the supplement brands, apparently. Because, even peanut butter, they make peanut butter in the States that carries salmonella from time
Can
to
we
time.
just stick with what's going on right now?
Yeah, I am sticking with what's going on right now.
Make sure, it's some people that got some people in their circles. Stop eating meat.
Yeah, that's the vegan thing is it's not easy. You don't have a substantial amount of money. I don't think it's that easy to.
They also found at Walmart, Amazon, shit like that. But that's just the latest on the FDA recall. Make sure you check their websites for other products and brands that we cover in real time in the middle of Carolina blizzard, Gianna, currently wreaking havoc on South Carolina, North Carolina, I-85, as you saw earlier with the accident. Finally cleared up. Got that out the way while y'all was arguing and yelling.
Hey, wait a minute. That girl split. I ain't even mentioned. Camille split. I didn't even notice. I was by the car, but I wasn't watching the screen. I got this piece I want to finish.
Yeah.
Peace, Dev. Peace to the chat. I don't know if you can hear me.
Hear you just fine, man.
Peace.
Been a minute.
There you go.
I'm actually kind of celebrating right now.
Beautiful.
I haven't been on here in a minute, and I just wanted to let y'all know that inspired by this community, I actually went back to get the BA for information technology, and I'm working on the capstone right now.
Good job.
So beautiful, man. Thank you.
So this is gonna be This is gonna be the final project, and
Knowledge is power.
I actually wanted to ask Sabio a question in regard to the first mover or prime mover in terms of, because I think what Sabio is getting at is important in terms of eradicating that Abrahamic narrative.
Right.
But when we address any axiomatic system, and I'm learning this now because I'm taking these math courses. When you address any axiomatic system that addresses first causes or a prime mover, or any phenotypical expression, it has to resort back to a metaphysical source, including
Hot,
mathematics. So
hot
I
damn.
so I would
You,
ask,
Damn,
that would
here
be
we
my
go
question.
again.
And I've actually got the mathematical proof that I'm using for my capstone project. So this is like perfect timing. So I'm like, so that's why I'm asking it. That's why I'm asking it. And I got the link. I could throw it up, in the chat for y'all to take a look at, because I would like to actually get a peer review. I would like to get the opinion of this group, because I know that that it consists of different perspectives, and everyone here is operating in the intent for what is of utilizing science and technology and engineering and mathematics for the betterment of the Black community. So this would be the people that I would like to evaluate my work. Although I am submitting it to Western governors, this would be the group that I would like to get feedback from. So I just posted it. There, and I would direct specifically towards Sabio. And I know. Well, let me be quiet. Let me just, if you listening and if you choose to interact, I'd appreciate it. Sabe, are you there?
Where you put it in the chat somewhere?
Yeah, I put it in the comments. I could put it in the private chat. Nobody back there. If I can present,
you gotta be a
whenever.
mod to post it in the chat, YouTube chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just put it
You
in the
just
back
not know.
chat.
You ain't.
You'll be all
You.
right.
We be telling you that all the time. I don't know why you don't.
Yeah, no, because all right, because so then if you post it from just YouTube, it'll
It
show up.
tells you that you're not able to do it. It should give you a message.
So this time message. All right, cool. Okay. I can present. You could share my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Video file. Share screen. All right. So I'm doing that now.
You said don't. You can't post it in the back chat because ain't nobody back there. That's
Well,
crazy.
all right. I'm obviously
If
misunderstanding
somebody
what
had
it was.
asked about a design, some kind of designer thing, and I
Let
said
him
I
get
knew
all
it.
this stuff out while he's still trying to get
Tried
it
to get the
together.
thing done the time that it came up, cousin, but of course it's running. So I just thought maybe
Okay.
I missed it. I don't know who asked about a designer, and I put the
So
information in
Yeah,
the
that was an
back check.
hour ago. He gone. He not even on the computer no more. He gone.
so can you see this document here?
It's the ASCI.
OSCI, correct. Okay. That symbol there is meant to represent the lambda in the lambda cold dark matter model of physics. The cold dark matter is obviously dark matter, dark energy that that provides the actual environment that allows for the 5% of baryonic matter that we observe to act the way it does. If there wasn't cold dark matter and dark energy, the universe wouldn't operate the way that it does. They've still yet to be able to quantify. They haven't found a quanta for it. So they use the symbol lambda. That symbol lambda is a metaphysical holding position. It's basically a symbol used to point to a pre-existing proto-physical principle that allows for everything that we observe to work. Now, some people call that God. Scientists, physicists call it lambda. So my question to Fabio is, if we don't have to get caught up in the term and looking for a specific God like Poseidon, but if we do acknowledge that all knowledge systems addressing origin, ultimate source, or first cause, prime mover, require a metaphysical premise, then we agree. It's just a matter of the name that you use to refer to that metaphysical premise. So that was
good.
That was the question that I had to to pose to say. Hello. Not sure.
Yeah, man, that's a beautiful concept.
All right, so
I like it.
But this is this is a proof that and then it goes into Gregor Cantor. He was a mathematician in the 1800s, and he went insane. They checked him into an insane asylum because he was trying to split a line and realized that you could continue every time you split a line, you could split the resultant lines, and then he realized that there were more real numbers between the number 0 and 1 than there are numbers, and the amount of numbers are infinite. So it drove him crazy. He checked into an insane asylum, and then no, for real, dead ass. And then after he got out, they only let him teach women. They only let him teach women for like 4 years, and then like 20 years later, they realized, oh, what he was saying is true. It's actually true. And now they reference him. They could call it Cantor's Infinities. And then another mathematician by the name of Gödel realized that any mathematical system any system that's based on axioms has to rely on an axiom that comes before the system. No, a system can't prove itself.
I'm just checking the one now. But
yeah, the second one, Gödel, it's incompleteness. Let me zoom in a little bit so y'all can read.
So how do you feel about that first one?
The first one I believe is definitely true, because that's the first
fastest way to check into an institution.
Well, no. See, that's why I don't rock with math like that. I'm only doing this for class. Math, I learned early that math can drive you nuts, because there's 125 million different ways to represent the number 1. It could be 1 over 1. It could be 10 over 10.
Yeah. Most mathematicians are mad people.
Yeah, they crazy. They go insane. They go crazy trying to figure this shit out. I'm not doing it. I'm just doing this for the class. Yeah. So my point was that even in math, any system that we use because science is ultimately about antecedents. What was there before that? That gets into the evolution conversation. What was there before that? What gave birth to that? What was there before the egg? What was there before the chicken? And then ultimately, you're going to get to a point where whatever system is being used to verify the antecedent is not equipped in order to determine it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when people resort to names like God or lambda or the universal constant. You can call it what you want: dark matter, dark energy, stuff out there that we can't measure, but we know has to be there in order for us to be able to have this conversation. That's basically it. Now, where it gets twisted is where they use that Abrahamic narrative and they try to, that's where it gets twisted. But axiomatically, it makes perfect sense. There is an origin point that none of us at this point are able to quantify within the system because it is infinite. And Cantor proved that there are more than one infinity, because if it's infinity, it does not end, period.
Infinity and beyond.
Yeah, so there's countable infinities and then there's uncountable infinities. I say, wait, hold up. If it's infinity, it's infinity. No, there's countable infinity, which are the integers. That's like 0, 1, 2. All you got to do is add 1. So it's infinite. But if you take the prime numbers from that number set, and then you look at the diagonal of all of that matrix that you just set up, you will find a number that's not in that set in any one of those lines. So that's an uncountable infinity.
Right.
So that means it don't end, which means that you're never going to be able to have one term that points and says everything comes from that. You're just going to, that, whatever that we point to and say that it's like the singularity.
That means the origin story is a fallacy.
Any origin story that attempts to like wrap it up with a bow, like this is exactly where it came from, yeah, it's a fallacy. Has to be. Because no book, no system,
Big Bang.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you could say that, but like, you know, obviously there was substance, and there was a place for it to explode. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that. Yeah. Yeah. But what happened to Save, man? He gone? He stepped out? I'm gonna stop sharing his shit. Stop sharing his screen. Right.
The God concept for that is called Shiva. You know Shiva? Shiva.
A little familiar. 8 arms, something like that. That's the Indian one, right?
No, I think you're thinking about Kali, but yeah, it's
okay.
Indian.
My bad. Yeah.
But it's Indian for sure. And they qualify that as Shiva.
Okay.
So
yeah,
there's a name for it. Huh?
There's always a name. We put a name to it. Yeah.
Yeah, they had a name for it thousands of years ago, is all I'm just saying. A lot of this stuff, and I hear the guys talking about it, they say, oh, shoot, there was societies, civilizations that knew all this stuff long, thousands of years ago. You're familiar with that concept?
Yeah, that's part of the paper that I'm writing. Refer to it as OSCI, Ontological Structural Correspondence Asymmetry, meaning that systems that attempt to answer the question of where does everything come from, they're going to be asymmetrical, meaning that they're going to use the same axiomatic premises, the same metaphysical starting points and analogies in order to answer questions about the origin of life. And the premise that I'm basing it on is primarily in the cultures of West Africa, Central Africa, Bantu Congo, Ifa and Mandombe, and Kemenu, Northeast African systems. Because if you study those systems, they actually align almost concept for concept with the standard model of physics.
Exactly what I say all the time, but people be like, oh, now y'all going to try to make it this pseudo stuff. But physics ain't even reached the end of it yet. The stuff
and it never will. And it never will. No system ever will.
No, I'm saying that the system that you say that you're synchronizing through the Kemetic and the different things you mentioned of 4 or 5, and you say, oh, that's the same kind of stuff like physics. What I'm saying is that was thousands of years ago, and whatever the distance that they travel, this thing they call physics is not going to travel throughout all that distance that those Kemetic and whatever different places you were talking about, physics not going to be able to reach, so to speak. They are on the same line. They are trying to develop it to a vernacular and an understanding that they can conceive of, and in a way, that's of course all good. They ain't got no problem with that. Even that the mathematician, what's his name? He's an Indian guy, but he's been trying to help them to be able to understand what this whole thing is and see that it's been laid out for thousands of years, and maybe they can get to the end result. But I'm appreciative that they don't get to the end result. I think it's like
when you say end result, what do you mean?
I mean, okay, like you said, they can't say what the thing is. No one can.
Okay.
And I just told you that the Indians called that thing Shiva. So they have somebody that gave it a name, and they gave it that name thousands of years ago. or it gave itself that name. I don't know how it come about, but
That's what I be talking about when I say they.
Olokun.
the Hindustani.
They.
I was referring to
every culture has a name or a term for the first cause.
Now, when you go into like the thing, the first cause, even in the East African and the West African Bantu, all the way through, all of them have very similar um, cosmology.
Yeah, and it's usually water based, and that's the analogy that I allude to in my paper. In that, if you that the wave particle duality, the waveform collapse in Schrodinger's equation, it all has to do with wave. And then when you get to Nun in the Kemetic tradition, when you get to Olokun or Oshun in the West African tradition, it's always dealing with like, they'll tell you, well, Olokun means like deep water. It's like, okay. And then and then you will read in the standard model of physics, they refer to wave particle duality. So they're using the same wave analogy in order to describe matter.
Right.
And then that matter will manifest itself along 4 fundamental interactions or 4 primary directions, which is strong force, weak force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Only one of them doesn't have a particle. Gravity doesn't have a particle. It's an emergent force, but there's still only 4 particles because one of those particles, the weak force, has 2, the W and the Z boson. So it's always symmetrical. It's always water-based, and the recurrence of that 4 directions or 4 elements is present in all of those systems.
But gravity, I'm just saying just for you to speak on it. Gravity itself is not a force. Gravity is the result of a force. Okay.
It's an emergent force. But if you notice, there are 4 forces, and then there are 4 bosons or 4 vector bosons that mediate those 4 forces. The photon mediates the electromagnetic force. The gluon mediates the strong force, and the W and Z boson, there are 2 for the weak force or the electroweak force. Gravity doesn't have one, but if you notice, one of those forces occupies 2 particles, so that it's still 4 particles and 4 forces. So that speaks to the symmetry that you'll find in all of these systems that attempt to explain the prime mover or the origin of matter. You're going to find symmetry, you're going to find balance, you're going to find positive and negative, you're going to find duality, and then you're going to find usually some interaction between 4 forces, directions, or elements. So the systems kind of mirror one another if you use them analogously, like similar to like when we use the mnemonic Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You can use these older systems, like you said. There are societies or civilizations that have contemplated the nature of matter thousands of years ago and have come up with these systems. We can use those systems as mnemonics, as culturally situated mnemonics or cognitive tools in order to understand the concepts that they talk about in Western modern physics. So that's the premise of the paper that I'm presenting for my capstone.
Oh, beautiful. I like it. But you had mentioned Ifa. I would suggest that you go in real deep. You also look up I Ching. You looked up I Ching?
Yes.
Okay.
The not hexadecimal. It's is it hexadecimal? I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's 6 based or 8. I think it's 6 based.
Oh, I thought it was 8.
No, you're right. You're probably right. I think you're right. I think it's 8. I think it's 8. And if you look at Ifa, it's 8. It's 2 binary, but basically
Right,
it's 256. It's 8. It's a 2 4-bit. Each Odu is 2 4-bit graphemes, or what they refer to as the Odu. So it's a numerical system, a numeracy. But yeah, ultimately it reduces down to 2 and then 1, because every one thing is comprised of at least two or has 2 components: energy and or matter, a particle or a wave.
Okay.
So ultimately, and then those 2. So every it's kind of like every human being that we see has a mother and a father, and then you trace that back. It goes 2 and then 2 and then 2 and then 2 and like that. That's the way that matter works as well. So we're trying to trace it back to that origin source.
Yeah, I say it's a universal working because it works with cats, dogs, and lions and snakes too, the same way.
And that touches on evolution.
Yeah, now we're getting into something universal when you can take it outside of just people, as you say, and we put it on everything. It fits everything, so it becomes a universal concept. In my thoughts about using the term universal, when it can be used all the time, everywhere, under all circumstances. But I like the paper, man. You said you put it somewhere. I don't see it. Because I would check it out for sure. Talk to my friends about it. I got a few friends who are, who look at stuff like that as well. But I understand what you mean. I have study in those cultures myself. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Are you able to see it?
Yeah, I'm already linking it.
Cool. All right. So that's the one I need to be posting. I keep posting in the wrong one. I keep posting in comments. All right, my bad.
You call that lambda, huh?
Well, I call it Olokun. I use the West African term. The Greek term is lambda.
No, I was just saying that symbol.
Yeah, Olokun. But if you look at the lambda symbol, it's based on the lambda symbol, because that's the symbol that they use for the universal constant.
Oh, this one here?
No, lambda.
Oh, okay. What do the other people use for the universal concept?
Lambda.
The Olokun people use lambda?
No. Olokun is West African. It's Western Central Africa.
What do they use as a symbol for Olokun?
Oh, as a symbol for Olokun.
Yeah, there's got to be a symbol for Olokun.
It's usually what they call from mine, it's a pati pemba. What they call a pati pemba.
What's that?
It's the chalk drawing. The veve. The Haitians call it veve.
So it don't. It's a drawing. It don't look like this, do it?
Yeah. No, it don't.
Thank you. That's all I was just getting to make sure that you're not trying to say that represents Olokun on the for real. There's already a
not on the
there's
for real.
already a symbol. There's already a symbol. We call them sigils and symbols. There's already a symbol for Olokun that's been in the veve that you're talking about. Yeah, for Oshun and the rest of them too, for that matter. Sure.
Right. See, I didn't want to do that because I wanted to drag it toward Western science. I don't want to delve into African metaphysics. You know what I mean?
There's a dude that already did not only a paper, he teaches this stuff. He did a paper on this. If I can think of his name, I'll try to get it to you at some point in time. But he is on YouTube. I've been watching him on YouTube, his statements and stuff. He has a YouTube channel, Comedic Studies, he calls it. If you look up, that's the name of his YouTube channel, Comedic Studies. He's deep. Okay. The man ain't playing. He's deep. I think of that as the guy that did that book, that comedic book. What's his name? Ra. You know who I'm thinking about.
Ra Nefer Amen.
Oh, that dude is deep, man. You know Rob? Man.
No, not personally, but I got a book with notes in it from a teacher. I got
That
the
dude.
Medunatta with notes in it from a teacher in Brooklyn that I first started out with at the Shrine of Nun. And
Well, you have
yeah, that book is
Metadata
deep.
1 and 2. You have both books, right?
No, sir. Nope, just the first one.
Oh yeah, both of
Just
them
the
are.
first one.
And
The
then
first, bruh, I still ain't finished. I ain't finished reading the first one.
Oh wow.
I ain't finished reading. That's like Amos Wilson, like Black Power. That joint's like a dictionary. I mean, no, actually, the Medunatta isn't that large, but like the information in it, it took me 20 years to like get comfortable with the information in it.
Okay, I could dig it.
It take a minute.
Yeah, when he wrote that, had been initiated for years, so I went right through it. The thing that I was suggesting is that you read and see what they have come up with, and do just what you're doing. You're coming up with something. That's why I mentioned the comedic studies. The guy that comes under that terminology, comedic, because he does what you had mentioned, and he might know a few languages and translations you don't know, that kind of stuff.
Say word.
And
say word.
Huh?
I said, say word. I appreciate it. I'll check it out. I'm looking right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful thing, man. I like his work. I like when I see you young brothers do some academic work, man. We need more. I mean, we could use more academic work. I mean, back in the day, dudes were doing academic work, but when they did this civil rights thing and took all the schools and took them over and all that stuff, man, because we had all color teachers and curriculum and stuff. And then they took it over and started talking about, oh, you got to do this curriculum, that curriculum. They burned thousands of books so that we couldn't teach our children our story. And then they made certain things illegal. And then they made us, how do you say, shame of being who we were. So now I hear people say, don't call me no nigga. That's what we are, but we shame of that now. We want to be conformed. We want to become with them. And then no matter what they see, no matter what you do, at the end of the day, 100 feet away, they going to see a nigga. Man, it ain't in their mind. It's in your mind the problem. In their mind ain't the problem. The guy said, ain't nobody cracker called me a nigga. The glass cracker called me a nigga, almost had me on the floor laughing. I was just laughing at him because he think I'm going to get upset. He don't know he was calling me king. That's how I see it. A nigga is the king. We the cream of the crop. We the original. And he calling me a nigga. I'm like laughing because he think he's insulting me. I'm going to get angry and shit. And I laugh so hard, everybody started telling him, man, why don't you stop? Other people told him that. I had to tell him nothing. I ain't gonna fight him about him calling me nigga. I am a nigga. I'm saying I'm glad you recognize a nigga and not be playing about, oh, well, he's a black man, because ain't nobody really black. He just be lying and trying to assuage, what is that called when you try to soften a blow? And to me, but I'm not indoctrinated to think nigga is a bad word, right? So you can't do that to me. I think nigga is a good word myself. It identifies us. It puts us in a place. It gives us ethnicity. And niggas be trying to run from that, trying to assimilate and conform. No, I'm just a regular American citizen. Yeah. Well, tell that to the cop that just shot himself, the 17-year-old boy in the back 14 times. How you going to shoot a little 17-year-old boy? He was running away. The little nigga was running away and they shot him, and more than one cop shot him in the back 14 times. The first one or two bullets would have knocked the body down. Meaning what? They went up on him and shot him. The rest of the shots. Because you shot bullets before, man, you shoot around. The bullets ain't but a few of them going to hit the target because the rest of them going to fly by. The target didn't hit the ground already. The bullet itself knocks the body down at such a fast rate.
You seen the way they did that vet, the white boy?
Oh, man, I think that they come over a period of time, man. We can get on
Anyway,
subject matters that don't have any relevance to actual real life. I just gotta let it go.
Say that again.
I was responding to chatter in the chat. That's all.
Oh.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, they clipping vets now. They clipping vets with expressing their Second Amendment rights. That lets you know that white supremacy, like Caucasoid Zionism, has come full circle. It is eating itself.
Okay. If that's
So
what you
yeah,
want
so
to
how
see.
long have you heard that these evil people were running the world?
Say that again. Wait, what?
Actually, what they're doing is running their world, and we have
Have you ever
abdicated our.
heard anything
Oh,
that
Camille is.
work around it?
Oh, she ain't back. I thought Camille was back. Yeah, man, they are controlling their world, and we are not controlling our world. So it appears that they are controlling the world, but they are actually just controlling their world, and we are not controlling our world. We need to control our world, and then we can see clearly that they are
But you've
not
done it by
controlling.
now. What made you think we're gonna do it anytime soon?
Hey, some of us always been doing it, our little brother. Some of us always been doing it, and we ain't gonna never stop.
So I hope y'all got the recall information. I don't think we went to war today. I've been checking Iran.
You say we, huh?
It's
Master,
still
we sick. Master, we sick.
It's not we. He said today.
No, he said
Today,
gonna
not
check.
yet.
He said he's gonna look and see if we went to war today. I'm
Right.
talking about we, not today.
Okay. No, but today is important too, because these motherfuckers
Yeah.
seem like they on schedule, like they really trying to make it happen.
I'm just saying, I'm not part of nobody's war, man. Look, ain't no we when it comes to that. They out there by themselves when it comes to that. And anybody
So,
want to go we
so
with
if
them,
a
go
war
with
kicks off, you're not affected, Wale?
Say that again.
A war kicks off, you won't be affected?
Oh, I'm
Maybe
surprised.
that's weak.
Surprised that the entire world isn't affected, but I'm not at war. That the entire world that ain't at war. That's some crazy cracker pulling shit out his ass going to war somewhere. And he's welcome to do that until they stop his dumb ass. But I'm not going with him, is what I'm saying. Ain't no we. And will I be affected? The birds will be affected. The doggone atmosphere will be
That's what I'm saying.
affected.
I'm pretty sure
Crocodile.
that's what Bev was saying. But carry on.
Everything could be affected. That don't mean it's a we. That's how I got out of the military because that shit they talking about going to war. I say with who? Oh, them crackers over there in somewhere in Syria, somewhere. I forget the name of who they were fighting at the time. I told them point blank, period, man. If you give me a gun, I'm shooting the motherfucker that gave me the gun. That's who I'm gonna shoot.
So they discharge your ass. Court martial. Oh, no.
That's cool. I ain't gonna go fight some man I don't even know in a Mortal Kombat. And the cracker that gave me the gun is the one that's the one that's causing me the biggest problem. Fight the motherfucker that gave me the gun.
Right.
That's who I'm shooting first. They say, "Oh, get this nigga out of here," and I say, "Okay, cool." You get me to fight no people I don't even know. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. Even in Vietnam, my brothers went to Vietnam and they came back and told me, they say, look, the Vietnamese people didn't even want to shoot us. They told us to go home. This ain't our fight. They fighting the
Yeah.
cracker. We fighting the
Right.
cracker. We over here helping the cracker fight them.
Yeah.
Korean people told me the
That's where that
same
term
thing.
come
What
from.
y'all over here helping this cracker for? He kicking your ass at your home, in your home, and shooting your people in the
Vietcong.
face own kitchen, and you're gonna come way over here to fight with the cracker to fight us and try to get us in that subservient position. You know, come on, man. You gotta answer these questions, man. Why are we doing that? Why are we punking out like that? On a major, like they'll say, on a major scale. Punking out on a major scale.
That's where the term frag came from Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken. It started at that point, where they were fragging their sergeants.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Frag. It means when you attack, rather than attack the Vietnamese, they were setting up their sergeants or leaving them stranded, or they was actually fragging them. They was killing them. African American soldiers and soldiers, American soldiers, period, were fragging their higher ups.
Okay.
Because they're like, how'd you get us in this war? This crazy ass war, yeah.
Basically.
The Vietnamese had so many ways to kill these motherfuckers. It was a shame.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
But I know I had two of my brothers went to Vietnam. One of them told me the same story. The Vietnamese told them to go home. We're not fighting y'all. They refused to fire upon the niggas. Told them to go home. And then later, you know, because niggas kept coming with their stupid ass, of course they had to kill, fight back, because niggas wouldn't give up. No, we got to do this for the cracker and show him that we this and we that. We got to prove ourselves to the cracker. And so,
that goes back to the first George Floyd during in the American Revolution, Christmas addicts. First person to shed blood for the United States was a nigga.
Well, he was the first person, as you say, to shed blood, but I don't know if he was doing that for the U.S.
Right, exactly. And you know the deep part. The deep part is that who would later go on to become president, President Adams. He defended the redcoats.
Wow.
He defended the redcoats and called Christmas addicts a troublesome mulatto.
See?
Yeah. So from day one, they've been letting us know how they think about Africans and people of African descent.
Cousin, long before that shit, and people think it has changed though. Oh, I got white friends, and I did. Ooh, but see, all white people ain't. Get the hell out of here. But they say, well, only some had slaves. Yeah, but the rest of them supported a environment and a society that allowed those ones. Otherwise, they could be rioting like they're doing now in Minnesota. No, we ain't gonna let y'all have slaves. We ain't gonna do that. Be out there rioting every day, man. No, they weren't doing that though, were they? No.
Yeah, the governor of Minnesota said that they might. He said, "Are we going into a John Brown scenario?"
See,
that's what he said.
Not only that, all them crackers in Minnesota, they're immigrants. They say themselves. They all immigrants. Their mama, their daddy, their uncle, their aunt, somebody just came across in a boat. Ellis Island, most of them 1900s, 1920, and since. They grabbed
or plane.
Yeah, they're okay with,
I'm just going on to
they're
say.
okay with the fallacy. They're running with it. So you that.
Okay with what?
They're okay with posing as actual Anglo-Saxons when they're not.
Okay, now we're getting into European history. Yeah, most of them are Germanic.
Yeah. They that's what they do. That's what they say. They conquered the place for their people. And you ain't their people. No matter how many times you get your English name, talking about, I'm Mr. Charles Brown, Professor Charles Brown. Man, I was watching, right? The cop became a cop in New York. He's undercover. He didn't move up the system. He no longer wearing a uniform. He had to stop. That was back when they had the telephone booths. He stopped at the telephone booth to call in something because he doing undercover work. And he wanted to make a call. Nobody could trace. He go to the phone booth, make a call. The cops come, two cracker cops in uniform come up on him and tell him to come out of the booth because they just want to mess with him because he a nigger, right? So he's busy trying to be on the phone and tell them that he is on the job, as he put it. And they burst open the thing and beat him the fuck up because he tried to reach for his identification paper. When they finished beating him up, they saw that he was a cop. He had pulled out his badge. He's a nigga is a nigga first and foremost.
Didn't they arrest that judge? And Obama said that she was stupid or retarded or something. Some judge from, what was it? Washington D.C.
I don't know.
The police rushed them up, and then Obama was like, "Oh, that was stupid." But
right,
it's like
I think that
you're
was
signing up blue wall. Anyways,
yeah, I think that was the professor.
Yeah,
the one that
professor.
does the one that does the lineage. He does your ancestry.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on his front porch, and the police was like, prove that you live here.
Yeah.
And then Obama had to go down there and have like a beer with him.
Oh, you're talking about Gates. You're talking about Gates.
Yes. Henry Louis Gates.
Henry Louis Gates. Yeah. See?
Gates is a funny guy.
Situation.
But they go by, it's like I say, that's how the whole thing started, racism and how they put the slavery on to just niggas and stuff, because they couldn't keep up with the slaves of crackers because it was unprofitable. They could walk out any day and mix with the regular population. So they brought over niggas so they can find out right away who they are. Niggas and Indians, they say they're going to enslave them all because they obviously are different. And you enslave them because you could tell right away. And everybody could be happy because what had started happening is mostly in the beginning, niggas were indentured servants. Niggas were indentured servants, not slaves. In the 1600s, indentured servants. They had and occupied that social status of indentured servant. Most of them did work for 7 to 11 years. The cracker had a 7-year contract. Niggas mostly had an 11-year contract where they could come out their indentureship. And then they started changing the laws to make that become a slavery. Then they started changing the laws to say that it's slavery forever and the rest of that stuff till they get to the finally chattel slavery. It took them about 40 years to do that. And meanwhile, while they were doing that, the niggas were making Mark Vesey kicked in, all these Nat Turner kicked in. Different niggas was revolting against that. Niggas didn't just sit back and say, "Oh yeah, we slaves now." No, niggas revolted against that heavily, and they kept bringing ships of crackers from Europe. They kept, if they ever stopped bringing in crackers, man, we'll run this country over in a couple of years as far as population. They got to keep bringing in crackers because their population don't even come close to ours. The average
there we get getting into the meat and potatoes right now.
Had a lot more children than the average cracker family. A lot of cracker families had 0 children, and it's still in the population today. That's why they're talking about we got to have more children. Trump, they're talking about we got to have more white kids. They're telling you because they don't have them. Most of them guys, the woman even said it on YouTube or somewhere. She said, all these damn men talking about they want colored people to come to their country to screw the women so they can have babies. She said all these men are faggots. They don't even want no.
Well, I'm just. Yeah, you're right, Wale.
Huh?
You're right.
That's what she said. I ain't making this stuff up out of my hat. I don't wear these hats. I just listen to people and see what they be talking about. And so that's how they roll.
Doing the old school though.
They got to keep bringing over people over to keep their population bigger than our population, and they got to keep us going to that thing about where they do the free abortions. You need an abortion, we'll give it to you free. Where there ain't nothing free. Your grandmother should have taught you that ain't nothing free. Somebody offering you something free, watch out. Because what they do, they take them stem cells and they sell them for $10,000. Because that's what the embryo is full of, stem cells. They take them stem cells and sell them for tens of thousands of dollars. Stem cells, Oprah even bought some for something. I forgot how. That's how I even got into stem cell research and shit. I had heard somebody talking. I said, what? On Oprah, they were talking about it. And I say, what? Looked into it, find out they just been taking all them embryos from the abortions. Man, what you think they doing with all them embryos from them abortions? That's why our people used to take the umbilical cord and bury it in the yard wherever you live. Not let the cracker have it, because he take it from the hospital. He gonna sell that.
Mm-hmm. I think that abortion thing backfired on the cracker. You know what I'm saying? Because they put it in our communities and clinics and anything like that, but their women use it way more than ours, I think, when it comes to that.
What you mean, the abortion?
Yeah.
Oh no, they're doing their thing. I'm talking about how it's affecting us. I don't care how many of them do it. All of them can do it. Don't care. I'm talking about how it's affecting our people.
Yeah, it does affect our people. But they're acting like it won't affect theirs too, you know. So,
dude, they were. Excuse me. I'm trying to think of the name. Oh, drawn and quartered. Do you know what that means? Drawn and quartered.
It means cut and pulled apart by horses.
Yeah,
they were doing it before they were doing that to their own people. Is all I'm saying. They didn't need. They were doing that before they even met a nigga. They were doing that to their own people.
So you keep saying you don't be concerned with what white people do, but you keep telling us what they did and what they be doing. I mean, it just seems like too many hypocritical type of ideologies. You like to, depending on what's being said, I'm gonna use this as evidence.
Because you got to keep an eye on them, there. You gotta know the end.
You don't fuck with the white man information, except if it got Google on it, then it's valid.
Oh no.
If it's got Google on it, then it's true. Then
almost all the information I rock with.
I wasn't talking about you, Capital Man.
Almost all the information I rock with is the white man's information. Almost all of it.
Who was doing that work that gave me somebody did that work? Who was that did that work and put it in the back chat? That guy left?
The paper? That's me. No, that's me.
Who is that? Capital Mind?
Capital. Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. What did you just say now that I know it was you? Because I was like, it couldn't have been you. But what did you just say?
I said almost all of the research papers and books that I read on science and archaeology and anthropology, almost all of them are the white man's are publications by white people and or white institutions or European institutions.
Okay, I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying most of the information they do publish and that who's publishing it are crackers. That's true. But the information itself came out of Old Kemet. The information
I would say even before that. We always point to Kemet.
Before that. So we agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But just indigenous information, but then it gets metabolized by Europeans and then they put out papers on it. And then because we have not been in a political and economic and military position to engage in our own in their environment, to engage in our own primary source research for it's only now that we're able to you get a Renoko Rashidi or someone that actually goes to Kemet and does their own, or a Sheikh Anta Diop that goes and does their own primary research. We weren't in the capacity to be able to do that for years. So you get like an Arturo Schomburg who then or Antonor Furman from Haiti who does that type of research based off of European research and then points out where they're biased. So all of the information that we do, well, not all of it, but a lot of it is going to be Caucasian. It's going to be European work.
Your information from Johannan?
Say that again.
You didn't get the information from Johannan?
You're
You know
kind
what I'm
of Dr. Ben, you talking about?
Yeah. They call him.
His information is a little more. Yeah, he has good info, but I find like over the years that his is more bent toward the Abrahamic narrative.
Yeah, of course.
I prefer Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop is more scientific.
Okay, I got you. But dude, I do consider because them guys are back in the day people. They're not. That's not like it just happened. Them happened decades ago. All of that stuff they wrote and research and stuff, and most of it, like I said, was already there in the place, in the different locations. And they finding, you know what? I just was watching a special. They're finding that the cities around America and the whole continent that they just realized was a continent, and another place too. It's down under the water though. It's under the water by Cuba, and then there's another one over there under the water by Panama.
You talking Bimini? You talking Bimini? The Bimini Road? They say it's a road that's underneath the water.
That too. I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about the buildings and the towns and stuff that's been submerged for. They just finding it. I don't know how long it's been submerged, but I did find out something else. A guy was saying that the land of Greenland was green. No, it was listed on a topographical map in 1546, I think the right date, but I know the first letter numbers were 15. In 1546 seemed to be right. Might have been 26. They show the map shows Greenland being green, and another map, which was not too much ahead of that one, showed the Sahara being green as well. So I'm saying a lot of the stuff that we take and talk about, oh, that took millions of years for all that snow to fall. It really didn't. It only took so many hundreds of years. And then when we start getting out of years, I don't really cater to years. I like generations. When I try to do time, I like to think in terms of generations. You know what I mean? We're talking about maybe 4 to 5 generations per century on the average. So then we only talking about 12 generations and not really 300 years, but 12 generations, kind of bring it closer to home. And I can see, okay, that's my great-grandmother, my great-grandmother's grandmother. You know what I mean? We can move forward down the line of lineage. And we can see how close all this stuff really is through a different comparative of time rather than saying, 100 years. Because even years are crazy. That's a whole crazy thing by itself. It's never the same. 1 year is always different than the next year as far as time. One is 365, one is 364.
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to make it seem like all the generations live exactly the same amount of time. Everybody's family don't last 20 years per generation. People die and get killed. Some people live longer than others. That's why it's best to keep it general, like you've been doing. You're exactly right. Never give the year or the exact date, or you'll be proven wrong. Just say back then, and then that will solidify and verify and make whatever you're talking about relevant to specific information. As long as you say back then.
Well, I think when you're talking Green Sahara. Okay. I think when you're talking the Green Sahara, you're talking about like 8,000 BCE. So that's like 10,000 years back.
See, but what I'm saying is,
if he was talking about 8,000, he would have used that exact number. Instead of saying back then, he would have said 8,000. But obviously, he was not making any reference to 8,000.
Well, so that would be archaeologically, and that the Sahara actually was a lush area around 8,000.
No, just keep it general. Then you won't have to argue over it. Just say back then. That'll work.
So then, it's like playing tennis without a net. That's where a lot of times then they start talking about, before the landmass separated. I'm like, nah, hold up. You got to set a time. At least a general time that we're talking about.
We're talking about the movement. First of all, those dates you're talking about, 8,000 years, 80,000 years, they're revamping all them dates, cuz, and that's what I'm telling you now. Go look at the new stuff. They didn't revamp all them dates. They say, oh, they got a whole dating thing about history. The man just said they got to look at history totally different from a new discovery they just found. And I'm telling you about it. I mean, it's cool. I'm just suggesting, though, that in your defiance of what I'm saying, at least check it out. Argue from a point of knowledge and not just from a point of emotional turmoil.
Oh, I'm not arguing. I'm just
correlating
what you said with what I understand.
With what you understand as far as the time thing, and they gave you a time thing, and now you're trying to impose it and say, I got to use that time thing. So like they'll say, no, because that time thing, first of all, it varies. They're going to keep varying it because it's all theoretical. They don't have no, it's all theoretical. And so they're going to find something else to say, oh, we got to change our thought about all this whole thing. That's what they're saying now. When they found all of that life underneath the glacier that hasn't seen the sun, and so who knows how many years, living under tons of pressure, and the animals down there just living around like regular. And they say, wait a minute, life can exist without the sun? See, so now that's a whole new paradigm for them to absorb. Yet they've been teaching at the schools and all that, the new students that's coming up. Oh, you got to have the sun. You got to have it. So you see what I'm saying? So now
I'll agree with you on that. I'm waiting for them to really start digging into Antarctica. I think they're gonna find some real interesting discoveries there.
Of course, already have not only Antarctica but Arctica 2 and Greenland. Greenland, I didn't know if I just mentioned on the map in the 1500s didn't have all that snow on it. And then there's another place too. I can't think of the name. It'll come to me. That had, I said the Sahara. It changed. There was a map I think in the 1100s that showed the Sahara as green.
Yeah, they found a skeleton. They found a skeleton that they called the Black Mummy of the Sahara. They found a skeleton that was wrapped in organic matter, and the bones were black because it absorbed the minerals that was in the lake that it got dropped into. And the only time that there was a lake was that's the reason why I mentioned 8,000 years back. So they have proof that the Sahara was lush
at some given time. And then you say those things were dated, carbon dated, potassium dated, whatever. And I'm telling you that they found, and they are willing to say, that a lot of that so-called dating was erroneous, is all I'm saying. And so by you sticking to it, I'm just saying, you sticking to it, it's okay. But realize it's all theoretical and it's not solid. It's, you know what I mean? It's subject to change. That's all I'm suggesting for you as you take your stand. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not saying you're right, I'm right, who's right, who cares. I'm not into that. I'm just suggesting that at this point, you see what's really going on. They change that stuff as they go along. They call it finding new information, new data and stuff coming in. So you have to update all these facts. The facts have to be updated. What's the way I put it? Hold on, I wrote it down. Facts. About this facts there, because people think facts are real. Facts are not so much. Facts are agreed upon things, something agreed upon. Like history is an agreed upon. It's not really the past. History is just an agreed upon story. It's a story. It's not it's not the past. It's just a story about the past. That's why it's called his story. And then when you have your own story, you call it my story. Exactly. And they teach you his story because they made a history. They made a story for themselves. Even the German girl wrote a book about it just not too long ago anyway, that says they made up half of that stuff about what they call history. They just made it up. They pulled it out because it sounds good. It's what they call it, proper good propaganda, and they sold it around the world as though it was real. The thing that I'm saying is we've accepted it instead of going by our own story. People say, "Well, my grandmother told me this." Yeah, well, your grandmother. Yeah, so we don't go by our own story. We got to go by his story. And we didn't get into his story until lately when we started going to his school and being taught by his teachers in his curriculum. That's how we get this history.
Ooh.
I appreciate the rhyme, but there's no reason with the rhyme. And the reason I say that is on the continent of Africa, did they have schools? Yes or
Yes,
no?
they did.
So if
You're
they
talking
had,
about current. You're talking about currently, Samuel?
I'm not talking. I'm talking about before the transatlantic slave trade, or before what you would call European history. If they have schools on the continent of Africa,
I would say no.
what was Timbuktu? What was Bangkok?
Timbuktu was a university.
Oh, is that a school? That be considered a school?
I don't see it as a school. A university is different than school. To me, I mean, that's what I was asking. But I'm just telling you, it wasn't a university.
One thing I don't like about it is
was it a university? Is it a university?
We're not going to play semantics.
Semantics simply means the meaning of words. If you're not going to go by the meaning of words, then why speak?
So exactly. So the meaning of the word universal is synonymous. They're synonyms. They mean the same thing.
No, school and university don't mean the same thing. Stop lying to everybody. They spelled different and everything. How they go? Come on. Guys.
So you go to school to learn, and you go to educate, and you go to university to do what? Learn at a higher level.
It's just higher learning, yeah.
What the hell?
Think about college.
The Heliante?
You go to I mean, you know, back in the day, people went to university to expand. Not learn. You know, but I could dig it, man. You want to make a university or school, go right ahead, do that. Most of the time, though, at the time, we were learning under apprenticeships, not schools. That's my understanding of following the doggone folklores and the histories that I've read and asked people about.
A particular trade, if you were an apprentice, you had to be learning some type of particular skill. Everybody wasn't a skilled artisan or a skilled craftsman.
Some people were what they call them scribes, and scribes wrote books. They transcribed books, and then the books is what was used at the university. So they would listen to people who were, experienced people. They listened to the wise ones and wrote it down in books. So they had to learn how to do scribing and stuff. And the wise ones, and some of the wise ones had the same way. They had apprentices and stuff. The wise ones, they had apprentices all around. To the point that you think them they're children. They weren't. They were apprentices.
What?
That's how I'm just saying. That's how I know the business to have been run. It wasn't run like you with these schools and stuff.
The one thing you don't know is what I think.
One thing I don't know, what, cousin?
What I think.
Oh, okay, no problem. Because there's a lot of things I don't know. You know, just right offhand.
What I think.
Okay, do your thing. I don't know your thing, man. You know your thing. I'm just telling you my thing.
So the reason I said what I said was because you're always doing this thing with the word history, as if the rest of the world doesn't have their own history. And if
they have their own story. They have their own story.
I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead. Be done.
To look at the rest of the world's history from a Eurocentric or a European standpoint, then you're doing yourself a disservice and those people a disservice. That doesn't mean that's the actual history of those people because you look at it from what the Europeans told you those people were or what the history of those people was. Does it?
Oh, I would agree with that statement.
So why do you keep or why do you insist on using the word history as if that word has some white only context or meaning to it?
Fabio, it's like this. You and I talking about Dev, let's say. And I say that's according to his story. That's his story, man. Come on, why are we doing this? I don't know his story. He telling me his story. And I'll tell you my story. You'll tell me your story. Come on, what is this all about that you're trying to get at?
All
When I
right.
talk to Chinese people, I study Chinese, Japanese. No, you like to say no. You like to say no.
Wale, I know you think you slick, but the word history, the word history spelled HISTORY. The word history will be spelled HISSTORY. So again, you're not that smart, dog.
You know what a Shaddai is?
Hey, no. Again, when we're talking about history,
you're not that smart.
When we are talking about history, if Dev was to tell you his
story,
how he lived, no, it's not it's not his story, it's his history. It's the history of his life. And now if you want to demote it to his story because you don't like the word history and you like to play word games, then that's on you. But at this point, you are discrediting what? Devastating historical life and the things that he's been to because you want to call it his story and not his history.
It's his story about his past, cousin. If you can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you except wow.
You, sir, are a sad
because his mother. Let me explain something to you. Cause maybe it's just something maybe I'm not being clear. Maybe I'm not being clear. Let me put it this way. His mother would have a different story about him than he has about himself. Do you reckon that's true?
His mother would only know him until the point where Devastating left her household and stopped being a part of his mother's life on a regular, daily, consistent basis where she was taking care of him. So yes, the history will diverge at some point, but that still does not mean that she did not birth him, she did not give him and all that he would tell you about that led to him being the person he is. You jackass.
Oh, I thought we were going to steer away from name calling, Fabio. I haven't called you a name or nothing.
I've been doing my best, but at some point you
okay, well, just try harder, cousin. Try harder. Because I don't agree with you, and I'm attempting to be reasonable. I haven't brought forth many outlandish ideas. This is just a simple idea. So it's a matter of your story, my story, his story. What's the problem? And you don't know Shaddai. You don't know Shaddai. You don't know Shaddai. I don't know how to. His story is a compound word. You understand? You do understand that concept where words in English are compound. They take two words and put them together. And sometimes, a lot of time, most of the time, they shorten the words, especially when they have a double letter. And so if it got two T's, two S's, two F's, they might drop one of them and keep it moving. That's called the concept of a shadda. And I thought you knew that. If you don't know it, it's okay. But I'm just saying you have to realize that it's still a compound word, and there you go. And when I look at it, I compound the word. That's all.
So again, the word history.
Okay, of course. You stuck on that.
If you want to say his story, you have to spell it HISSTORY. Those are two different words, meaning you would have
Okay.
to hyphenate the word his story to make it a word.
Make it two
His
words.
history is one.
The
Well, they don't
hyphenation
want to
makes
hear that.
to a
The
hyphenation is
hyphenation is
a two
one
word,
word.
unless you know it's two words. The
It makes it
hyphenation itself. Go ask a woman that got her name hyphenated. Man, please, now you right away you know it's two different words.
I don't know any.
Smith Jones. Barbara Smith Jones. Yeah, which one is oh well see I mean but not cause they different names, man. Cause they you just being
Name,
difficult for no reason. You just
name.
being difficult
I'm not
for no
talking about
reason.
names or nouns.
Hey,
Names are
now
personal things.
yeah.
Names of persons, places, and things.
What you think a word is? Words are verbs, nouns.
Words are action words, verbs, they're different. Adjectives, it all depends on the usage of the word, Wale. So
Of
the
course.
word history would be possessive to his.
Is that a
His.
noun? Is
And the
history a
story,
noun?
and the
Is,
story would be what? An
is
action
history
word.
is
So
history a noun?
no, it isn't.
History is not a noun.
No, it isn't.
Oh, I gotta look that up. I thought for sure history was a noun.
That's
I'm gonna
what
look
you
it
think.
up on Google. I got a dictionary. Maybe I should just look it up in my dictionary. Like
Go
Deb
ahead.
said, I might be overusing Google. I'll check my dictionary and see what it says about
It
the word history.
describes, it describes persons, places, and events.
Ba-da-ba.
So my history is a mystery, but now I see America was the meant to me. Very limited experience.
Oh, it is.
It says in my dictionary right here, I just found it.
I was wrong.
History.
You're right. It is a noun. You're
Oh,
right. It
beautiful.
is.
Let's move forward.
Because it describes past events, particularly in human affairs, as I just said. So I
It's
was
a
wrong.
narrative, more or less.
I thought it was an adverb or my fault. I was wrong.
Yeah, it's cool, man. We
I
all
can
grow.
admit when I'm wrong. One thing I haven't ever seen you do was admit when you were wrong. I don't mind
Huh?
admitting when I'm wrong.
Cousin. I looked it
I,
up to see if I was wrong about it. I looked it up to see if I was wrong about it because I pulled out the dictionary and read it myself to see if I was wrong about it, not to see if you were wrong.
knew.
Calm
I
down, little boy. Calm
it up
down,
myself.
baby.
It's been a
It
minute
ain't
since
that
I looked to
difficult.
see. It's been a minute since I looked to see if history was a noun, verb, or anything. It's been a minute since I was like the 7th or 8th grade. So that's some knowledge I would have to really dig into my brain to remember. So I forgot. Hey, I was wrong. It's a noun. Move on. So what because it describes particular events in human history, you really can't. You really have to you adhere to the usage of it. So your usage of his story is really deceptive because his story doesn't say anything about the Native Americans being African American or the Chinese or the Asians being African. So if you're going off of history, and letting it actually be the word that it is and using it in its actuality and its right usage, Wale, then you saying his story is really distorting the word.
Oh, okay. What I'm actually saying is this:
Didn't get you guys nothing.
history is not the past. It's a story about the past.
I don't think I totally disagree with you on that, because it is a collection of stories or things that people are either reading about or getting secondhand, third-hand information about and trying to reconstruct and give a detailed account about or give an account about. I don't disagree with that. But these events happen. And if we act like those events didn't happen, then again, you're erasing yourself from this thing we call history. It doesn't make sense, because without the history, you wouldn't be here talking, Wale. It doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying. Make sense of this. History is not the past. If it wasn't for the past, as you put it, I wouldn't be here. But not history. History is just a story about the past. I don't need no story about the past.
Hey,
The
Wale,
past, the past, as you say, is a necessary.
your mother and father have a history about the past that led to you and led to them being in the political, economic living situation that they was in. That history cannot be denied because you want to try to misuse the word or distort the word, yo. Like this shit.
Somebody got to say it in order for it to happen.
Right.
Like if something burned down and nobody said anything, did that make it not historical? That this place burned down, even though nobody wrote anything about it. It's not historical.
Well, of course not.
That's why don't nobody need no damn proof to say shit. They can just say anything. Be accepted. You wrong for accepting this information, but if they accept that information, I agree.
You know, there's a Yeti in my backyard right now, Dev. There's a Yeti. There's a Yeti. He's looking at me through my window.
That's you getting ready to drop an album?
I'm man, I wish I could take a. He told me not to take. He told me not. He wrote it on the window not to take a picture of it.
Nah, you don't need no picture. Everybody in that industry know what that is.
If like at this point, what is the point of recording things if you can just say things and it's not and it's just accepted? Y'all, do any of y'all really believe there's a Yeti in my backyard?
I thought you were talking about Ye. No, I thought you were saying Ye was at your window. I said, really? I didn't know you were saying Yeti.
I said Yeti.
Okay, I just didn't know. Of course, man, but AI can show that if you want. You know what I mean?
No. Do you believe that there's a Yeti?
Damn, how AI get credibility?
AI can show that anytime you get ready. Take about how long there have you into that AI stuff? Take about 30 seconds to set that up. Maybe 3 minutes. Give it 3 minutes. The dude I know will give it 3 minutes. He'll have it Yeti at your window, AI style, in 3 minutes.
And whooped 30-13. He got an all-star team playing against the Chicago Bulls, the 95-96 Bulls. He said that Jordan is whack. I've been telling you, I think he won like 2 games against him, or 1 game. How many games he won? 2. The computer is like 2-8 against this nigga. Damn.
Oh, Sabio on the phone and on the internet. Sabio, bad dude. Oh, Sabio, do your thing, baby. Sabio say he gonna capture all the air. I can dig it, man. Do your thing. We're arriving at a crucial point in the timeline. And it behooves everyone to realize that they can't be blaming others for their situation. And it's your choice. You got to start making choices. And I say the easiest choice to make is to be happy. That's just make that choice because it's a choice. And no matter what, be happy. And just like any choice you make, something gonna try to take you off it. Any decision you make, something gonna come up and try to challenge you. That's good because they're testing you. You're being tested. Your decision, your resolve, your, it's being tested. Can you hang in? Do you have the real resolve? Are you committed to this idea? They just testing you. Don't just fold just because well, you don't want me to do it. I ain't gonna, whatever your thing is, I ain't gonna do it because you don't want me to do it or whatever. No, you keep to your resolve. And once you know your resolve and you keep to your resolve, you can get a lot of stuff done. And that's what I mean by just decide to be happy, man, and stay there. Whether it rains, snows, sleet, come on, just be happy. That stuff, don't let that stuff affect you to where you're no longer happy. Maybe you're not laughing or, just deliriously gay. You know what I mean? I don't mean that by happy. I mean happy with, life. Life is a wonderful thing. And I know it's ups and downs, lefts and rights, and all that kind of stuff, and worries and all that stuff. But to me, I look at it as an amusement park. Going to an amusement park, you know you're going to go, and you know you're going to leave. That's life. So now we go to this amusement park that we call life, and we experience all of these things, whatever the horrors, the loves, the whatever life offers. We experience all those things, and then it's going to end. We can leave when it's time to go. But I'm saying it's still a show. It's still excitement. It's not as real that you got to take it. You go in the house of horrors. You can be scared. Shoot, I go watch movies. I get scared of the movies. I know it's a movie. I just paid for the movie and everything. I know it ain't real, but I'm just, going through that because it's like, come on. And that's how life is. We just going through these things. And we don't have to take them in and be miserable is all I'm saying. You can decide to be happy no matter what. Oh, it's raining. I can't go to the market today. Okay, I'm happy it's raining. Just be happy. Don't, I hate this rain. You hating nature. Come on, man. That ain't going to work out real good. Just be happy is all I'm suggesting. And then as a decision, it's an easy decision. You can do it in less than 3 seconds, but you got to stick to it. Because like I say, almost everything going to approach you to try to make you lose your resolve. And that's how I play the game. That's how people get happy. People get miserable the same way. They decide to be miserable. Life is a misery. Everybody's in sin. Ain't nobody perfect. All them kind of things they be talking. And they say that shit over and over and convincing themselves to stay in that misery. And that's their decision to do so. You don't have to do that. You have alternatives. And that's what I'm suggesting, that everyone at least look at the fact that they have alternatives and make decisions. Because we make thousands of decisions every day. This is just be one of them. The decision to be happy. Thank you, Dale. I was able to get that little statement off because I think somebody needs to know that. I mean, and take it as a reality for themselves. The what happens as far as the spirit world and the reality world, let me say something first of all. Both of them are the real. One is corporeal. Corporeal means touchable, you can see it and stuff like that. That's called corporeal. Even the so-called spiritual world is also real. It's just not corporeal, meaning you don't see it, you can't feel it, you can't use your 5 senses. That's corporal. But it's still real with a little added onto it, and then there you go. So it's just kind of real. It's the corporal real. And then there's surreal and all kind of reals, but I'm just saying that's not the extent of reality corporal, things you can see and touch and smell. So then every things happen first in the non-corporal world, and then they manifest themselves into the corporal world. That's the unfolding I was talking about earlier about evolution. It's already in the baby. When the baby is born, his future is already in him. All of it is in him already. It's just a matter of it's unfolding under what conditions and all that kind of stuff. But his future came out like a seed. Inside the seed is the tree. And that's what's going to grow from that seed. You got to get another seed if you want a different tree. You can't take that same seed from an orange and then try to grow a banana. It ain't going to work. That's all I'm saying. You got the baby when it's born, it's a seed. It comes in as a seed. They call it embryo, whatever. I don't know. They got names. But then not just babies, our babies. Lizards have babies. Dogs have babies. Cats have, all kind of animals have babies. It's bio. So everybody's having babies. I'm not, oh, she's a god because she had a baby. Come on. Dogs have babies. Cats have babies. They gods too. I mean, let's look at it realistically is all I'm saying. And scientifically more so. We're scientific in our approach. And this is what's going on. So if things start in the immaterial world, and then it manifests themselves in the material world. This is why you have an idea, and then you make that idea. You have a thought about an invention, which is in the non-material world, the thought, about the idea about the invention. That's in the non-material world. And then you do the invention, you bring it into the material world. So things in the material world come after what's in this so-called spiritual world. And I say so-called because I don't really deal with that spiritual concept of spiritual. It's just non-physical. Somebody wrote, they say exactly. So yeah, I'm just saying the spiritual happens first. That's why people say you manifest in your mind first. And then the rest of that stuff that works its way out, it'll happen because you already created it in the ether or whatever it's called, where the non-spiritual world hangs out, dark matter. And then now will it unfold? And that's the fact up to the science of it all. Because it is a science. And is that capital minds, all the Orisha are forces of nature. I'm speaking to you because you know about the Orisha and stuff. They are forces of nature that are here and they are doing. We work with them in we work together in symbiology. Yeah, we work together in symbiology. The water, us, the water, the air, everything. We all work together.
Are you inferring that those forces were put here by some weird thing that we can't attest to? Yes or no?
Say that again because I didn't catch everything you just said.
Are you saying that the forces that you're talking about, like gravity, electromagnetism, and the other forces, are you saying they were put here by some deity that we don't know about?
No, I'm in that sense that I was just speaking. I'm saying they are some deity that we do know about.
Hold up. So gravity is a god now.
No, I never said that, cousin. Me and the other brother who was on. Wait, cousin, slow down half a second.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. I got plenty of patience.
Did you not just say that the forces were deities?
Gravity is not a force. Gravity is what the guy referred to as an emergent force. Gravity is a result of a force.
Okay, no matter how you want to phrase it. Are you saying that gravity is a deity? Yes or no?
No, I'm not saying that. I just said that again, and for the record, I'll say it again. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying gravity is a force.
So what did you mean when you said that the forces are deities?
The electric electric, the force that is the force of electric, that what do you call it?
Electromagnetism.
No, that's two different forces, cousin. Magnetism and electricity are two different. That's that's why I was talking to Cosmine, because he understands what I'm saying now.
We're talking to Cosmo.
Yeah, he's been studying the stuff.
Hey, Wale. I'm gonna tell you like Cosmo is a follower of the Oshapi Bible. Cosmo is a flaming fucking pseudo.
Okay, no problem, cousin. Meanwhile, he just explained that
Cosmo is in the vein of 2 + 2. I mean 1 + 1. What was it? 2 + 2 equals 1 + 1 equals 3 or something like that. Whatever.
You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy.
That's the shit Cosmo is on. Cosmo believes shit like that.
I get it. I get what you're saying, and that don't bother me. It bothers you.
I'm in a back chat with Cosmo. I am in a back chat with Cosmo.
Okay, fine. I ain't got no problem with that. I don't know where y'all at.
He's stupid.
He just gave me a paper that he wrote that he's submitting to his university. He says he just finished a course, a BA course, I think it was, at some university in this discipline from that college. So I'm thinking, okay, he said he was studying the stuff that I have been looking at myself, and we were talking about it, and he sounded like he's studying it. To me, he seemed to know everything I mentioned and be able to handle the concepts and brought back ideas and nuances about it himself. So I figured he knew what he was talking about. Now, when I talk to you about those same subjects, you don't seem to have that kind of elucidity.
What subjects?
Huh?
What's up?
Oh,
Cosmic. I don't know. I don't like. You didn't mention anything. You just said some.
Oh, I thought you heard me and him. You heard our conversation. I thought E on there the entire time we were talking, entire time. But he was talking about the concept of numbers and how, because he's doing mathematical computations. He wrote a paper. I'll read the name of the paper. Hold on a second. I think I got it here. No, hold on. It's over here. It's called Ontological Structural Correspondence Isometry. Mathematical proof via infinity, incompleteness, and infinite decomposition.
What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck does that even mean?
See what I mean? You don't know what it means. He does, and I do too.
He doesn't even know what it means.
Huh?
Read it. Read the title again. I want you to read the title and think about everything that's in that title while you're reading the words. Okay. Don't just say the words as if they have meaning. Listen to the meaning of the words that you're reading to yourself and me and the audience.
It's 4 letters. He has it up. He's using the 4 letters. Their first letter.
So it's an acronym. So it's an acronym.
He turns it into an acronym.
Oh wow, that's even worse. That's even wow.
You don't even know. You should look it up. It's in the back chat. Pull it up. The acronym refers to the O is that ontological. You know what ontological is?
I absolutely do.
Oh, beautiful. What is it? Because I don't know. I was about to pull out my dictionary.
Look it up for yourself. I'm not. No, I need you to.
Bada bing, bada bomb, baby.
You don't know the words that you're reading. If you don't know the words that you're reading, you shouldn't agree with it. So keep reading, genius. Keep reading, Wale the genius. Ontological.
No, we have to pick each other.
Keep reading. Can you keep reading? I just want you to keep reading.
Is that yeah?
Got the letter O.
Oh, here it is. I found it already. It's pertaining to ontology. Oh, let's see what ontology is. Oh, there it is. The science of being real. The philosophical theory of reality, the doctrine of the universal and necessary characteristics of all existence. That's what ontology. It's a noun.
I know.
So
Trust me.
now
I did. Thank you. I need you to continue reading about the paper that your boy Cosmin gave you, dog. I knew what ontology meant and ontology.
will you please stop calling me a dog? I'm not a dog. I know that's what you do with your friends and stuff. I'm not
Hey,
on that ticket.
hey.
Please, I'm just asking you.
Calling you nigga.
Oh, I prefer nigga. I prefer a nigga myself personally.
All right, my nigga.
But
All right, Wale, my nigga. All right, Wale, my nigga. Hold on. Can you
how-
continue?
please don't call me a dog. I'm not a dog.
You continue
Yeah,
reading the.
Ready, set.
Because we have the O. I just want to
Okay.
know what the acronym is.
The next word is structural. Ontological, structural, correspondence, isometry. Oh, an ontological, structural have a hyphen between them. Those two words. Ontological, structural.
So the word that he introduced would be Aussie.
Huh?
Aussie. As the word that he would have used for the acronym or to shorten the paper would be Aussie. OSCI.
Okay.
And he thought this OSCI gave proof to what? That there was some creative force behind the universe? And
I'm looking up isometry now because I don't know that one either. Hey, isomer. And you know isomer in chemistry, a compound having the same molecular weight and formula as another, but with a different structural formula. That's isomer.
So again, as I said, some deity that created everything that has its own isometry outside of the universe.
So now I'm going to the word itself, isometry, the word he actually used. It says equality in measured parts or proportions. Specifically, equality, is that right? Equality of elevation as the mountain peaks. Equality in measured parts or proportions. So he's saying ontological and structural, they are isometric, and he's going to show the correspondence in isometric terms. And that's why he put here mathematical proof via infinity. He's showing mathematically. I mean, the thesis, you know what they call the thing you read a few minutes ago? What's that called? The preface? Yeah, who is that? That's you, Carl?
Yeah. I just
okay, beautiful.
Just talking now. Yeah.
Okay.
This is great. So say, yes. That any questions that you have?
Oh, me? Oh, capital mind, not Cosmo. I'm sorry. No, I'm reading a thick paper to Sabio because he got this. What does this mean? What does that mean? And I told him I had to look the words up. From what I heard talk to you, from what I had talked to you about, the first four words up here, ontological, structural, those are two different words, and you have them hyphenated, and you're saying they're correspondent through isometry. And then at the bottom, you put mathematical proof via infinity. Infinity,
correct.
Yeah, and you're using. We talked about this, so I knew what you were saying, but I didn't know the definition of these words. So I had to look them up when he was asking about the definition of the words. But as far as your concept, I understood that because me and you already spoke about it. And I was telling him that you seem to understand what you're talking about, and he does not. And
Well,
and
I
you
wouldn't
had
say. I mean, I wouldn't put it that way. I would just.
well,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah, I know
premise.
you
It's a
would not,
premise.
but
It's a premise that I'm putting forward. I mean, that's
Somehow
I,
that's
I
what I
don't
wanted.
know what Cosmon is talking about, but I'm a person
he
who's
said
dealt with Cosmon.
this capital mind, not Cosmine. I'm sorry, I said Cosmine. It's capital mind.
Oh, so this was Capital Minds who introduced this paper to you?
Correct, sir. That
That's
is
what.
me.
Oh,
It's good,
okay.
Sage. It's good. It's been a minute.
So this Asti, since this is
Premise. Yeah.
your premise, what does this Asti actually entail?
The intent. You said.
What
You said
does it actually entail?
entail. Oh. It is a correspondence between cultural, cosmological systems and modern Western standard model of physics.
And when you say cultural systems, what do you mean by cultural systems?
I mean the Olokun system that you find in Central and West Africa in the Congo, Bantu Congo cosmology. Dr. Fukiao speaks about that. And the Benin Vodun system, you find water being used as an analogy for the beginning of matter. And I'm saying that that is structurally correspondent with or to the wave function in modern Western physics.
So
Yeah.
are you
That ain't nothing to
saying
do with that.
hey Dad, thank you. But I was trying to go further into this OSCI concept that he's trying to present. Um in your weird construction of connectivity,
I wouldn't
what
use the
makes
term weird, but okay.
what makes you think this Western ideal of culture and what we may consider
Well,
cosmology?
I would say Western symbols.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't if you want to change the word that I use, you do that when you speak. I'm gonna do my best not to interrupt you,
Got it.
and I would appreciate if that's done likewise. So because that's make me change my thought and what I'm going to say. So if their ideal is what makes you think that their ideal of Western cosmology, theology, and culture is based off of anything that has to do with the Olaroon, Olakun, Orisha systems of Central, West, and East Africa and South Africa.
I would say that both are systems of symbols that are used to examine the same natural phenomena. And they
Did you
do
say
so
natural
using different
phenomenon or national phenomenon?
natural natural.
Okay, and what natural phenomenon was these systems exploring or searching for?
An origin point for physical matter or phenomenal expression. The way in which the sun relates to growth on the planet, the way water is essential to all life, primarily on the planet, radiation, um, polarity, male and female. Though I put forward the premise that both systems are an attempt to explain nature in terms of the way nature expresses itself.
So when we look at the nature of, let's say, a three-toed sloth, what
I think they would have used different
hold
animals.
on. What will make you think that the ideal of Western culture has to do with the real identity and nature of a three-toed sloth?
That goes into abstraction because each culture is going to use a different animal because of the animals present in their environment. So the symbolism is going to be different, but the way in which, when you abstract those symbols, like in Kemet it would have been a hawk, or in Nubia it would be a hawk. In Rome it would be an eagle.
Yeah. And see, that's where the biasness comes in, because we're talking about a whole nother continent. Where the three-toed sloth actually exists. So, but if the three-toed sloth doesn't exist in an environment where those people aren't exposed to it, then they have no idea of what a three-toed sloth is, its environment, its habitat, or any of that. So at that point,
they will have stories about how a three-toed sloth interacts in its environment. And when they will the cultures that do have a three-toed sloth in their environment will have a narrative of how that creature interacts in its environment. And if you take that narrative of how that creature interacts in its environment and compare it structurally to the way in... Let me finish. If you compare that narrative structurally to the way in which another culture describes a different animal, because they're in a different environment, if you abstract the animal as an object within that system, it's going to interact in that system the same way, because we're all on the same planet.
How can you make that assumption if you've not ever... Hold on. I'll let you finish. And the one thing that we haven't seen is a three-toed sloth out of its natural habitat. So until we see three-toed sloth in the environs of America, we can't make the assumption that it will adapt. Because
the system isn't meant to transport one object into another system. The system is meant to elucidate, bring to light the fact that all biological life is going to follow particular rules in regard to the way it interacts in its environment. And if you look at
I thought you was going to school for computers, man.
Say that again?
I thought you was going to school for computers.
Yeah.
I am.
So
should you be writing papers on computers? Why are you fucking around with this philosophical shit?
What we're talking
My bad, Samuel.
What we're talking about is the philosophy of mathematics.
Philosophy?
Philosophy of mathematics, yes.
So
the philosophy of mathematics.
I figured it was going to go there. So is this in any... Because the paper that I read, it doesn't... the paper...
Wait. What paper that you read? My paper?
No. I read a paper.
Okay, what paper are you referring to?
Hold on. I'm going to pull it up again because I
And
don't...
give me a second because my headphones are cutting out, and so I'm gonna log out and log back in. The battery's cutting out, but I'm coming back. Give me 1 sec.
You trying to get your shit out. You trying to nail his shit home. This shit great.
Huh? No scientific article Hey, we got. He's really
Nah,
trying to promote.
I forgot he said he was going to get his papers in computers, information, IT. I'm like, damn, what the fuck is it? But I forgot he was a blackologist. He still we was everywhere.
We were everywhere.
Yeah.
Except for Africa.
Yeah, that's why everything got to go
Except
through
for
Kemet.
We were
Huh?
everywhere except for Africa.
No, I think he with the Africa shit.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I think he with the Africa is the real ruler.
Oh, oh, well, that's a different concept.
Yeah, he on that. Yeah, it's white man science. He still separate white man science. That's why he's trying to make.
But he support white man science more than I do.
He's saying that particular information comes from black folk, people that was black. So he used the word Nubian, Kemet. Yeah, he on that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He would be very like when I don't even really. I stopped really talking about.
You want to hear
black men after our by some writers who showed me that shit is a misnomer, and we are forcing 18th, 19th century, Afrocentric, 20th century ideals into ancient Egypt due to the whitening of Egypt, or the Eurocentrism that was placed on Egypt. So it's a response to white people claiming that Africans or Egyptians weren't Africans. It's a response.
The two main Elizabeth Taylor and Charleston Heston.
I couldn't give it's so many papers that you have to read Capital Minds. You would be like, damn. Like this isn't one paper in particular. It's accumulation of
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna try the headphones again. Hold on. All right.
Like it's crazy. Like to say that the word Kemet meant black people, and when the people who using the word Kemet were speaking to the land, was talking about the land, that's disrespectful. Like if that's the case, when they use the word Deseret, and this is I'm asking this to capital minds. When the word Deseret or Deseret was used, are they talking about the red lands? I just want to know. Are they talking about red people? Which one are they talking about? I really need to know, because they use the word Deseret to use to also, or commit and Deseret, and they use those words. People may not know because they haven't seen those words or read those words. Yeah, they use those words. And what are they referring to? Are they referring to the land or the people? Can't have it one way on your side and the opposite on the other if the same word phrasing is used. You commit Deseret to you, met to you.
Cosmic I appreciate it, man. Promote black owned business. Uh, let's see. I know we run a little late. We got started late, so we just letting people get their stuff together. Had some technical difficulties, look like with capital. Uh, Big story of the day. I guess the Carolina snow blizzard is crippling a lot of folks. Don't have power, don't have internet. We had Corey check in. I think he somewhat cool. We were having live cam footage throughout the broadcast, so check back the accident on I-85, 20 miles past Rocky Hill outside of Charlotte, cleared up. Yeah, we'll freeze tonight, and we got temperatures going down in the teens, single digits in some areas, mountains, much colder temps, much higher amounts. 5 to 8 inches is expected in East Carolina. You will have 5 inches of snow at a minimum. The wind will be blowing. You will not be able to stand in one spot for longer than 20 seconds.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I see my girl Snow.
These earbuds keep conking out on me, but I think I got it working now. Okay, so the where were we at, say, in terms of you were referencing
All right.
three-toed sloth, taking it out of its context, like, yeah, just remind me of, where we were at.
Yeah, so we were at the three-toed sloth and taking it out of its natural environment and bringing it to another environment and wondering if it would adapt or evolve or die out, because
that is not my premise at all. That is not my premise at all. My
Okay, so what is your
is
premise?
that when and this is where it gets into computer science, where Dev, you said, aren't you studying computer science? Why don't you stick to computer science? This actually is. This goes to information theory, and it goes to data modeling, and it also goes to mathematics. Because any system where we are attempting to map an ontology of origin, meaning an original source, that's physics, that's math, we're going to have to concede a metaphysical origin. Because axiomatically,
You keep using that word like it means something.
Which word? Which one?
Ontology.
Meta. Yeah, and meta.
Yeah. Metaphysical just means not okay. To keep it simple, any system that you attempt that attempts to describe the origin of that which can be seen is going to is going to be insufficient to describe the origin of that system.
Makes no sense.
Okay, well, that's the reason why I put the link to the paper so that we could talk about it, because mathematically, axiomatically, in terms of axioms, because math is based on axioms. The first axiom is the axiom of choice. And that goes to the Barak-Tarski paradox, where you can actually create other mathematical objects from mathematical objects, so long as you accept the axiom of choice. The axiom, that's something before the system that you're using to evaluate all matter. You have to concede that there's something that exists before that. It's just like when you get to the Big Bang, you say, okay, well, what is it that exploded, and what was the environment it exploded in? Both systems, cultural, cosmological systems, and mathematical systems attempt to do the same thing, and they are therefore structurally isometric. There's the symbols that they use, like lambda. Lambda is the symbol that Western mathematics use to refer to the cosmological constant. They don't have an origin for that. You have to just accept that there is a cosmological constant. Once you accept a cosmological constant, then the rest of the cold dark matter or CDM system makes sense. What I'm saying is that in both of these systems, they require the acceptance of something that exists before the system. And that Africans have been doing that for thousands of years. When Europeans interpret, thousands.
You counted the years.
Say that again. Say that again.
You counted the years.
At least more than 1,000. Let's put it that way.
And you counted.
If we go back to the
You went year by year. 998, 99.
No. What I did was looked at what white people said was the first mathematics. Yeah, Europeans. What I did was
that's only been around. That ain't even been around.
What I did was look at what white people said was the first mathematical object on the planet, and it traced back to 40,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, and they call it the first mathematical object on the planet. So yes, at least a few thousand years. Information technology. This brings it back to
which is what? What was the name of the object? 40,000 years.
It's the Lubumbo. It's the Lubumbo bone. There's the Lubumbo and the Ishango bone in Central Africa.
Are you able to type that out in the YouTube chat?
I can show you the paper that I referenced. Well, okay, yeah, sure. All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Or I can just share my screen. Hold on. Share screen.
Yeah, I want you to use your resources.
Okay, absolutely. This is exactly the reason why. Can you see? Hold on.
So the one thing that's been confusing me is what equation can we use?
So hold on. This is the mathematical proof. What I'm going to show you is the actual paper that I submitted. This is the mathematical proof. What I'm going to show you is the paper that I submitted to the National Society of Black Engineers.
Now you submitted a paper.
Submitted
to the National Society of Black Engineers. Yes.
Hey, hold on. So you're not going to put your capital mind.
Yes, sir.
The one thing you will not do to me is fool me. Because you submitted a paper, I can submit a paper right now about the Yeti in my backyard.
Okay. So this is. Can you see my screen?
That don't mean shit.
Get to that word. Yeah, get to that word you said.
Go to
the word. Go to that word that you said. Hold on, Sebby. I'm trying to get this word. He's saying this the first object. So go to that word. If it's in your paper.
Okay, let's go to Wikipedia. Lubumbo.
Yeah. Just go to that word. That's all I was asking, man. You said you had it in your paper. I thought you had it. You ain't got the word in your paper?
Yeah, I do. Hold on 1 second. Lubumbo. Okay, copy. Right here. Lubumbo. Ishango? It's not in this one. Okay. It may not be in this one. It is in, let's go CIS. Because I've been working, okay, this is the entire work that I've been working on. Let's go to here.
Yeah, a lot of error messages.
Yeah, that happens from time to time.
Yeah. But you ain't wrong though, right? That ain't got nothing to do with you.
Hey, Dad. Ain't that the that rest of the world is wrong, but this one person out of the group, that's the crazy shit in the world.
Okay, here. This is the other paper I was showing you. The Lubumbo bone, discovered in the mountains between South Africa and Eswatini, represents the oldest known mathematical artifact.
Blow it up. Go up.
dating back
Zoom all the
to-
way in. Go up 200%. Yeah, make sure that everybody sees.
You want to see the whole?
That's the word right there in orange.
Yeah, Lubumbo.
Yeah, go all the way up 200. That's the highest zoom you got.
Okay, you want to zoom in? All right, sure.
Yeah.
No, we can zoom in further. We can zoom
No,
in
I
again.
see it, Vyasa. I want to see how he had it.
Okay, this is it.
Yeah, go in. Yeah, go in.
So
Go in some more.
Okay, sure. The Lubumbo bone.
That's the highest you can go. You can't zoom in no more. Yeah, like Stevie Wonder could see it. Blow it up that big.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want me to read it or are you gonna read it?
You gonna read it.
Okay. The Lubumbo bone, discovered in the mountains between South Africa and Eswatini, represents the oldest known mathematical artifact, dating back approximately 40,000 years. This notched baboon fibula demonstrates early humans using systematic marks to track, calculate, and communicate numerical information. This is information technology. We think information technology is a fucking device. It's not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse. Information technology is the utilization of math and computational mathematics and material science in order to convey information. What did they convey? The Ishango bone from the Congo region, roughly 20,000 years old. That's another one. There's the Ishango and the Lubumbo. Shows even more sophisticated mathematical thinking, potentially including prime numbers, sequences, and lunar calendar tracking. So this was basically a prehistoric smartphone. It was a tally stick. It was used to track moon phases, and it was also, they believe, used as a kind of a calculator for exchange of goods. These weren't primitive scratches. They were information storage and processing systems. Every time the white man observes what we do, they call it some primitive shit. No, this was information technology. The conceptual ancestors of every database, spreadsheet, and algorithm we use today. And the Iron Age, they always talk about the Iron Age as though there was one Iron Age on the planet. There were multiple Iron Ages in different regions of the planet, and the earliest is in West Africa. That's the premise of my paper. Now, let's have a good laugh. Prove me wrong. Hello?
Oh, we thought you had a picture of the motherfucker. Hell. Shit.
No, just words. All I got is words. Yeah, I got a few pictures, but I got pictures, but I don't want y'all to laugh at me.
Mm-hmm. I don't see no objections. Objections?
Sade, you there? Sade, yo. Sade. Hello? He gone? He left?
Nah, you think I left? Nah, I don't know. I might.
No. What do you think? What do you think? Because I know if anybody could tear apart what I'm trying to present, it's gonna be you. So please,
it's not about tearing apart per se. It's more about actually because I'm gonna tell you, there was some things that made me really challenge a lot of things that I was presenting to people.
That you were presenting. Okay.
Yeah, and one of the things was the Ottoman Empire having an impact on the slave trade and the shaping or the formation of America. and I got a lot
Oh,
of
okay.
proof that.
The Moorish type info you talking about?
Nah, it has nothing to do with the Moors. Nothing at all. The Moors was out of. The Moors were done by this time.
All right.
I'm talking about the fall of Constantinople in 1453 to Mehmet the Conqueror, and how that meant the Portuguese and others that were living under the what they would consider the oppressive regime of the Ottoman Empire to explore the oceans and look for other lands. They had
Where
started in early 1400s.
what was the geographical location of where those orders and policy and, like you said, ideologies, the way they did military was the togetherness, right? Sync instead of just loose. It was a system. Yeah, I was talking about system.
You're saying that this was a bias that you had in information that you presented, and you're pointing out that there may be bias in what I'm presenting. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
Okay.
you may not be looking from all the angles that is necessary.
Which is why I brought it to you.
So,
which is why I brought it here. Yeah.
Oh, Samuel, where is the geographical location, latitude and longitude of that empire in 1452, like you said? Yeah.
Latitude and longitude, shit.
Yeah, what area are you talking about?
Act like I know, but I'm talking about what we would consider modern day Istanbul.
Like Istanbul, Turkey,
Yeah,
Iran,
Istanbul. What we
Persia.
would consider modern day Istanbul. What we're talking about. It was once called Constantinople. When Mehmet the Conqueror took over it in 1453, he changed the name to Istanbul, which means the apple of my eye. Or the apple of his eye.
Okay.
Every way
how did you get tripped up on that, or like how did what so you took some information for granted, that's what you're saying, and then presented it?
No, so how I even fell into the Ottoman Empire was through it. It was just a random video, but it had no bullshit. It was a random video, but it made me ask some questions about some things that I had been hearing in the Black community specifically. And I wanted to answer those questions for myself. I needed those questions answered for myself.
The priest, the head of the church, was the head of the state.
Yes. Absolutely.
What system did that before Ottomans?
The Catholic or the Christian.
Monsignor and all that, bishop.
Right. Bishop, monsignors, and friars, and all that. But again, this is the level of thinking that they were using at that time to promulgate information and keep society and humanity moving forward. The scientific method had not yet been what's the word? Developed. I wouldn't even say discovered. I would say developed, because they knew they had been using the scientific method. It just hadn't fully been developed. And if you read papers like Metamorphosis, Airs, Waters, Places, The Republic, the Timaeus, you can see these concepts of the scientific method being used early on. It just wasn't fully developed. But the process of examining the natural world, questioning, asking questions, testing things, even in alchemy, you can see them testing and using natural things at the natural world to see what the results will bring.
And my premise is that the oldest examples of that in the archaeological record are found in Africa.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that to an extent, but it's like it's like you're discarding the Rhine papyrus, the Eba papyrus.
Oh, the Rand papyrus, the Eber papyrus, the Edwin Smith papyrus, the Moscow papyrus. Yeah, they're all going to be like thousands of years before even the Ottoman era.
Bingo.
That's my entire point. Yeah. So we saying the same thing. That's my entire point. Yeah.
So it's not like So this whole when we go back to your Aussie thing, OSCI, the acronym. What
I pronounce it OSI.
OSI. Okay.
Yeah.
OSI, Aussie, however you pronounce it. I'm close. Is that OSI pointing to some isometric deity or force or
no, not a deity. No. This is where the math comes in. It is the knowledge.
Okay. So you want to use math. So when because that doesn't do anything for me. You trying to move to the mathematical world. Trust me.
Axiology. Setting up axioms, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't move. It doesn't do anything for me. For real. So my question remains.
Well, all systems are based. All systems that attempt to answer the question of origin deal with
At the end of it all, is there some creative force outside of the universe?
Outside of the universe? No, absolutely not.
So this creative force is inside the universe?
Correct, and it is the means by which the universe expresses itself.
And how is it symmetry? Don't tell me it's symmetry.
No, it is space. The best way to explain it would be space-time itself.
Oh, so the Big Bang theory, as scientists have been calling it, would be the best way to explain existence, life, and everything that we know of, and time and existence, all that.
I would say it's the most advanced model that we have, and that there are structural correspondent corollaries to older systems that have been saying the same thing. That's my premise.
So So at this point, would it be fair to say that you're an atheist?
Now, here you go. And this is the reason why I wanted to bring this to you. I don't think that it fucking matters. I think if you're talking about the origin of all that is, every system that talks about the origin of all life has to include a metaphysical origin point, including the Big Bang. They all have to accept, axiomatically and ontologically, they have to accept a premise outside of the system. You're breaking up, bro. I can't hear you. You're breaking up. I can barely hear you.
You say metaphysical. What do you mean by the word metaphysical? So what
I'll replace it with another word. non-physical or proto-phenomenal. Anything that deals, because within Western modern science, anything that's not anything that is not space or time is considered a phenomenon. A phenomenon. The moon is a phenomenon. Matter is a phenomenon. Anything that is not space or time is a phenomenon. So
is it a proto phenomenon?
That physical thing that we observe emanates from a source that is non-observable, and that stays the same. That's structurally corresponded within all systems. All systems that attempt to answer the origin source question.
Hey, yeah. I'm gonna say this to you. I need to stay away from white kids. So.
Whose background is that?
Maybe mine, maybe theirs, and maybe all of ours combined. But I need to stay away from them white atheist shows because they got me thinking, looking, and seeing things on a whole different level.
They got you fighting pseudos. You see pseudos in the dark, and there are pseudos out here.
But like you're a pseudo in the dark.
I'm a pseudo in the dark. See?
Yes,
right.
sir.
Okay. Explain. Go ahead.
Capital mind. Capital mind. Hey, capital mind.
Go ahead, bro.
Ooh, you smooth with your pseudo-wisms.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I ain't gonna even hate on you with them.
Okay, tell me about my theory. Tell me about myself then. Break it down.
You can get to an audience based off the intellectualism and the words and the way that you present yourself. If they're not adept enough or quick enough to know that most of the things is based off of guesstimation and and questions.
There's no guesstimation. You asked me for the reference. I provided the reference.
Chill out. I'm almost done. Chill out. I'm almost done.
I'm nothing if not peaceful. Please continue.
If they're not quick enough and adept enough to recognize that a lot of the things you say are based off of your ideals and guesstimations of what you think, they will be fooled if they're not quick enough. Again, I'm not
quick enough.
hater.
Elucidate the trickery.
I'm a realist. And me
being
a realist, I gotta be real to you.
Okay. So bring to light where I'm tricking the people. In the premise.
Talk about when you say things like there's a mathematical possibility that, and you didn't actually say this. I'm gonna show you how slick you are, because math is the way that you drew up your OSI or your OC plan or your paper. Since there's a mathematical possibility that there could be something beyond human comprehension that gave rise to oxygen, gravity, electromagnetism, and all the other four fundamental things, we can't erase it. Because there may be a mathematical equation. You didn't ever present the mathematical equation.
What I did was present.
Hey, chill out. I'm almost done. Let me land my goddamn stealth bomber. Because that's what I fly, nigga. I fly stealth bomber. All right.
Go ahead, Neil. The earbuds are cutting out. I'm gonna have to reconnect. But go ahead.
So until there's a mathematical equation presented, it's just it's not even a hypothesis. It's an uneducated guess based off of what you have perceived to be connectivity and symmetry in the universe and life on this planet, my dog. Let's go. Talk to me real.
Okay. Can you see the paper here? Can you see the screen? Cantor's Infinity. Can you see that?
I absolutely can. I'm going back on
Okay.
mute because I don't want you to think I'm interrupting you unless you ask me something.
Okay, no, it's not going to be long. Because you mentioned mathematically. I'm not presenting a formula. I'm utilizing the work of other mathematicians who engage not only in mathematics but the philosophy of mathematics, who have stated themselves that, number one, mathematics deals with infinity, meaning that it cannot be measured. So right there, you have what they refer to later on. We'll see a paradox. Mathematically, what mathematicians are attempting to do, which is measure everything and the source of all things, there's a paradox because it is totally, completely infinite. Cantor proved this. I was talking with Dev earlier. He went insane trying to prove it. And then he went into an insane asylum for 4 years, and then they let him teach women in Europe. You know how Europeans do. But anyway, that math itself is attempting to measure a thing that cannot be measured. That's number one. And then number two,
So,
Gödel continued that work.
I know you was gonna go to Godel. You're talking about Godel, right?
No, I'm talking about Gödel. He's a mathematician.
His last name is spelled Godel.
Correct, with 2 dots over the O. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
with 2 dots over the E, right?
No, over the O. But yeah, what's the point?
Oh, over the O. Okay.
Right,
okay. I just wanted to make sure we was talking about the same Godel or Gödel.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he put forward that the problem of it says both that cosmological mathematical axioms require basically any consistent formal system F, because this is the way they talk in mathematics.
Wrong nigga.
Sufficient to express arithmetic. Any system that is sufficient to create numbers in order to measure something contains true statements that are unprovable within the system itself. Truth exceeds proof. No axiomatic closure is possible.
Okay,
So you asked, but wait, like I said, I'm not going to take long. I'm going to let you ask. I'm going to let you ask your question. But I'll let you land your plane. I'll let you land, bro. I'll let you land your plane. Let me land mine, and then then you ask the exact question that you have right now. I'm not presenting a mathematical formula. I'm presenting the work of other mathematicians who have made the statement that any system, because math is used throughout all the sciences to measure what is observed. They have come to the conclusion that mathematically no one system is going to be able to encompass the origin point of what it is we're observing. And in that, I present the premise that both cosmological and mathematical systems have a structural correspondence, because they're attempting to do the same thing. They're attempting to find the origin. That's where I'll land, and then you ask your question, please.
Cool. All right. So my first question is, in any of those mathematical equations, was there any deity ever presented? That's my question. Was there any deity ever presented, or were they just what you would consider guesses and hypotheses? Or hello, Capital Mind. Is there a deity?
I was talking. I had it muted. No, they don't call them. They don't call them deities, but they call them first principles. They call them primitives.
Yeah.
They call them primitive. So they refer to them
Okay.
as
Okay. Cool. Cool.
axioms
Cool.
that you
Cool.
have to accept.
Cool. Cool.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So because I'm well aware of some of these people. Godel is somebody I'm familiar with. Are these principles based off of the forms presented by Timaeus? Yes or no? Or did you do any studies on the Timaeus, the form?
Timaeus, could you spell that?
Timeaus.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
With the
At
person.
this point, I'm gonna let you do some study on Plato's forms, the Timaeus, the demiurge, and then holla
The
back.
demiurge I have heard of. Right.
Oh, okay.
That goes into Platonic. The fact that
Platonic form.
there are
Platonic
Platonic forms.
forms. Right.
I don't fully. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, the fact that fuck Plato. Why we got to be looking at Plato? He learned from other cultures, but all right, no. But I'll say with you, I don't really think that it's similar to Jacob Barandi's has a theory of what he calls indivisible. He's a physicist. Indivisible stochastic processes, meaning that what we're doing in modern physics a lot when we say like waveform collapse, we're attributing and how particles actually seem to know that you're watching them. That's white people shit. It's not that the particles like become a particle when you look for it.
Everything the white man writes down is wrong.
It's the fact.
This white people. Hey, capital mind.
Wait a second. Let me finish what the fuck I'm saying.
No,
I can't. That the mathematical formulas being utilized are being attributed to physical.
Why? Form. Because before I'm gonna ask you, there's some questions that I need you to really fathom, think about before you answer. Did Africans have a scientific method before they came into contact with what you would call white people?
Africans produced technology before they came into contact with white people.
So that if that's your answer to what I just asked you, then that means Africans had a scientific method of approaching the world before they came into contact with what you would consider white people. So
yes,
that last thing, hey bro, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm making a statement. I'm not asking a question at this point. I am making a statement. I'm expressing myself. This is an expression. So again, if you just said that Africans were producing technology before they came into contact with what you would consider quote unquote white people, then that means they had a scientific method. So that last statement that you made is null and void.
How?
Talk to me educationally. Talk to me as if you want to educate.
Okay, what statement are you referring to that's null and void?
What I want you to do.
No, you said that my last statement was null and void.
To you.
What statement?
Hey, capital mind. Slow down. I'm talking to you.
Statement?
I'm talking to you as if I'm trying to educate you. Okay. I need you to do the same thing. Talk to me as
you
if
said my last statement is null and void. What statement was that?
About when you made the statement that white people are or when you tried to make the
when I said that white people interpret phenomena a particular way.
Yeah.
I said they interpret it a particular way.
When you try,
if white man said it, is wrong.
Right.
Yes.
That's it. So whatever the white man said is wrong.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No. I didn't say whatever the white man said is wrong. I said the white man's interpretation is wrong.
So again,
damn.
If their method of using the scientific method was wrong, or
No, their interpretation
ill-fated
of
or
our scientific
ill-used
method
or
is incorrect.
illogical
No. See,
does
you're
not
misunderstanding.
mean
Okay, you're
that
you're
the
misunderstanding what I'm
scientific
saying, and
method.
that's the issue. That's the issue.
You're, two people, all we can do is
Europeans'
dance at the same time. Go ahead,
interpretation
talk
of
more.
the African
Tell me what I'm
scientific
thinking.
method is biased. They don't see the scientific method in it because it's coming from niggas. But it's thousands of years older than what they produce, and what they produce is based on what they observe from us.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so we talking the same
So,
thing.
hold on. Chill. Because I said I don't disagree with what you just said, does not mean we're in total agreement.
Agreed.
So
Go ahead.
that's why I need you to chill so you can understand why what you just said negates or nullifies or puts it in a neutral position to where we can continue to have this conversation about the scientific method. So if the Europeans were misapplying this method that they knew nothing about until they came into
Didn't say
contact.
misapplying, misinterpreting.
Hey, misinterpreting, misapplying, misusing, whatever. Whatever word you want to use.
Misinterpreting is more important because they're
Bro.
observing our work first. They're
Stop
observing our
doing
work and
that
misinterpreting.
because you're cutting off my train of thought. So whatever word helps you continue with the conversation, use that. All right.
We gotta clarify terms if we're talking.
Clarify.
I'm not in your brain. One thing I won't ever attempt to do is be in the brain of somebody other than myself. All right. You tell me what you're thinking, and then I will work to use words that you can understand. And if you don't understand them, that's your lack of understanding, not mine. So again, as I was saying, if the methods that the Europeans or the so-called white people came into contact with when they approached Africans in Egypt, West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, East Africa, were misapplied and weren't fully developed or understood, does that negate the fact that they were trying to use the best methods that they had available to them?
No, they're very good at counting. They're very good at material, at counting and record keeping and comparison. They're very good at that, but they're not very good at originating systems themselves.
Do you do connect the dots for real? Are you a person that do connect the dots and stay away from the crossword puzzles and the word puzzles? For real. I'm serious as fuck right now. Are you a nigga that play connect the fucking dots and stay away from challenging word puzzles where you have to figure out what the word is and fill in the box? I'm a nigga that plays Sudoku. Have you ever played Sudoku?
I'm sure you're going to tell me the relevance.
No, I'm not.
Then why did you bring it up?
It helps develop critical thinking. My fault.
So then explain it.
Nah. Start playing Sudoku and see how it helps you develop your critical thinking.
Okay, so your answer to the paper that I presented
your paper is full of shit. Your paper is trash. Your paper is trash, garbage. Nobody should read that OSCI piece of shit.
And why is that? Because I don't play Sudoku.
No, because it's based off of what you think are theoretical
I already
Hypothetical.
told you I
Hey,
presented
hey,
the
hey, hey,
prior
hey, hey. Hey,
mathematicians that I
you
based the
asked me
paper
a
on.
question. Are you going
If
to answer? Go ahead,
you
answer
are
for
going
me.
to
I'm gonna let you
dispute it,
answer the
then
question
what
that you asked.
mathematicians are you
I'm going
presenting
to
that
let you
dispute the
answer the
information
question
that is
that you
presented?
asked me. Go ahead, answer. Answer it for me. Answer it for me, dog.
Where's your paper?
Are you going to answer the question that you just asked me? Or you going to just get on
What?
silent?
Wait. You want me to answer the question that I just asked you?
Yes, because when
I
I
asked
try
you in order to
when
receive
I
an
and
answer.
when I attempted to answer the question, you started speaking with me. So that means you know what the fuck I was going to say. So answer the question for me.
My question was, you're dismissing my paper because I don't play Sudoku?
No, not at all.
Then what's the answer?
Are you going to speak with me when I begin to answer, or are you going to let me answer?
No, sir, you have the floor.
Cool. Let's see how much I have the floor. So the reason I'm dismissing your paper is because it's based off of things that you have not fully tested. These are theories and ideals based off of mathematical propositions of others that you clearly stated in this conversation with me and Devastating and the audience.
Yeah.
Hey,
That
I don't
doesn't
need you
exclude
to
it.
respond. There you go. Keep answering for me. There you go. Responding.
I'm
This wasn't.
responding. I'm not
This
answering. I'm
wasn't
saying
a
that
response.
everyone
There we
promotes
go.
their
Hey,
ideas
there.
in the paper.
Hey, there. Now you
So
see why I cuss
that's the
niggas the
reason for my
fuck out.
question. Where are
Now you
you
see why
presenting
I
your
cuss
idea?
niggas out. Because when
Where
they
are you
ask
presenting your idea?
me a question, they do bullshit like that. So go ahead and keep talking for me, dog.
Where are you presenting? Yes. So
Hey,
you are correct. No. You said keep talking, so I'm gonna talk.
go.
You are correct.
Go.
You are correct. These are my ideas that I'm presenting. Now, what's the problem with that? You haven't proven them incorrect. You just said that these are just your ideas. I'm like, okay, but I present every time you ask for a reference, I provide it. Now discredit it. You haven't done
So,
that. You just said this is just your idea. And
so
everybody's
again,
idea is their idea. What the
so
fuck
watch
type of sense
this.
does that
So,
make? My
so
question
watch
is,
how,
what's your idea? Since you're
so
able to
watch how,
destroy everyone's idea, what's your idea?
cool. Are you done interrupting me in the middle of my answer to the question that you asked me? So I can add on to another question that you
This is
just
what you
asked
do
me?
best.
Or are you going?
Ask
No.
questions about
Hey,
whether the
hey,
person
hey,
is
hey, hey, hey,
done
hey, hey,
disputing
hey.
what it is that you have
At
not
this
proven
point,
yet.
at this
So
point,
please
I
take your
need you to
time.
get out your feelings. I need you to get out your feelings and actually use your brain.
There's no feelings involved. I've already
Yes,
presented
it
evidence.
is.
What have you
Because
presented?
you're
What have you
emotionally
presented?
damaged. You are emotionally damaged.
Bro, you want to talk about emotional damage? I heard you come up on this platform yelling at everybody when your mother died, which had
Oh,
nothing to do with the
oh,
topic of
we
conversation at
finna
the
go
time.
back to a
But
year
you're gonna,
ago.
but you're gonna, but you're gonna
Got
talk
him.
about me being
Hey,
emotionally
damn.
damaged.
I won. I
You're
have
gonna talk about me
won
being
this
emotionally damaged.
conversation. Hey,
And
chat.
this is what you do. You
I
attack.
took this nigga. I made this nigga go back to February of 2025, 2024. Excuse me. Or was it 2025? I made this nigga go back a whole year. Nigga, at this point, you should go rewrite that whole paper, you punk motherfucker. I made you go back to the death of my mother, which was a very traumatic experience for me. You weakling. You weakling. Yes, the death of my mother was traumatic. I lost the person who gave birth to me. You bitch. Eat a dick. All the way up. You bitch ass nigga. After you eat it, die. Hey, chat, I apologize. My chat. There's no reason for the death of my mother to be brought up in this conversation, though. No reason. Which was a very emotional experience for me. And he gonna bring that up because he has nothing left. He has nothing left. That's what you call a bitch nigga. To his face. But wrong for calling him out. Sorry for being a real one. Sorry for being a real one. I know y'all ain't used to dealing with people like me. I made that nigga go to the death of my mother there. He totally deflected the whole conversation. Anybody would be emotional after they found their mama dead. If you ain't, you don't love your mama. Huh?
My bad.
But that's his retort. It ain't easy being me. Again, I apologize for saying those words about him eating the thing and all that. Hey, at that point, he deserved to choke on one and die while he choking on it. All I was doing was addressing the Aussie paper that he presented.
It's a live look. North Carolina. Getting the worst of it. Elizabeth City. Total blackout. Yeah, I think the highway cam went out. I'm trying to look for it. We're probably gonna be wrapping up pretty soon. That was crazy.
So again, Dev, I don't know. I don't really think I really insulted him at any point to where that a line of thought or conversation would be relevant to where he would go to the death of my mother and me insulting people and wilding out because my mother died. And I was in an emotional state at that point. I was addressing a paper that he presented. Nothing else. Nothing else.
No, I don't think you got no injection. I don't see nobody saying nothing. Anybody saying nothing? Out of pocket.
It's crazy. He the one who wrote a paper that he presented. That he didn't what? Self-check himself. He didn't ask himself the appropriate questions. It's not my fault. But somehow my dead mama has to do with this conversation. Ain't that about a bitch?
We got.
Is Capital Minds back on the show or nah?
Nah, I think he's done for the day. Man.
He done for the day. What you mean he done for the day? He the smartest nigga on the planet at this point. He figured out the mathematical equation for the creation of life and the universe and everything within it. How can he be done for the day? He presented a paper to the world that proves the I see is the way that we're here through symmetry, oxygen, electromagnetism, all that. He got the mathematical equation. How was he done? Huh? I'm still confused. Him and Wale was up here talking about they had the math. They were hey, I need to figure. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. I'm trying to see if 2 + 2 is 6 and not 4. At this point, for real, shit. Somebody or somebody math ain't right. Hey, Dev, what you showing that for? The math ain't right on that. That has no predictive power because what Capital Minds was just saying is more mathematically correct, bro. What are you doing? Do y'all really get what the fuck he was presenting? Or am I just the only one that quick? That storm that you just thought, that you just showed, nah, that shit's bullshit. That shit ain't gonna happen. It's a mathematical impossibility because the math of Capital Minds doesn't equate to that. His math ain't math. But everybody, hey, I'm the evil nigga. I'm the anti-theist that just hate everybody. Nah. What the fuck are we talking about? Is that storm finna happen, yes or no? Can he show me the math that shows me that that storm is not going to happen? Hey, let me quit playing. Let me quit acting like a white person, because I'm acting like a white person at this point there.
Why?
I'm thinking. When you think, you're acting like a white person there. When you question and you ask questions, you're acting white. You're just supposed to believe, accept, and go along with the story. That's acting black. That's being black. When you accept his story, you accept everything that you've been told. You don't question it. You don't challenge it. And I've challenged everything I've been taught by every person on this planet, even my damn mama. Yeah, I challenged her on the Bible, and she was a damn preacher. We done had yelling matches over that goddamn nigga Paul. Yeah, me and my mama had yelling matches over Paul. Y'all wouldn't know this. But again, at some point we gotta figure out, are we just going to accept what while they would term as the white man's his story? Or are we going to look at history and try to paint and put together a concise picture of what has happened to humanity over time? All of humanity, including us, in this story of humanity. I bet you nobody think about what'll happen if an alien civilization was to discover the remnants of this planet 50,000 years from now. What'll be the record of us? What would be the record of the people on the planet Earth if another civilization was to discover the remnants of this civilization 50,000 years from now? I've actually asked myself that weird ass question, and the answer I've come up with, Dev, is I don't fucking know. It's actually scary, because some of the answers, are we a warmongering people? Do we kill each other? Do we respect each other? Are we civil? Do we respect life? Those types of questions is what really popped up. Do we respect life? Do we respect the other person's autonomy? His or her ability to make decisions and think for him or herself. Do we really respect that? Or is it the herd mentality? This shit is actually scary. The philosophical questions that you can really get into are actually scary. Yeah, what's the mathematical equation Capital Mars can present to us for that storm right there? I need that math right now. Can you present that math that isn't using Doppler or none of the radars that the Earth use? I need your math based off of the RC way of looking at shit. Hey, Dev, am I asking too much?
Damn, we got a snowplow on the highway. That's a major highway at the bottom. That's a random dude. Yeah. Man, I think you're the only one that read it.
I didn't even read it. I didn't read it. I just heard what he said and what Wale said. I figured that, and based off of what they were saying, it was obvious that there was some creator at the center of everything. It was obvious.
Yeah, you just saw snow sled do a donut on a major highway, a blizzard of South Carolina.
Man, I'll pop again. Chat, y'all should be familiar with who I am. I'm not a person that like to dance with pseudos and misinformation. If they're going to say something, I want them to say it so that way I can directly address what they're saying. All the flim-flamming makes it difficult to address what they're saying. So say what you say, and then we can move on. Or we can address that and figure out why that is either right, incorrect, or partially incorrect, or not to be mentioned. But I don't apologize for being who the fuck I am. A person that dislikes misinformation. I don't apologize for that. So if any of y'all think I'm wrong, you know what? Oh, well. Where the weed at? Shit.
Well, up here in the Carolina, we took the night off. There'll be no deliveries tonight. We got law enforcement up there on I-85, mile marker 128. Carolina's getting pounded. It's close by the coast. Most wet over there. Well, Who fighting tonight? It's a middleweight. Oh, okay. Hold on. I should have went to the store then. I forgot. Lopez. Uh, they should have undercard on now, right? Yeah, it's on. Just started. They charging $70 for the fight. Sabio, can you justify this? Madison Square Garden.
Hey, Dev,
All right.
I'm going to give you a site that you may be able to log into and watch it for free. The
Oh
Stream,
no, I got it already.
the Stream East is free 99.
Yeah, I got that and a whole bunch more. Yeah,
Oh, all right.
I appreciate it though. Nah, I'm just talking shit. They can get $100 for it. 70. Shakur Stevenson. The WBO. What is this? Welterweight. They got him damn near dead even in Vegas, so it's a featherweight tight on the line going on now. Like, it's the undercard. $11 knockouts. Lopez got more knockouts. That's why it's close. $70. Who paid the $70 in the chat? Y'all paid $70? 70. That's kind of wild. So let's see if we get ready to wind down. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna for the fight. I think he showed the last fight. Yeah, I think I might want to go watch the fight at it. Man, they undercut him. Y'all keep us posted on the storm. So, I go to fight right there on the card. Definitely got to sit down. So, We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. And, after the fight, we'll be back after the fight. Not tomorrow, but he might still be going. Either way. All right, click the link in the YouTube chat. We're going over the psychos. Yeah, I can look at two Mexicans fight before the Shakur fight. Inshallah, like the fight. Saturday night fight. You watching the undercard? It should be on Stream East. You got the link, Samuel? We're going over the psycho. I'm gonna cut this off.
All right, Dev, I'll holler at you in a minute.
You watching the undercard?
Probably not.
Yeah, they're in the fifth round now. It's two Mexicans for the junior title belt. That's a belt fight.
All right.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. All right, y'all. We out. We'll be back either after the fight or when the sun come up tomorrow.
Hey, Dev, what you think about my
Big good to yourself, man. I'm out.
about my puppy
All right.
Snow?
That's a nice dog, bro. Good. It's all
We got
good.
a dog.
Well,
One love.
That's my pit bull puppy Snow, replacement for A.
that's what's up. All right, y'all. Black
Thank
Power.
you.